in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. 49 degrees Fahrenheit, about 9 degrees Celsius, as the world's best arrive here in Peniche, Portugal for the early morning warm-up sessions. And trying to stay nice and warm, looking at these conditions with some barrels already in lineup. The World Surf League arrives in Europe for the third stop on the 2024 Championship Tour. The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. In Hawaii, a seismic shift shook the surf world. Caitlin Simmers and Molly Picklum returned to glory, but how they did it will be remembered forever.
Pipelines for the f***ing girls.
And Molly, good golly!
Groms, you know, please.
In the men's draws, Baron Mamiya and Jack Robinson took home the hardware, displaying their mastery in heaving Hawaiian surf.
A perfect 10!
Now in Portugal, another heavy wave is on offer. The barreling beach break, Super Tubos. John Florence is wearing yellow for the first time in 3 years. Will he capitalize on his early season momentum and continue his run at a third world title? Meanwhile, the Brazilian Storm and San Clemente crew have stumbled out of the gates. With a mid-season cut on the horizon, who is poised to bounce back?
What a day!
The fight to avoid relegation and the race for the final five continues at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Good morning and welcome to Dawn Patrol here for opening day of the waiting period for the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Stop number 3 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. As we focus on the morning show this morning, we're going to talk about Generation Now. Simmers, Picklum, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the top 3 in the world. And John Florence back in yellow. It's been a while, but he's in quite an amazing form. Let's see if he can hang on to that number 1 role, and we're also going to wait and see if the Brazilians are going to bounce back at stop number 3. A very slow start for the Storm. They tend to really heat things up when it comes to Peniche, Portugal, and Super Tubos, with a lot of past champions on the Brazilian side, as it's a nice brisk morning, really cold. Everyone's getting their coldest warm jackets from the Rip Curl store on site as we look at really fun offshore conditions this morning. Thanks for being with us on Dawn Patrol. Joe Turpel, Kaipo Guerrero, and Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. Kaipo staying warm this morning, but gosh, the waves look fun.
Yeah, the waves look fun, and what a difference, right? We've gone from board shorts to puffy jackets and 4-3 wetsuits, but it does look fun. It looks like a great opening day.
Yeah, the warm-up session yesterday when we were checking our mics and just getting all sorted out here, Strider, everyone was ripping and ready to go.
Yeah, Medina was actually looking prime time out there. Big barrel coming out for the bang, so I think we're going to have some great stuff today as well.
Well, I have a good feeling we might be seeing a lot of great surfing today. Let's say good morning and bon dia to AJ McCord with Renato Hickel.
Good morning, Joe, Kaipo, Strider. Great day down here at the beach at Super Tubos. We got Renato with us. So Renato, give us the call for this first day of the window.
Very first day, it's on. We're going to start at 8 o'clock local time with a men's opening round, followed by the women's opening round, 30 minutes heat, no jet ski assist. We have 3 to 6 foot surf today, light offshore southeasterly winds, so we've got to take advantage of these beautiful conditions. And We're going to concentrate on the wind pattern. We know by 11 o'clock there is a forecast the wind might shift to south. So here in Super Tubos, we're always dealing with winds and the tide. We have an upcoming tide this morning, so it's ideal for us. 11:40 around is high tide, so fingers crossed the wind holds and you can have a full day of competition.
And you talked about taking advantage of this first day of the window. When we look at the forecast for the extended forecast, rest of the window, what are you seeing?
We have a very challenging forecast, as most of the years here in Super Tubes. This area, the Peniche Peninsula, is really exposed to the weather. We're winter time here, and we're going to have this massive storm. The front start this afternoon, and it's going to hit us head on from tomorrow on. So we're anticipating probably a couple of days, maybe more, that we're not going to be able to run the event. Massive surf, onshore winds, gale force, 60 to 100 k's an hour winds. So the good news is the second half of the waiting period is shaping up to be much better. So again, fingers crossed, we're going to capitalize on some offshore and probably surf on a 6 to 8 foot range.
And of course, we know third stop of the tour here in Peniche. You have some late breaking news for us on who's going to be competing today. So what can you give us an update on the field?
Well, the breaking news is that we've been in contact with Kelly Slater since last night, and unfortunately, due to his ongoing hip issues, he's going through a series of MRI and medical tests. He's not coming to Portugal. He decided to withdraw. So we revert the spot back to the event, and they select a young gun, Matias Canhoto. Many locals, local media here in Portugal compare him as a young Gabriel Medina. Really talented surfer, won the Rip Cool Search recently. And so he's going to replace Kelly in that very heat 3. And then normal CD Espero proceeds after opening round.
All right, so there you have it. Joe, Kayo, Strider, a lot to digest. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, AJ, and thank you, Renato, for the big update. So wishing Kelly a speedy recovery. He was talking about that hip injury in the Hawaiian leg of the tour, and we'll see him back shortly as we go right to our Surfline forecast, our official partner for the World Surf League Championship Tour, kind of backing what Renato was just talking about, Kaipo.
You can see it. Look at the big low there. That's going to be a storm that's coming really close to the coast, and that's what's going to give us that victory at sea kind of conditions. Atlantic will calm down after this storm passes, but that's going to be a few days of, potentially hazardous surf, onshore conditions. Maybe we can find some windows there. But today, Strider, looking good.
5 to 7 feet. A little bit on, could be some onshore in the afternoons, but I think we're going to be looking pretty fun out here. I think that these conditions are suitable for above the lip game in this afternoon as well after the wind does switch. So I say let's run some heats.
Next 4 days, a bit challenging.
A bit challenging, and you can see mostly onshore. Afternoon of Thursday, maybe a little bit of an opportunity, but that is huge surf with the 15 to 20 foot face range. We'll be looking at the windows, but really it's going to be a touch and go for the next 4 days after this.
Shredded with wind for the next few days. Like Renato is saying, you've got to be ready for everything when you come here to Super Tubos. And scoring, though, first thing in the morning on opening day. A lot of barrels out there, a lot of big air sections. That's what we want to see when we come to this venue. As we focus in on who is in and who is out. We had the big news that just came in last minute about Kelly being out and Mateos getting in as a 17-year-old. But let's go further. We've got Joaquim Chavez, a former Portuguese national champion, just 20 years of age, into the main event. Marco Mignot, familiar face, his second start at the CT level. His first was in France back in 2019. And also Francisca Veselko in her first appearance on the championship tour. World junior champion in the past. Has a great seat on the Challenger Series, getting the call up. And we'll get João Duro back in the CT jersey, who's had a final out here in the past. He's actually beat Toledo twice in competition here in Peniche, and we're wishing João Chianca still a recovery after that scary injury at Pipeline. João can't defend his title here, but Katie Simmers will be able to play that role for the first time in her career. Can she go back-to-back?
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
I hope that we get super tubed.
The Tour rookie, Caitlin Simmers. Wow. Throws a layback hack there on her way. Katie Simmers wins the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal.
Caroline, that's a big one. She is defending world champion for our women's division.
Teresa on the move. Snaps it hard. Coming around this nice bowl section here.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now in position for a bomb.
Dropping in, pipeline barrel, spat out.
Katie Simmers getting things started. Pipeline for the girls.
Setting up off the bottom, knifes it, tail drops, a huge maneuver.
Pickles up into the lip. Big explosion behind her, and what a turn.
Check out the current Final 5 picture for the women on the top 17. Average age of this group, 20 and a half. It is so young. Molly Picklum, 21, and right behind her, two 18-year-olds, which have given us the craziest momentum to kick off 2024 season. A true feeling of the changing of the guard, and Generation Now has had all surf fans just wondering if we've ever seen anything this monumental. A paradigm-shifting performance at Big Pipeline and Sunset. Molly shows up in yellow here at Super Tubos. Starting with you, Kaipo. I mean, are we going to see this continuance of domination from this younger crew on tour?
It's the new school, right? I'm calling this is the new school coming up right now. And whether it's tubes or turns, these three women have absolutely raised the bar coming off of the Hawaiian leg.
As we check out the standings from Molly Picklum, member runner-up to Katie Simmers at Pipeline. Katie getting the first win of the season, starting off in yellow, losing the yellow jersey to Molly when Picklum went to defend her title at Sunset Beach. And Betty Lou, back-to-back losses to Molly Picklum. First, a semifinal at Pipe, which might be the heat of the year, and then to a runner-up finish in the final at Sunset Beach. Pretty wild to see how they've been dominating this year. Strider, with you, do you think that's going to continue here at stop number 3?
I think it can. I think Molly is her game plan is the tightest. I think that Betty Lou and Caitlin Simmers have a little bit of work to do. Lost with a couple of 4s, only necessary to keep that yellow jersey on the back and also to win Sunset Beach. You know, Betty Lou is really dirty on herself after that thing. So I think that if they can fix those problems, they can be right back there for the win.
Yeah, pretty wild when you look at, last year as well, Katie, the defending event champion, which is kind of continues on that theme of this youth brigade. But Kaipo, if you look outside of those names, is there anybody that can really change that script around and maybe even play a veteran role in this one?
I think we consider her a veteran, but she's only 22 years old. Caroline Marks, right? She's considered a veteran because she made the tour at 15 years old. I think it's going to be Caroline. She's actually part of that generation, so it doesn't seem like, but I think she's going to be another player in the game.
That's right. Currently in that 5th spot, heading into stop number 3. Done well out here in the past as well. What about for you, Strider? Sometimes you agree with Kaipo, but not all the time.
I think Tatiana Weston-Webb is one to look at. I mean, she's so powerful, strong, great in these heavy conditions. Even when it comes on shore, she's ready to throw it up into the lip and get some work done. I feel like she's going to be solid out here and bring back for the vets.
Tati has been dangerous out here in the past and has made finals days, even big wins here at Super Tubos here in Peniche. So think about those names when you're setting your fantasy teams on WorldSurfLeague.com. Coming up next, we'll talk about John Florence back in the yellow jersey as he's hunting down a 3rd world title this season.
We're going to test the traction in a few moments, so that will be test of the traction. So we need to clock the hit side. We got tests, some catch, and you see the Crusoe as we go. Good morning to all of you. Welcome to beautiful Crusoe off-leash. Welcome to the epic Super Cruise. And we are on. We are not. We just arrived. We're on for 8 o'clock to hit start. That remains open round. Scheduled for today also the ladies open round. We'll be running hits with 30 minutes. You see a lot of patrol out there, but we're not using the jet ski throughout this first day of competition. For those of you arriving in Portugal, welcome to our country. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you have a good then most probably, if you check the forecast, it don't have to be like that. Strong enough for a couple of days. There's a huge swell with strong onshore winds and now right at down. I don't want to jinx it. On the other side of the week, on the starting next week, second half of the waiting period, conditions look like they'll improve, especially wind-wise. Keep our fingers crossed. But at this time of year, more than there's a very strong possibility that we're going to have a pretty good race, especially on the second half of the waiting period. Still, some swell out there on my previous strong swell. Wind conditions this morning, starting at 8 o'clock. Enjoy the MEO Victoria Portugal presented by Peniche. Então, às 8 horas, podem ver o máximo um pouco de volta, mas condições de vento quase não se faz sentir. Início então na primeira de às 8 horas. Bem-vindos a Supertube, bem-vindos ao MEO Victoria Portugal, apresentado pela Kayo. Já agora, para quem está mais atento, na primeira bateria, teremos o Conor O'Leary, irá com o Jack Marshall e com o Cole Osmond. Uma bateria muito interessante. Teremos um estreante, um rookie na altura, com o Cole Osmond, um norte-americano, que infelizmente devem estar recordados, ficou muito bem em Ribeira Vidas o ano passado. Também Jack Marshall, outro.
Conor O'Leary looking pipeline. Conor a pipe coming out.
Jordy Smith in the tube. And coming out for Jordy Smith, disappearing out.
He's on the takeoff, grabbing rail pipeline, deep section here, looking for the exit.
Here comes Robinson laying down that rail. Transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Back into the pit one more time.
In the barrel and back door, John still traveling. John, can he come out? Oh my goodness!
Let's check out the current Final Five picture. John Florence in yellow. Jack Robinson winning at Sunset. Right behind him in second, getting his best score of his career in that final with that 9.87. As the title race is already exciting. Remember, contest on today. And look who we got here. Strider taking a break and inviting into the booth for the first time at this event, Jesse Mendez. Thanks for being with us.
I'm super stoked to be here with you guys back in Portugal. Excited.
Oh, you've been getting a lot of great waves yourself. A lot to discuss with you, my friend. But right now, the topic is John Florence back in this kind of form. Better start than he had last season. He's looking very healthy. He's won this event in the past in Portugal, but he hasn't been in yellow since 2021. Back at the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup. That feels like ages ago. As we know, he went down to a rookie named Morgan Siblick at the time. Morgan got him a couple times that season, and then the injury hit him again. Italo ended up getting the yellow jersey to follow. And last year he was able to surf in a complete season, but didn't make a final. This year he's come close to getting a big win, but it's been a while. Focusing on Portugal, that monumental win he had came with his first world title in 2016. Ended up going back-to-back and won a world title in 2017. Is this the year he finally gets number 3? Because it's always been looking like he was about to get it until he got injured. Starting with you, Kaipo. I mean, this guy's got a lot of momentum this year.
I mean, there's no doubt John Florence is one of the best surfers in the world. We've seen that for a decade now, 12 years on tour. But the trick with John is he needs to stay healthy throughout an entire season. Remember, John, he's missed 24 CT events in his career due to injury. So if he can stay injury-free, he's looking at a world title.
I mean, this kind of form that he's in right now, Jesse, it's almost hard to compare to what he's done in the past. It truly does feel like he's surfing at the prime of his life at the moment.
Definitely, mostly in waves of consequences. In the first half of the tour, it's basically all of that, maybe besides bells. And I expect a lot from him. I expect a lot from him in Hawaii. It's where he's grew up. He's so comfortable out there more than anyone. And those results, yeah, paid off for him, and he's coming with the yellow jersey here.
Let's get caught up with the men's rankings heading into stop number 3. It'll be very interesting to look at this top 10 picture heading into stop 3 of the season. Cool names there like Connor O'Leary, best start to date at the start of a season for him with a big semifinal start at Pipeline. Jordy's kind of back where he belongs as he's still looking for his first world title, but I think the big story that's really screaming at us, first page in the rankings, no Brazilians. We haven't seen this in seems like over a decade. Jesse Mendes, you are a part of the Brazilian storm. It's really kind of peculiar to see a situation like this unfolding, but if you could pick a Brazilian that's going to step up in this event and push themselves into the top 10, who are you going with?
Yeah, it hurts a bit to see that. I'm not going to lie. But if I have someone to pick, obviously, mostly coming into Portugal, feels like his momentum shift a little bit. He's back to where he deserves to be. He made the finals day at Sunset, so I'll pick Italo. It suits him so well. There's 2 reasons. First is just the beach break conditions, very dumpy conditions, so it suits his surfing very well. So if we have winds blowing into the left or into the right, doesn't really matter because he's very good in both ways and into the air. And also if we have big barrels. And not to mention a little bit of Gabriel as well. He's come into a great momentum, came out of ISA with so many heat wins, and he's going to carry this into the event.
Great call, Jesse. Kaipo, what are your thoughts there?
I'm just going to say, yeah, Gabe, you know, with his overall talent and high heat IQ, he's always dangerous.
Always dangerous. Wow, he was rampaging in the ISAs, coming off a win. He's won out here before, multiple-time finalist. We're expecting those names to be in the top 10. Great news for the Olympic Games. We'll give you that right after this.
Under 3 minutes to start, all 3 surfers, guys, please have to clear the competition area immediately now. Please follow the instructions from the water patrol. We'll wait under 3 minutes to start. Everybody, please clear the competition area immediately now. Please don't wait for another set. Under 3 minutes to start. Todos os cristãos, por favor, tem que sair da competição. Estamos menos de 3 minutos para o início. E já muito obrigado a todos os locais aqui de Peniche, em particular, do Chuca, pelas vossas ondas.
Man, it's cold in here. Right?
Yeah. I thought I overdressed today, but I'm so stoked. I have a flannel under here.
You do?
Yeah.
Please don't linger. Don't wait for another set.
My hands and my foot are cold right now.
You're watching Dawn Patrol on opening day of the waiting period. It is on. The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, starting off with the opening round for the men. As we told you before we went to break, we got some big news. Our championship tour athletes will be representing their countries in Paris 2024 Olympic Games in Tahiti. This year, Gabriel Medina rampaging after being heartbroken, losing in the final last year to Jack Robinson in Tahiti. Did the hard yards in Puerto Rico to earn an extra spot for Brazil. He joins Toledo and Chianca. Rio Waida for Indonesia. Ramsey Bokham once again for Morocco. And then an emotional story there for Luana Silva. She had a good friend open up that spot. Another 3-squad team for Brazil on the women's side. Tatiana Weston Webb went the distance, got runner-up in the event, and that opened up that extra spot for Luana to represent Brazil in the Olympic Games. Just going right to you, Jesse. We saw the pictures in the video, that emotional moment with tears from Tati's face. Can you describe the energy that was around that moment, opening up that spot for Brazil?
Yeah, that was very special for Tati. I think more than just helping a friend out, you have the whole country supporting you and backing you up. And even though she didn't win the event, she was able to get second and get that third spot for Luana Silva to qualify for the Olympics. And there's the whole country just supporting you behind that. And all the expectations were on her. And she delivered in the last day, and that was a special moment.
And just, yeah, Tati already had her spot. So that was all about helping out a teammate like Lulu. And then Kaipo, we saw the Olympic Games in Japan. What do we have to look forward to going to the end of the road in this kind of platform?
Hey, look at the stadium. Is it going to be a Coliseum, right? Te Awa Hawaii over there at Te Aupo. It's the end of the road. I mean, talk about a spectacular playing field. This is going to be incredible. I mean, this is what I'm looking forward to, because this will actually showcase to the world on an Olympic level a massive and one of the miracles of modern surfing as far as our playing field, as far as the wave.
Oh, so exciting to look at that, and just make sense that Gabriel Medina will be a part of that as he's fighting for his first medal in the Olympic Games. As we are about to get started with the opening round of competition, we will let Kaipo Guerrero take a quick break, and we will continue with action here. Connor O'Leary, Jake Marshall, Cole Hauschmund starting things off for us in heat number 1, followed by Baron Mamiya, Imai Kalani DeVault, and David Silva in the first 2 heats of the morning. Big plans for today to get through the opening round for the men and the women here on this first day, before we get all that crazy wind coming up in the next few days through the weekend, as we already see a solid paddle battle to start with position. It'll be San Clemente's own Cole Hauschmund, the rookie on tour, putting his head down. Travel time under the hood, and he will start off with a vision this morning, in this early morning sunrise, but incomplete on the effort. Been talking a lot about the big man, Cole Hauschmund. A lot of people's picks for Rookie of the Year. And for him, a slower start than he hoped for result-wise heading into stop number 3.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, because also Hawaii, it's a place that suits his surfing very well. Obviously, about 100 kilos. He's a big kid, so he's very powerful. He's a pipe charger as well, because I see him growing up throughout the years, getting amazing waves. But that's just how the ball rolls in the beginning. You just got to keep your head strong and make sure you're 100% for the next event, even if the start's not the best.
So we'll see how Cole can reset here for stop number 3. He's got some goofy foot action in this heat. Connor O'Leary, what an incredible start to the season. And also Jake Marshall, who's had a great start as well. Some brilliant moments here already from Pipe and Sunset, doing some damage on his forehand on one of the prettiest looking waves at Sunset on the most challenging day we had in that waiting period.
Yeah, and he's actually, I think he put a lot of times at Sunset, and it translated to his result. He was able to, that day, for me, he was a standout. He was able to identify the best waves of the day, surf as good as you could surf, and I hope he can carry that momentum throughout this event.
Jake's had some great momentum in this country. Sometimes there's a country that gives you a lot of success, kind of like yourself, Jesse, where you've found wins on the Challenger Series or even finals or a lot of momentum. The country of Portugal can make a lot of comparisons to the coast of Southern California with all the different setups that you have here. Jake's not afraid of putting on a 4-3 in booties, because that's what he would be using in Southern California in the wintertime.
Yes, no doubt. And the most familiar you stay with the place, the better chances of you having actually great results, because you feel good, you feel comfortable, you feel at home, and you're just able to reflect what the ocean gives it out to you.
Pretty fun playing field, because it always keeps you on your toes, and that makes it exciting to watch. And you don't know what to expect. Wave wives sometimes here at Super Tubos. Sometimes it's the barrel of your life. Sometimes you're surfing in a reverse rip with a lot of wind and all these elements. So far this morning, just so great to wake up to offshore conditions like this. What are you expecting maneuver-wise? A lot of barrels, or is it you think it's going to be more high performance and maybe some above the lip maneuvers today?
I've seen some barrels. I think throughout the day we're going to have a little bit of texture in the wind, turning a bit more south, so blowing into the right. So we might see some barrels in the morning with some high performance surfing, but into the day probably just more high performance and some big ramps. It could be exciting. You know, when you have those winds blowing into the wave, it really helps the surfers to stick their board under their foot when they're going in the air, and that's what we're probably going to see today.
Following Connor O'Leary down the beach. I know, Jesse, you like that part of the beach, a little far bar left that can provide some great moments in this event and also in the free surfs. Wouldn't be surprised if Connor kind of set up there in this matchup.
No doubt. I love that far bar, and goofies tend to stay there a lot. Since back in the years, you know, when we have first time here, I remember Owen sitting there. I wasn't here, but I could identify that that was the wave he was sitting, and Kayo had so many guys that would just put their faith in that wave and roll the dice and stay there and wait for that good, perfect left, and no one likes to look at it.
I know, it's interesting when you're here watching the heats go by. Sometimes you're just mind surfing this left that will be spitting multiple times. Sometimes it feels a little bit mysterious, like you never know when it's going to pop up, but it's provided some heroic moments in this event over the years. You brought up Owen Wright. That was the story of his wild card performance back in the early days of this event. Ended up blowing his eardrum out in the semifinals, so couldn't go all the way, which could have been a win for him at the time. But he was absolutely charging, put the world on notice. Ended up winning Rookie of the Year the following season. So Rip Curl brought us here for the search back in 2009. It's turned into a regular season event ever since. We've had winners from Kelly Slater in the past, that crazy final with Adriano de Souza winning, and probably the most ideal conditions we've had for this event. Jordy Smith has found a lot of consistency out here in this challenging beach break as we look at Cole Hauschman. Nice little front side hack on the open face, goes off the lip again and shuts it down. Nice rhythm between turns for the rookie from San Clemente.
Wow, that was great surfing. Just what I like about Cole in this wave is just how solid he was in his foot. As you see it right here, there was nothing amazing or special to it, but everything was right on time, very solid right there. Second turn, putting some effort on that back foot, getting a little bit of release, and just looks solid. And that's what you kind of got to do mostly in those first heat of the event. Everyone's kind of a bit shaky, and he looked the opposite from that. So great start for him right there.
Such a solid competitor, big threat from San Clemente. Found a lot of success last year on the Challenger Series. Ended up going back-to-back with big wins and qualified as early as the U.S. Open. That momentum actually was infectious, because then the entire San Clemente crew felt like they could do it if Cole was winning. We saw the rise of Crosby Colapinto, Cade Matson, but also their extended crew with Eli Hanneman. It was one of the coolest stories coming off the Challenger Series last year, and Cole was able to win the entire season.
Yeah, Cole is just, it's been in form for a while. Like, I don't think his results on the first two events of the year translates to the surfing that he has been providing. Hopefully he can capitalize here. I'm a big fan of his surfing. Just when you have someone that big and that powerful, but matching with good reflexes and very explosive surfing, there's something special on it. Not many big surfers can do that, and he's one of those that is able to, so I'm excited to watch him.
You can tell he's in love with his training program too. Definitely one of the biggest, strongest guys we've seen on tour in a very long time. His opening ride comes in at a 0.57. That was that barrel that he went down in. Then backed it up with a 4.67 on the left, where he accomplished a few smooth moves to get the scale started. Luli Pereira, head judge of the tour this year for the men and women, also head judge of the Olympic Games later on this year. Keeping a close eye on the best surfers in the world. Waiting for Connor to get his opener, but it's just fun to celebrate. Such a great start for O'Leary. Big semi-final performance at Pipeline. Beat Ethan Ewing on that finals day in the quarters and got a crazy one at backdoor. But for him, we know how challenging it's been to keep his spot on tour over the years. We'll see how this changes his motivation, because he's never really had a start like this before, Jesse.
Totally, and you just got to capitalize on that good moment. I remember one time Jadson told me, when things are rolling your way, make the most of it for as long as you can, because everyone's career at some moment they're going to have the tough moments. So you want to capitalize when things are rolling your way.
Connor stepping into that number 5 spot right behind Jordy Smith as we go into a backside snap again from the rookie. Hausman getting all the waves this morning, and now we'll catch up to the end section for Connor O'Leary going down really hard.
Yeah, that's awkward. Just a little bit late right there on that lip line. And I'm not sure why he was late. We couldn't see the beginning of the wave, but we might see it right here. Far bar left, providing that a little barrel, not as good as we were hoped for. It's a little smaller today, but yeah, just a little bit late to the party on that last section.
And now Cole Hausman on the right.
Just solid surfing once again. Very powerful first turn, redirecting that board. You could see the nose going all the way backwards, and good surfing for him. Probably not going to, I mean, it's not going to be as good as his first score, but yeah, less priority he had at the time, and why not roll it?
Cole Hausman learning how tough it is to turn in huge results on tour, but he's already gotten into the X1 range. We saw that at Sunset Beach. Was that something that was easy for you to handle, learning how to walk away from a loss even though you felt well prepared on tour? How did you manage that, moving on and kind of shaking off a loss and preparing for the next event?
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest things to do, because it feels like you're putting all the commitment and work, mostly for a guy like Cole outside of the water. He's as fit as you can get on tour. He might be the fittest guy on tour right now. And not having the results translate the way you'd hoping for, mostly in such a year of expectations, because it's his rookie year. It's not easy to bounce back from it, but I actually was surfing with him yesterday and he looked very comfortable. He was talking a little bit with Luke, his coach, Luke Egan, and he looked confident. He was like, hey, he had an amazing left, and he was like, he got one wave and came. He was like, I just wanted to make sure that board was still magic and it worked good in these conditions. Yeah, and I'm going to put it on ice. He literally left the water saying, I'm putting this board on ice. I'm not using it anymore.
Such a smart move. You definitely just want to put those boards away when you've got a magic carpet under your feet. Hausman getting boards from Matt Biolis, who won the CT Shaper rankings last year. A little slower start for Mayhem after the first 2 stops of the season. On the Dawn Patrol this morning, we did mention, the Brazilian Storm being absent from the top 10, but also kind of in that same conversation would be San Clemente, a little bit left out result-wise after the first 2 stops of the year.
Yeah, obviously you expect Griffin to lead the pack. He's the best surfer, the most experienced coming out of San Clemente at this moment. But all the other guys are rookies, so there's a little bit of adaptation towards.
Here comes Jake Marshall throwing a nice tail high reverse, exciting finishing move, and styles his way through that end section. Cool that he can show off a little flare on that inside corner. And it's what's fun, you get to break down airs again. We have the kind of open ocean sunset, you got Pipeline, and now we're going to see some punts today. How'd you like this one?
That was awesome. He looks solid, like great. I'm using the wind into advantage. You see the wind blowing a little bit to the right, and as you see right here, just a setup for this down the line. Beautiful tail high reverse. You see his back foot moving forward, getting off the pad, and that just shows he's moving that foot to get that little bit of extra stability, because you have more foam under your feet towards the front or the middle part of the board. So when you land backwards, you want to have that much support as you can. So smart move right there from him, and perfect executed.
Well done for Jake Marshall. He had a look it away before 0.5, but that'll be his best score, but he wants more. He's finding a rhythm now, choosing his backhand this time. Jake straight up, controls the first turn, inside wedge, kind of bending at him, and he shuts it down. Well played from Jake.
Yeah, smart, and that's what we're going to see here a lot, Joe. Because there's beach break conditions and there's kind of waves everywhere, you see a guy kind of slow, and then all of a sudden he'll catch 2 good waves in like a minute or a minute and a half. And right here, as you see, the cleanest wave of the day so far, very vertical and strong start and finishing off strongly as well. He just turned the heat in a matter of a minute and a half maybe, apart from each wave. That was great surfing from him.
What a cool looking 2-turn combination. How's the form on the first hook?
Yeah, that was beautiful. Just very back-footed, able to get that board very vertical. But in the end, he was able to release halfway through the turn, and we see Cole here up and right.
Nice punch on the first section. Kind of looks at a little lean back there. It took him a little bit of time to ride away, as he'll look to replace his previous score. 0.57's gone. So now 4.67, 3.5. So a 3.5 is what he's trying to better on this last wave. Let's take another look.
Yeah, right here, first great start. Setting up nicely for this section here, but the wave kind of backed off and he went a little bit too high. That's why he got stuck. So you want to be just a little bit underneath the lip when you're starting your turn. And that second turn, as you see it right here from this angle, he's a little bit on top of the lip and the wave didn't have the power to push him back and he got stuck. Right there, a little frothy. He pushed it very hard, but he was just above the lip and he got stuck. Came out still, was able to finish off, but that's going to keep his score on the low ball because of that finish.
Yeah, just a disruption of flow, but you can see how he can execute that big tail waft on demand. And I love how he can switch gears. We saw that at Pumping Narrabeen on the Challenger Series when he had the final with Wilcox. Here comes Connor O'Leary, already quickly through 2 hooks and a big blast. He made sure the nose didn't poke on the finish, and he'll be using that score. And Dog already taking notes this morning. It's freezing down there. He's got his beanie on, just like you do, Jesse. But yeah, I always love trying to get that journal off a Dog. He doesn't let me look through the pages too much. Top secret information. What'd you see here?
I think just very similar surfing, both similar approaches from Cole and Connor right there, but Connor was able to actually get 3 very solid back-to-back turns, right? That second turn pushing, and this one just so much sparking, adding that 10% extra than you expected from that section. Dog right there, very stoked, and I would be as well if I was his coach, because that was excellent surfing from Connor. Obviously not an excellent wave, but very, very good surfing from him.
Jake up again, fin throw, letting the fins just hang out the back. Little carve down and then shuts it with a whitewater hack, moving quickly on his backhand attack that he really worked out well at Seaside Reef in North County, San Diego. One more look here, Jesse.
Yeah, just beautiful approach. I love this bottom turn, cutting short and just so much release in that first turn right there, and setting up nicely like a down carve to finish it off strong. The start here though, that's money right there. See those 3 fins disengaged, and as soon as they hit the water again, they start to drive and get the speed back towards the next section, and he controlled that very well. That was beautiful surfing from Jake. He's looking on point right now.
Just enjoying the backhand attack from Jake Marshall, and in this beach break setting, rights and lefts. Connor O'Leary going right again. Nice big powerful hack off the top. Second turn, a vertical whip, as he's found a rhythm on his last 2 waves.
And that's the crazy thing about here that I just mentioned a few minutes ago. You see guys sitting for a while and not finding good opportunities, and all of a sudden they'll get back-to-back waves, and that's all because of all the rips and how many opportunities you have in the whole strat of the beach. And right here, just Connor first strong turn and finish it off. Just so much effort into those turns, a lot of power, and very aggressive surfing right there from him on both of the waves, left and right. And I think it's going to translate into good scores for him.
What a great way to kick off this event. The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. A lot of scores coming through. We'll give you the official update right after this quick break.
Also on standby for our supplement. Priority white, second priority blue, 13 minutes to go. Only coming at the caution. After the two. Down the bottom turn. And that's nothing in it, so no way out of that for collision. Now it's still the Jake. He's going to fade out with Dick Marshall. Agora ali o controle no próximo ponto. Estava uma onda para descartar por parte do norte-americano do Brasil e também para descartar por parte do outro norte-americano do Canadá. Continuamente o Jake. De novo o Marshall e com o Ocean. Now still on standby for scores and lots of red corner. Previous of red, a 4.7. Corner that left keep chasing a 3.47 to advance the second. Lots of white will not go to white stop 2. Also on standby for lots of blue. 12 minutes, priority red, second priority white. And now third priority goes to blue. Jake, you're about to improve on your backup. Just one more goes to Kayo and the last of blue. Actually, previous of blue, Jake, 4-4-3.
There's no break. There's no break. Be careful. Easy.
None of my family surfed. My dad was the first one to really just start pushing me into waves at Doheny. I mean, I'm a power surfer, and that's where my edge is.
We're at 225 here.
Cole is absolutely ripped, shredded, and he's 220 pounds. At an elite level, no one's ever seen anything like it.
2, 1.
Dyeing. It gets too dark out to dye my hair. Everyone calls me Rodman. Approaching the tour this year, I get to surf against the people that were kind of my idols, like Kelly Slater, Gabriel Medina.
How's she?
Now I get to do it with my best friends, which is a bonus on top of everything. Journaling's been like a huge thing for me. I have so much stuff going in my head. Surf, train, hang with the boys. My biggest goal this year, world title and Final 5, right next to each other. My name's Cole Hauschman, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour. So.
6'3", maybe 225 now. The guy just keeps getting bigger and bigger and represents the powerhouse game. He's got ability above the lip, so well-rounded, front side, backside. One of the most exciting rookies we've had on tour in a long time, and found the way to win last year. The year before on the Challenger Series, he was a bit in his head, low on confidence, and just found a nice run in back-to-back victories on the CS. And he just started bulldozing everybody on tour, took out the title, qualified as the high seed coming off the Challenger Series. Had some momentum in pipeline, didn't really make too many mistakes. Just trying to find the momentum and all the secrets of the trade against the best surfers in the world on the top platform. It doesn't always happen overnight. But with his talent, he should go a very long way. Let's check in with Strider Wazalewski once again in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
How you doing, Joe?
Great, fantastic. You warming up, Waz?
You know what? It is chilly down here, out of the sun. I'm talking, you know, hot coffee. We got breakfast going down. We got the beach marshals. We got the Apple Watches. We got the warm-up bikes. But you know what? You got to keep moving to stay warm in here. Everybody kind of feeling like, you know, it's the first day of school. There's just like everybody's kind of looking around to see what's going on. But once you get in the water, you find your solitude. And you can see, you know, out to that horizon, kind of finding that balance. But well, in here, the energy is kind of, you know, frenetic. It's just coming at you, and it feels kind of like you just showed up and you're not sure what's going to happen. So it's fun to see, it's fun to feel, but getting in the water is probably where their safety, you know, net would be.
Yeah, Strider, it's up to the surfers where they want to prepare. Do you see Barron, Imai, David Silva anywhere, or are they kind of staying out of the Red Bull Athlete Zone at the moment?
No, they were here earlier. You know, they were on the bikes. They were getting their jerseys. You know, everybody's back in the locker room feeling like they're getting their warm-ups, but it's definitely, you know, everybody's kind of in each other's face, which is really fun to see. Kind of that kind of just energy, like I was talking about, is pretty wild in here right now. But once you get in that water, I think that's their safe safety net, and that's where they're going to kind of settle down and get that first wave under their feet, and then they'll feel comfortable.
Big start for Baron Mamiya Strider. Win at Pipeline. You know, had the yellow jersey for a moment, sitting in a great position on the leaderboard. It seems like he's really settling into his life on the championship tour.
Yeah, I think, you know, like a lot of these surfers, they come in hot and then really kind of find their feet, kind of, you know, really educate themselves as time goes on, mature in their game, and then they, you know, kind of get comfortable, and they've been learning a lot about themselves and what they need to do competitively here on tour to win heats, different board choices, size-wise, different, you know, strategies going into it, calming down, kind of understanding that they need to make different choices and adjust, especially here at Peniche.
Good man, Waz. Jump into the sauna. We'll
Yeah.
talk to you in a little bit. David Silva preparing. Had a roller coaster of a finish on the Challenger Series, trying to build up that seed after the first 2 stops of the season. Didn't do too well at Pipeline due to positioning as we get caught up. Had some waves ridden during that chat with the Waz here, Jesse.
Yeah, and this was the point of difference that this wave allowed Cole to actually push it very hard on that first turn right there. You see most turns we had so far, they were down the line turns, just a snap going forward. And this one, he was actually able to be very compact and bring the board all the way around. That was a beautiful snap. As you see it right here, the wave's a little bit slower, so he just jams, like, use that back arm to support him and just push it so hard and bringing it all the way. And as you see it right here, that's what I'm talking about. Just down the line turns because the wave's so fast and closes out pretty quick. So that point of difference for Cole right there, I think it's going to be looking into a healthy score for him in that first 2 turns.
Nice read there once again for Jake Marshall. Finishing on his feet, so still in rhythm, but doesn't improve on his top 2. Conor O'Leary still has his lead out front, but still standing by for last of Cole Hausman. O'Leary got his keepers back-to-back, the 4.7 going left, and then a 5.23 on 2 big hammers on the back end. We often talk about having a big CT turn when we're watching the Challenger Series and contenders coming up, like guys that can get points out of the panel, even close to the excellent range with just one big move, and Cole fits that mold quite well. One of Cole's best friends in the zone at the moment. Griffin's been tapping into that special place where he can quiet all the noise and really kind of see the results happen first and then get to live it in real time.
I've actually seen him do exact the same thing 2 years ago when he won. He was doing that before every heat. Maybe not with the goggles on his eyes, but as you see here, Connor.
How cool is that turn? Big front side whip. Chips it in the pocket, takes the high road to get the bonus finishing move. Justin really enjoying this beach break read this morning, rights and lefts. We've seen airs already, big power hooks, and we're still in the first heat of the opening round.
Yeah, that was a crazy good turn. For me, that's the best turn of the heat so far. The wave really died out after it got very small. He was able to finish it off with 2 smaller turns, but that first turn was just money right there. As you see him eyeing it down, that tight section right there, just bringing it all the way around, getting the release on that last 80% of the turn. Like, he just pushed it so hard and got a good release out of it. The end of the wave was just kind of split it up, but here's where the money's coming from. Just on rail, pushing it so hard, getting a good release. And as I mentioned right here, the wave just dies it out very quickly. He was able to get vertical with the wave a little bit smaller, and he somehow was able to go through that section and come in and finish it off with the little turn.
So cool to see that big front side power wrap. You think of some of the great goofy footers that have laid that down over the years. I mean, Luke Egan coaching Cole Hausman in this one, but worked with Conor O'Leary in that rookie season where he had the big final appearance at Cloudbreak. Louis was famous for one of the most powerful frontside carves in the game that helped him be a world title threat for the majority of his career.
I'm not kidding you. I think if Luke is still in the day after day, he probably has one of the best carves in the world. Like, you see him surfing. Carves, it's one of those things that it seems like it just gets better with age. It's like wine. You know, like, the more you do it, the better you get it. And you see him surfing, he really lays it down.
He still has it. It's impressive. And he's still so in love with pro surfing. And even coaches are really lucky to have him. Got to coach Caroline Marks to her world title last year. That was an emotional moment for Louis. As we see Imai preparing, coming up against Baron Mamiya and David Silva. Imai was devastated when the foam ball knocked him off. It probably would have been a 10 at backdoor to kick off the season. Ended up losing to another Maui boy named Ian Gentile. But Imai throwing down a very strong start to kick off the season. There's that big backhand vertical attack from Connor O'Leary. Second turn is going to be incomplete, getting clipped in transition. But man, he could put it up vertical on demand with a lot of power.
Yeah, it just makes it look so easy. It's not easy to do with that much explosive movements as he does it. It's easy to put the board vertical and just bring it back down, but the way he does it, how explosive and dynamic the turn looks, it's definitely, he's a special goofy footer. He has that dialed.
Yeah, such a cool frame up with power. Nathan Hedge was watching Morning Conditions. He loves a backhand whip like this.
Yeah, definitely. Different approaches from both of them, but just both of them very good at doing what they do. Unfortunately for him, falling off right there, because that could have been maybe a good score for him.
1 minute 42 to go here in the opening round, heat number 1. Our goal is to finish both opening rounds for the men and women today, as we've had a lot of really fun surfing to watch already. All 3 surfers with 6 waves apiece. Out in front is the rookie now, Cole Houshman, with all scores in. Connor O'Leary in second. Jake Marshall's dropped down to third. And it's all really close. When you really look at their numbers, they all have 5s, they all have 4s. That's a very close heat. Pretty hard to separate these guys at the moment.
And what I think the judges did well on this whole pan right here is just the point of difference. If you see the best waves of the heat, Reed and the 5-point rides, they all have something special, which was that one first big turn. So if you see, not the first big turn, Jake Marshall had the air, so it's a point of difference. And Cole had that big first gouge and finish it off pretty strong. So they want to see you actually have that exclamation point towards the beginning of the wave. So you're going to get rewarded, or maybe a big section to close out.
Yeah, gosh, just thinking of airs with Jake, having his keeper there, it's paid off here in Super Tubo's history to have a solid air game to get you out of jail when you need it. You know, even a big closeout. Remember Italo's famous backside full rotation punt that he's maxed out the scale on out here in the past. You think of Felipe with his wins, multiple full rotations on the same wave. John Florence when he won doing double alley-oops. It really can pay off, especially in beach break conditions like this.
Totally, and also the conditions change so much here, and sometimes you just gotta lay on those air maneuvers, because you have those winds usually blowing from into the left here, which we're not gonna see it today. We're gonna have the opposite winds, but those guys that are good in the air game, they take advantage of that.
Probably a great feeling for Cole Houshman after ready to reset after some early round losses in Hawaii. Picks up a nice heat win over Connor O'Leary and Jake Marshall to be reseeded into the round of 32. Up next, Baron Mamiya takes on Imai and David Silva. We'll be right back.
3, 2, 1. Again, results from previous week. Top out with the winner in the white. Second place finishes West, Connor O'Leary. Third place for Bill Whitman. Bill will be taking the second round of competition. Now introducing already hit number 2. We have 6 surfers from the Haha. Wearing red, the Baron Mamiya. Wearing blue, the Matarani de Paul. Coming down to the surface from Brazil, in white is David Silva. Os arranhos na classe da prima número 2. Baron Mamiya, muito vermelho, de Matarani de Paul, muito azul. And you can turn the work down the flat line. Muito branco, sempre a brasileira David Silva. Muito anterior, vencido encontrou hoje, muito branco, 5 cidades, muito vermelho para a Lula. E terceiro, muito azul, Jake Marshall. de 30 minutos pela frente.
Will it tarnish my legacy if I stay too long? I don't know.
I've dedicated most of my life to competitive surfing.
Legends are leaving. That's opening up space for people to step into that spotlight.
She's still going and gets the exit.
Deep section here, looking for the exit.
What is happening?
Are you kidding me?
Pipeline for the girls.
You can check out Inside Pro Surfing and watch all the biggest moments from the season opener, the Lexus Pipe Pro, all on worldsurfleague.com. Barron's going to be featured all over Inside Pro Surfing. Huge win to kick off the year on his favorite wave in the world, the Bonsai Pipeline, and now has equal second with Jack Robinson heading into stop number 3 this season as things are kicking off quickly here in heat number 2 with David Silva picking himself back up. Not a rookie on tour. He's had some laps against the world's best in the past, just re-qualifying for his spot in the top 34. Boy, is he quick. As he hits the lip, gets the completion to get things started.
Yeah, nice section from him right there. He kept it a little bit lateral that turn, which the wave was kind of going down the line. He probably expected he was going to be able to do a second turn right there. So that being said, it's probably going to keep that turn on a little bit on the low side, and we see here Imai up and riding. Nice cover up right there. Yeah, the wave just split up so much, and he was just out of timing. And also Barron, we started pretty quick right here. Nice first turn, setting up for something right there. Yeah, overran a little bit. All of them could just kind of misreading. I felt like just warming up, you know, getting the feet on the wax.
First heat jitters, so just getting things started. Barron Mamiya, such a solid start to kick off the season. Really created his spot on tour with a wild card win at Sunset Beach. Those rules have changed now, so we won't see that similar type of scenario happen this year. But Barron took advantage of it. He thought he was going to be on the Challenger Series, but when Sunset said that was the best day of his life, but then he just outdid that at Pipeline with a big win to kick off 2024, along with a perfect 10. Which it's hard to beat that. He's starting off with the yellow jersey at home, being able to celebrate with his friends and family. And now he's more fired up than ever to keep this momentum in the world title race.
For sure, and like you mentioned, with the 10-point ride on the final, like it's hard enough for you to get. There's only a few moments in your career that you get a 10-point ride, and to get it in a final at home, and I'm sure his favorite wave in the whole world, against John, which is probably the best surfer ever out there. Yeah, you can't beat that.
What a story for Barron Mamiya. And you'd think with his talent in slabbing conditions, you know, the bigger, the hollower this wave gets, he turns into even more of a favorite. Here's Imai, little fin throw on a tough section to pull off a maneuver like that, and he goes down. Imai had his better result at Pipe, lost relatively early at Sunset, so sitting outside the top 10. And his coach Pedro, they've been working together for a long time. Pedro coached legends like Silvana Lima back in the day, the late Leo Neves as well, and absolute super coach. When you talk to Pedro, he's all heart, all passion for the love of the game of pro surfing. He really, really cares about his athletes, and he's given so much great time to Imai over the years.
Totally, and all he talks about is Imai. Like, that shows how much he's into it, you know, and it obviously it's great. It's a great team right there, great team effort.
Imai coming from the island of Maui, amazing in the barrel. Had some early wild card call-ups in Pipeline and made a big impression a couple of years, especially in the heat against Gabriel Medina. Then in his rookie season, he fell off after the midseason cut, but just looks like a different type of competitor. Kind of the game-changing performance for me when I noticed something changed in his confidence and headspace was a Haleiwa Challenger event where his wave count was dramatically smaller. He was only catching maybe 2 waves, but getting through heats. He would trust himself with a minute to go on the clock, and he just made it look easy. He had a different look in his eye where he was a little bit overwhelmed maybe with the rookie season, just with so much to figure out with new locations, new boards, and all of a sudden there was a transition where he knew he belonged on the top 34 as we watched David Silva moving quickly through that first hack. Kind of more placement turn before that section and a quick rapid fire foam climb. This is what Silva is famous for. Burst onto the big stage as a wild card at Barra da Tijuca and had similar type of form and similar types of waves. Let's take another look, Jesse.
That was a beautiful wave selection from him. Very strong first turn right here once again. Just perfect timing. Once again, I think he's been a little bit lateral. I've almost felt like he could have finished that wave in the second turn and really put good effort into it and really getting that tail release on that second turn right here. As you see it, the section gets pretty good, but he was eyeing it down that third one, and the wave ended up running out, getting into that shallow part of the bank pretty quick. But that's going to be a good score for him because it was great surfing. And right here you see Imai, nice finish, getting a little stuck, not making it. All of them starting a little bit slow for their level of surfing, in my opinion, mostly compared to the first heat. I felt like they had better wave selection, better wave opportunities, but they didn't capitalize on it.
Interesting how that happens. You've got, you know, the best surfers in the world can still feel nerves. You know, even you talk to Kelly sometimes where he's still feeling those nerves at this, you know, stage of his career, where you look at these surfers with all huge goals. First heat, they just want to come out of the gates flying, and sometimes you got to surf your way into a rhythm. I bet all 3 of these guys will get much bigger numbers in the next 10 minutes.
No doubt about it. They're definitely going to do it. But that's what keeps them coming back, is those nerves. It's the adrenaline rush that keeps you addicted to it. And yeah, they thrive on that.
Looking like a fun ride setting up for the barrel is Baron Mamiya, and he is going to make it out without a problem. Lays down that whip on the open face. Now Mamiya looking to shut it down. Nice extended hack to step off. Really well done. Baron looking to better a 1.0. That's long gone, and he'll be way out in the lead, Jesse.
Yeah, good wave selection right there. A little bit of a slower wave, starting off with a nice barrel, and nice wave read as well. As you see it right here, just you expect him to do very well on the barrel, but this is what's impressive right here for me, just doing that down carve to wipe off the speed and actually regain the right momentum on the wave and finish it off strong. That was a great wave for him.
Well done for Baron Mamiya. Standing by for scores, and standing by with AJ is Cole Hausman.
That's right, Joey. Cole up here, and it feels good to be on the glass on the championship tour. First heat win here on the CT for you, Cole. First heat of the day here in Peniche. What about these conditions made you thrive?
Yeah, it feels good. It's every event's been a little bit of a step better, so I'm stoked on that. And yeah, first heat of the day is always super tricky. You don't know like where the peak really is or what the wave's gonna do and stuff, but just stoked to grind it out. And it was a little frustrating, like on my performance. I wasn't super stoked on it, but I grinded through, and yeah, heat wins a heat win, so I'm stoked.
And you mentioned getting better every single event as a rookie on tour and dealing with the adversity you did at the Hawaii leg. How have you maintained your confidence and worked to just focus on your surfing, put that behind you?
Yeah, it's a big change, even if you tell yourself it's not. You're surfing against the best guys in the world, and for me, it's guys I grew up watching too. So it's kind of a trip, but it's been a dream, and I'm super stoked to be here. And at the end of the day, you're really surfing against yourself, and you're surfing a heat with yourself. And if you do your best surfing, you'll win most of the heats. So that's my goal. And yeah, just enjoy it.
Well, congratulations onto the round of 32 ceiling.
Thanks, AJ.
Thanks so much, Cole Hausman. Happy to have a post-heat interview with AJ on the championship tour as we go down with Imai in transition. Meanwhile, the score from Baron Mamiya, 617. Start off with the barrel, solid finish. Mamiya out front, Silva in second, Imai in the third spot. And interesting how Cole was saying, hey, you're just kind of surfing against yourself on tour. What was he meaning by that, Jesse?
I think mostly in the conditions like today, like you really got to be able to just be focused on yourself and make sure you perform your best and find the best waves, because there's kind of opportunities everywhere. As you see right here, the 3 surfers are completely sitting in different spots. So I guess it's you against the nature.
Baron Mamiya just checking out the left. He's probably trying to identify if he could pull in or go above the lip. It's kind of one thing he probably wants to feature a lot this year too, is to remind people he's not just good in the barrel and on the open face, but incredible above the lip as well. We'll see if he gets a chance there. And you think of all 3 of these guys, if they get a chance on a big ramp, they've all done some huge ones, especially with the jersey on. Silva, 28th career championship tour event, and came very close to a CT win in Mexico, the end of the regular season in 2021.
Yeah, and I would actually like David to actually try and find some rights, because he's so deadly. Mostly in this condition is going to be very tight transitions, and he's so sharp and quick in his bottom turns that he's able to get so vertical and fast on the lip. So I would like to see him go right a little bit.
We saw a quick shot of Pinga there, who might be responsible for locating more talent than anybody else in the country of Brazil, including world champions. How does he do it?
Yeah, it's impressive, because also a lot of the talents that came out to be world champs, they're late bloomers. Like, no one could really identify that. Like, you know, you have the obvious people that you expect them to be a world champ because they're so good since they're young, so there's a lot of expectations. But he tends to find, like Italo, that was a late bloomer. Like, he was always an amazing surfer, but he wasn't on the page until he actually became one of the top 5.
Pulling in with a lot of speed. Pinga will be happy if David makes it out of this one, and he does. Silva redirects in the closeout to come out of a speedy little tube. Silva trying to hunt down a 4.51 to get the lead off Baron Mamiya. A huge opportunity for David Silva here as we take another look.
Yeah, that was great effort for him. That was the deepest barrel we had so far, and he disappears right there. Somehow he was able to just find that doggy door and muscle through. As you see it right here, so deep. He disappears, comes back under the lip. Not the cleanest exit, not because of him, just because the wave was running out. But yeah, good effort for him right there. That was not easy to read.
It wasn't a clear exit there for your average surfer, but the amount of speed this guy carries is definitely his weapon on tour. How fast he is in transition, how spring-loaded he can be. You know, you look at the beach breaks on tour, and you'd be thinking, you know, for his camp, they're looking at quarters or better to get a keeper to make sure you're getting past the cut. I think for beach breaks on tour, that's where he's really thinking about taking major wins.
Yes, and you got to capitalize. Those surfers know where their strengths are, and when they come into these events, they know this is the event that I got to capitalize, and I got to make the most of it, because that's where I have the best chances. So I hope he can have a better start of the start of the event that he had the last few events.
John Florence, world #1 with his coach Ross Williams, looking nice and comfortable this morning. He's got a heat with Jacob Wilcox in heat #4, and also wild card Marco Mignot, as we look at a nice first turn there. Just a tap and out for Imai. Nothing changing to his score line with 15 minutes to go. Yeah, it has that really cool feeling around the Red Bull Athlete Zone with John looking comfortable, looking focused. He was pretty happy at the press conference, talking about his love for this wave and even for the challenges that this wave provides. That probably always feels good when you got your name on the list of past champions at an event, and it was significant for John because that went along with his first world title.
Yeah, and I think not just that, he feels comfortable around here because the conditions are very heavy, very raw. You have to adapt, and that just suits a guy that comes from Hawaii. Also, one of his best friends has been living here for a long time, Kieran Jabbour. for probably about 8 to 10 years he's been living here. So yeah, all those little things add up, and like we were mentioning before, the more comfortable you feel in a place, the better it's going to translate in your results, and he's one of the best out here.
David Silva with the lead now, making that racetrack left out of the barrel. 517, Barron and Imai chasing the Brazilian. We'll be right back.
Colocam no primeiro lugar. David tenta virar o 4-6. Na segunda posição está John Florence, de Vermelho. Tem ainda a melhor número 3, com 6-7. 3 pontos para virar 3.67 ao Felipe. Prova em de vermelho, segunda primeiro. Prova em de azul, esse está na terceira posição, marca lá de volta. Até agora a sua melhor apenas em 3,5. Está para o turno de 5.68 para seguir ao uma luta neste momento preferencida pela classificação direta para a terceira ronda entre os dois avaliantes. Até a maneira luta vermelha atualmente na segunda posição e para lutar, e vai lutar para essa posição a superior. Now in Germany, also a party that is one is in the silver for the bit. Incomplete on the turn, now let's take a look at the McLaren. And the McLaren revolt. And the Camerones. The sample of the party of the McLaren. Agora para finalizar. O parque será muito provavelmente até agora a melhor ordem do McLaren, primeira 3. Tinha apenas 3,5 pontos de liderança. Muito provavelmente vai aumentar o seu total. O líder de Silva será para descontar. E tivemos também onda para a Germania. Prova Q1. Prova Q1. Let's go through. So lots of red, Ellen. 1.87. So let's forget about that one.
Pro Portugal, stop number 3 of the season. The town of Peniche is one you definitely want to check out if you haven't been here before. Great culture. A lot of great history here and a lot of great waves up and down the coast. It's pretty easy to find an empty lineup, especially on this peninsula. Finding your own sandbar, you feel like a hero. Just tell a couple friends and you could be surfing by yourself, splitting the peak. Jesse Mendez left Hawaii and went straight here, nice and early. And obviously it was gigantic and a bit of weather, but always fun to find some uncrowded surf. Back in the pit with Baron Mamiya, always using that arm bar. There's the alley-oop, and coming close to an exciting finish.
Yeah, that would have been the point of difference if he had landed that, because we've seen the judges are actually scoring tube riding very well today. And for him to combo it up with the big alley-oop, that would have been nice. As you see right here, nice and hollow wave, driving through that barrel. Was a little bit in front part of it, but right here, beautiful alley-oop, just landing a little bit on top. Just wasn't able to get the momentum coming off of the lip because the wave didn't have enough lip for him. So as he landed a little bit on top of the wave and wasn't able to ride out. But yeah, as you see it right here, just not enough lip pushing him towards the beach. So what that does, it just makes you rotate on top of the wave and land on top. And yeah, unfortunately for him, because that would have been a very good score if he comboed it up after the barrel with that big alley-oop.
Such an exciting maneuver to witness that has gotten 10-point rides in the past, thinking, you know, versions from Julian Wilson over the years, John Florence at Karamas. How have you seen the alley-oop maneuver evolve, you know, in the last decade to what we see today?
Not just a progressive maneuver, the alley-oop actually could be a good transition maneuver because you get momentum coming out of it. Usually if you rotate to the other side, you're going to get a little bit stuck. It's hard for you to actually rotate and come out with speed, and the alley-oop it's a very progressive maneuver, but you get speed out of it. So they've been using it a lot, and you get rewarded very well, and you can actually combo it up pretty easy afterwards.
It's cool seeing in the early days surfers like Timmy Curran doing the big alley-oops, and a lot of times is landing backwards and then spinning out of it. And then there was a new generation like Julian, Dane Reynolds, where it was all about fully rotating around. Kersey started adding the double grab to it, where we started calling it the corrupt flip. Then that kind of went out of style because everyone didn't want to do a double grab anymore. And seeing how risky it is to let your hands free. Here's Silva, who's got a great alley-oop in his arsenal, but just working on just speed hacks at the moment. He's lost his lead. Imai took it with his last score of a 6.57. So Silva hoping for a 4.91 to get his lead back. Barron still not needing much, so standing by for another update with 8:52 to go.
Yeah, right. Two good turns for him. The wave was a bit quick, but nice size wave right there. First turn, just setting up down the line for this one, a little bit more of just a little bit more possess in it, pushing the tail a little more, but just the wave was a bit quick, and he was a little late to the party the whole time, unfortunately for him.
So Silva playing catch up on that wave, slowing this one down again.
Yeah, right there, as you see, the lips already coming down, so he wasn't able to actually get in a good angle on that turn. And still a great effort, great surfing for him. He was probably hoping the wave would slow down a little bit more.
David Silva has had some great events in the past. I remember one wave he had a small left at Manly Beach. He did 2 massive alley-oops in transition. As we look at Griffin Colapinto, last year's world number 3, waxing up a mayhem. Ranked number 11th in the world, coming into stop 3 this season, but in some happy hunting territory here in Peniche as a past champion of this event.
Yeah, he's great out here. He's good in the air, good in the barrel. So no matter how the conditions will be, he's going to be a threat. He's good in the air both ways as well. So you have to be very complete in order to do well out here. Like, you're going to have so many different conditions throughout the whole event, and he's one of those guys.
Had 10 go into the air, and then Callum Robson's in that heat, who had one of the best waves of last season, a big old cave, and got a 10-point ride as well. And if you guys are just joining us, we got the news this morning on Dawn Patrol from Renato Hickel that Kelly Slater's dealing with that hip that he had replaced. And so we're going to see Matthias, 17 years of age, got the call up first thing in the morning to surf in his first CT event. What a big morning for this kid.
That's a huge, huge task for him. He's an amazing surfer, local knowledge as well, because he lives just down the road. Hopefully he takes advantage of that, because the Portuguese beach breaks could be very tricky, mostly with the tides fluctuating so much. So yeah, he's very good in the air as well from what I've seen on Instagram. And yeah, it's a good day for doing airs.
Are you seeing similarities to some other surfers on tour?
Definitely. We were having a chat earlier today, and kind of you can see some Italo arm positioning, mostly on the backhand, and just how good he's on the air. Kind of a mix of Italo and Gabriel on his style. And yeah, similarity on also how he approaches the wave, just being very aggressive and progressive.
Sometimes you don't even need to ask a surfer who their heroes are. You just watch them ride a wave and you can tell right away. So a big morning for Matthias. We talk about the hometown crowd trying to turn in big results. Federico Moraes getting some backup. Vasco Ribeiro's not in the event, but he turned in a huge performance, a semi-final finish as a wild card. And you always want to shout out to Thiago Peniche for all he did for the World Tour. He always found it a little overwhelming to compete on his home court, as we now watch David Silva with a lot of speed, looking for a big ramp, and was motioning alley-oop, just got clipped when he projected off the top.
Yeah, that wave not helping him. As you can see it, he was doing the pumps, like short pumps, which it helps you with the timing off the lip. As you see it right here, the wave kind of split up and the lip got all weird, so he got just hit a little bit too late, and what that does, it holds your board and you just fly out and the board stays where it was. So unfortunately for him right there, because it looked like it was a good ramp in the beginning, and all of a sudden the lip just started getting everywhere. And yeah, he wasn't able to identify the perfect timing. But it gets very tricky. Nothing that he did wrong, just the wave didn't help him.
Baron Mamiya with the lead. World number 2 made the big change to Channel Island surfboards. He's on a 6.0 Goldie, with what Britt Merrick and Baron are calling it now. The same model that they discovered this year at Pipeline. As you know, they're always looking for that secret weapon that's going to get through a lot of heats, and they found this magic model that they're calling the Goldie right now on 6.0 CI that he's been riding in a lot of conditions. You know, I think he had separate quivers for Sunset, but when a board's magic and can work everywhere, might see Baron on this board quite often this year.
No doubt, and you've seen that throughout the years with guys like Mick would have a magic board in or ride pretty much all year, and sometimes like very distinct conditions. And you see the heat recap right here.
Yeah, fun waves this morning, light offshore, barrels opening up, and that's always going to help out Baron Mamiya from the North Shore of Oahu. Getting nice and barreled, that's his happy place. Turned in a 6.17, exciting finish. And then also getting a 5.6 later in the piece, but Imai Kalani Duvall, his 6.57 is still the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, and I think that's the point of difference that Imai can bring compared to the other opponents in this heat. His rail game, the way he's able to redirect the board and keep it on rail and keep the power going, it's unique, and he's taken advantage of that and got the best score of the heat. And right here, judges identified, and you're getting very rewarded with barrels today. So Baron is being smart and taking advantage of that.
How do you like that armbar technique that he's been using?
Hey, it's one of the best in the game. He's very good at that. Very good at reading the barrel, just able to slow himself down in waves of consequences, which the more powerful the wave is, the harder it is for you to go slow. Everyone tends to run out the barrel, and he's doing that very well here.
2:35 remaining. The highlighted yellow scores are the keepers. You just keep your top 2, no wave max. You can catch as many waves as you like. It wasn't that long ago where you actually had to keep track of how many waves you had. You know, make sure you didn't get an interference by catching too many waves in a heat. We moved on from that, so you can stay incredibly active, surf your way into rhythm. Baron right now in the lead. Imai right behind him in second. David Silva, surprised he's in third. You can tell he's in great form this morning. His board looks great, real loose, quick. With 2 minutes, a lot can change. Having third priority in the setup here at the beach break, is that a major issue, or can you find some space?
Well, having third priority is always a major issue, mostly when you're looking for scores. But here it's, you know, if you're thinking about, I think we have Baron. We'll come back to that.
Baron now setting up the forehand whip. Perfect snap to get this one going. Shuts it down with the oncoming section and stays on his feet. 90 seconds remaining. But 2 quick turns. Baron looks really in form on this cold morning. And keeping his rhythm solid here on wave number 8, trying to better a 5.6 as we head into the final minute. What do you think, Jesse?
Yeah, just solid surfing from him right here. Nice first turn, eyeing it down this closeout and finish it off with the lip line. Very critical. I'm not sure how high this wave is going to come out, but critical right there, but down the line. And once again, just the wave was shutting off pretty quick, and he just had to get there very, very quick. Cat reflexes right there. Not easy to do, but as you see right here.
Imai does have priority over Silva, so he wisely takes this wave. Big fin throw, and he's down. But he did keep David off that opportunity. 30 seconds now for Silva to try to find a 4.91.
Yeah, and that was smart of Imai, because that wave definitely had potential. Mostly David on his backhand. I would love to see him catch more rights on this heat. I think there's going to be a great point of difference how vertical and powerful he can get. But to his advantage now, he has priority, and you know, a lot of waves come in a beach break.
10 seconds, Silva holds back. And his coach and manager, Pinga, is starting to move on from this heat. Imai will ride his way into that number 2 spot and ends up going down on the final turn. Imai left chasing a 5.2 as that last score will come through, and Barron looking pretty comfortable out in front. 6.17, 5.6, catching 8 waves, put together a solid heat.
Yeah, that's a great hit from him. Identify that the judges are really liking the two Bradin today, and he got 2 nice barrels. One of them he comboed up pretty good with 2 turns, and yeah, taking the win.
Third place going to the elimination round. That's David Silva. Imai and Barron reseeded into the round of 32. Griffin Colapinto headlines the next matchup. We'll bring in Paul Evans and Kaipo Guerrero for the call.
Another more opportunity in one, finishing third place. Deve ter mais uma oportunidade. Eu sou muito feliz, ficamos muito, sabe, ficamos muito. David Silva para terminar, sem lugar a bater. Para apresentar, eu estou farto a apresentar, estou farto com anos. Sim, eu não estou a pensar a próxima corrida, eu tentar aqui. De qualquer maneira, Bruno Lisboa, já sei que os comentários, Bruno, muito bom dia. É um prazer estar aqui de volta contigo. Diz da Nazaré. Bom trabalho, Bruno, obrigado. Lisboa e o Nau Pião do Comando. Obrigado. Right now in the water we have opening round number 3. Both surfers in red, Griffin Colapinto from USA, from Australia, blue, Callum Robson. From Portugal, white, Peniche, senhor. Now, this year, there's Peniche, senhor. Peniche, local.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by MEO, official title partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, and by Corona. This is living.
And a very warm welcome back to opening day in Portugal. It's midwinter in Europe. We've got some swell in the water, a couple of tubes going down as well in that last heat. And looking forward very much to this matchup. Here to talk you through it, John and myself, Paul Evans, Kaipo Guerrero. How you doing, bruv?
I'm doing really good. It's great that we got things started off first day of the event window, so I'm excited about what we're seeing right now. And we got a former champ out on the water in the way of Griffin Colapinto.
Really looking forward to see this one go down. Let's check out Griffin Colapinto, of course, former winner here. Looking to fire up his campaign this year at a venue that has been good to him in the past. We're also going to see Kayo Robson, thinking of people who have done well here before. That huge pit last year, that's got to be a great memory for him.
Yeah, you know, when we look at this heat, it's really interesting because we have both Griffin Colapinto as well as Callum Robson. Callum's up and riding right here, but both of those surfers have scored 10-point rides out here in Portugal.
So looking to get some numbers on the board early in this. The strapping lad, Kayo Robson, the powerhouse. And just going up, pushing hard there, unable to really connect with the inside. We get a modest number for him. And mixed fortunes really in Hawaii. Had a decent result with pipe. Didn't go so well at sunset for him. Let's see how he goes here. And of course, in this heat, it's bad news for Slater fans. Unfortunately, a sore hip has kept him out of competition, but it is great news because fans of Portuguese surfing, European surfing, the youngster, 17 years old, Matias Canhoto from right here in Peniche. First time actually we've ever had a surfer from this town in this event, and there's a lot of people in Portugal making a lot of noise about this kid. Kaipo, I reckon, he'd be feeling pretty nervous.
Yeah, but he's going to have a lot of the hometown crowd. He's going to have a lot of positive energy on the beach backing this teenager, and this is nothing but opportunity for Mateus. There's only an upside to him right now because you're either going to win or you're going to learn something. So Mateus, just with a lot of clear air in front of him, let's see, Paul, if he can take advantage of this huge opportunity.
Yeah, massive chance for him. And as I was saying, a lot of people have been rating this kid for a number of years, actually. And that youth talent development program here in Portugal, it's been a conveyor belt of talent down the years. And next talent that everyone's getting very excited about, this kid right here, Matias Canhoto. Meanwhile, we know a lot more about this guy, Griffin Colapinto. That was really easy and steezy, but doesn't get the landing. So Griffin looking to go to the air there. And a little grimace from him, a reflection of the incompletion.
Yeah, we can see on the replay here. And notice the pop that Griffin gets off of the lip. It's always so impressive how much lift he's able to get. That pop right there, clearly up. Sails through the air, of course, just kind of pokes the tail on the way back, not getting able to get in front of that whitewater or on top of that whitewater. Just a throwaway for Griffin Colapinto, but it just shows you the spring that this surfer from San Clemente has.
All right, here we go. The youngster from Portugal, Canhoto, just driving and building up speed, but unable to really connect with that. But just important to get a wave, get something on the board, and get in motion, basically.
Yeah, and important for Mateus to not let this heat get away from him right now, Paul, in that don't get frustrated. Keep your head in the game. There's no big numbers as of yet. Nobody's broken away. So for the youngster, it's really this first half of the heat is going to be about building confidence and making sure that you are headstrong against these established pro surfers.
In terms of the conditions that we've seen and some of the waves going down, what we've seen so far this morning, mate, you're reasonably happy with the call and what we've got on hand for opening day?
I think so. I think it's the right call. When we look at the longer kind of forecast and in the event window, really, you know, what our goal is to get to the best day possible for finals day. So it's great that we got the engine running. We got gas in the tank. Let's go. And I'm happy that we're starting on this first day of the window.
We are underway here. As Kayo mentioned, a bit of weather coming our way out of the Atlantic. That jet stream is really, really far south at the moment. That's going to bring us... Well, it's going to blow a hoolie for a couple of days, actually. Big westerly gales coming towards us pretty soon, but so far so good. It looks clean out there. Someone else who looks good is Baron Mamiya. He's with AJ.
Yeah, that's right. Baron coming in here a little different than the first two stops of the season. Coming from Hawaii here to Portugal to Super Tubos, what's the biggest adjustment you have to make?
Yeah, my feet are frozen for sure, so that's a little different. Wearing a wetsuit and you're not in board shorts and the water's not 70 degrees. But yeah, it was fun to be out there. I felt like the early morning heats here are really hard because it's just like so cold. And I wasn't going to surf this morning because I was like, okay, if I go surf and then surf my heat, I'm going to be freezing. So I kind of just went out and my feet ended up freezing anyway, so it was all good. But I felt like at the beginning I couldn't really do like turns or something. Like my feet were like really weird. So I just kind of was like, okay, I'm just going to try and get barreled and like warm up. And then I got a couple little barrels and then tried to do a few turns, but still felt a little weird.
That's a big adjustment coming here to Super Tubos. And for you, obviously start the season with the great win at Pipe and then the 17th at Sunset. Mentally, what did you have to do to get ready and perform here at Super Tubos with the heat win? Much better start than the Sunset start.
Yeah, for sure. It's nice to get a win in the early rounds. Yeah, I just kind of, I actually ended up having to go to Puerto Rico for that ISA thing. So, but I kind of just cruised. Like I was, we had a good group of people in Puerto Rico with us: John, Tyler, Carissa, Caroline, and Katie. They're all there, so it was cool to hang out with them. I don't really like. That was the first time I kind of hung out with anyone on tour like that much, like staying together and stuff. So it was a cool experience. But yeah, I got here about 3 days ago, and I just been trying to surf as much as I can. Just get in the water, get used to it, because it's a lot different than home. And yeah, the waves are super fun. There's little barrels, peaks everywhere. It's kind of like Ayukai Beach Break at home, so it's sick.
Finding a little piece of home here in Portugal. Congratulations, Baron.
Right on. Thank you guys.
Well done. Good job.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, Baron Mamiya, Kayo, feels like we're watching someone really kind of grow into themselves on the Championship Tour. He's always been pretty relaxed and cruisy, but he's got that confidence behind him now as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've nicknamed Baron the Prodigy. I've seen him coming from a very young time, and I think he's like growing into those shoes of expectation as a professional surfer. He's one of the best in the world, and he's got some great support behind him. Britt Merrick, he has a new model out right now with Channel Island Surfboard. It's called the Goldie. He was riding a Goldie in that heat, a 6.0. From Channel Islands. So on the support end, he's getting great support equipment-wise, and then his just pure talent has always been there. I feel now it's time for Barron to start dialing in, his heat IQ and playing the game in the jersey. And he played the game well enough to win his opening round.
Yeah, always important to get those early wins in. Of course, as he mentioned as well, surfing in the early morning with the cold, a lot to deal with. Not a great read on conditions as well when you're surfing in the morning here, coming down in the dark and really trying to figure things out. And that'll be invaluable for him to get that win and continue really with the momentum. Just thinking about momentum and surfers, what they're trying to do here in Portugal. Thinking about Griff, a couple of ninths for him in Hawaii. It's okay. It's maybe not the high standards we expect from him. It's actually been a little while for him. Thinking at the end of last year, a couple of ninths or 17th. The last time we saw him on finals day, El Salvador, that was June. Here he is in live action. We'll revisit that as he swoops off the top with a bit of authority and a clean clip into the lip. Induces this one for speed to an inside section. And by his own standards, a relatively safe turn. It's also an effective turn, and crucially, it's a completion. And he really just wanted to get a proper score on the board. He'll do that under 19.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's Griffin. That's playing the game. As we watch this replay, this is Griffin playing the game. This is a subdued, a held-back Griffin Colapinto, realizing that there's no big scores on the board, so he just wants to get something that is, even just mid-range is going to help his cause. You can see a lot of times Griffin, like if he needed a score, he would have been much more dynamic finishing turn, but he wanted to make sure he had the completion. Back to live action here.
Canyoto looking very smooth indeed on the backhand, nice and vertical. And the squad here in Portugal will be enjoying watching what he can do and represent this country in his hometown event. What an opportunity, what a platform for him. Surfing, massive news in this country. And this is excellent to see him down to business.
Great fundamentals, right? Nice long bottom turn, snap off the top there. So that was more in rhythm. And that will be a confidence builder for the teenager. Take another look at here, and you can see a lot of times backhand surfing, it's about rhythm and having that tempo. So getting 2 turns in there,
on the backhand,
uninterrupted,
nice
unimpeded, and that's why he's getting some applause
the squad
from
here.
The support squad there.
Yeah, Matias Canyoto, number to come in for him. It's all been very modest on the scoreboard thus far in this heat. We'll get a number for Griff. That'll be a much healthier one. It'll be probably a reasonable number as well for Canyoto, the local from Peniche, Portugal. But this one so far, no one really doing too much damage. We saw 4 and 5s really in that opening heat, a little bit stuck in those scores. Our surfers, 6s coming in that last one for some tubes. And, well, the break's called Super Tubos. We know our judges want to see surfers get barreled. Probably pretty good stage of the tide for that as well at the moment, Kaipo.
Yeah, I think the incoming tide should help open things up. But, we look at this Mateus here, and such a good surfer. And there's no surprise that he's such a talented surfer just because, Paul, this region is so wave-rich, such an abundance of surf spots. Here we go with Griffin.
Yeah, really smooth from him. And loads of amplitude to his turns. Won't get the completion, though. Be disappointed not to finish that. And that's partly he arrived at that late because he just hit that first turn so hard, put a lot into it. Just love the flow he has. Watching him, always a pleasure to see him going to work. And he will be looking to rekindle some of those fond memories of getting the win here. Got the 10 as well. It's been a great place for him in the past. How'd you like this ride?
So, nice start. That was a dynamic snap, and then got a little bit slidey, maybe a little bit greedy, like pushing that a little bit. Again, nice start here. You can see here, wanted to get a little bit more. Front foot pressure, releases the tail, but that tail on the way down, poked into the water, and that's why Griffin went incomplete on that finish.
So numbers in for previous to last for him. It's a 4.83. The best score thus far is with the local Canyoto. It's a flat 5 for him. So far, so good for the youngster. Wild-carded in to replace a certain Kelly Slater. It's Griff again, gives it a pump. And some sand gargling on the face, a bit of turbulent water to deal with. That one will just run away from him. Can we expect to see him get pretty busy here? We don't expect to see him sitting out there and dealing with priority much. He's just going to catch waves.
Yeah, when you're in the back of the line, priority-wise, like Griffin is right now, there's no reason to be sitting around. Keep on catching waves. It's a relatively short paddle back out, so just giving yourself a chance in contrast to someone like Callum Robson with that priority right now, he's being very, very selective in his positioning.
Just under 15 and a half to go as we fly by out the back. And check out, pretty smooth texture really on the surface of the ocean here. Kind of light airs, kind of offshores puffing a bit this morning. We might get a little south this afternoon. It's going to blow up into the rights here. Can be slightly challenging, that wind. At the moment, it's pretty clean out there. And well, we heard from Renato first thing this morning, just explaining, obviously making the calls based on what we can see in front of us, but also, as ever, looking at that surf line forecast and realizing, as we mentioned, it's going to get pretty stormy, Kayo.
It's going to get stormy. And of course, you know, when you look at the entirety of an event window, really the goal when we talk about tours and competition is to get to a great finals day. So sometimes, you know, the quick start, hey, we're going to take a couple of rounds. We're going to have that in the backseat. We're going to have that past us. And so that will give us a lot more room to make calls within this, you know, it's going to be a challenging forecast, but within this event window, with the eventuality of looking for our best possible finals day. So a great call by Tours and Competition getting started today. This is more than contestable, especially for an opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did just kind of touch on the tides as well earlier. The other point to that, it's quite small tides at the moment. We've got neaps. Whenever you've got high tide in the middle of the day and low in the morning and evening, you don't get loads of swing relative for Europe. When you've got those lunchtime low tides, it's when you get that huge tidal curve. So not loads of difference in terms of height of the tide today. It's another factor, meaning we're hoping to be able to run as much as we can throughout this day. And to your point, in terms of kind of picking the eyes out of things, maybe next week when the tides get big, we might not be able to run all day. This is live action, and this is the speed of Griffin Colapinto. It's a bit of a road to nowhere as that one just stretches out in front of him.
Yeah, there's our tides. We can see that 8.4 midday, like you were saying, 11:51. Oh, here comes this guy, yellow jersey.
John Florence back in the yellow jersey. It's been a little while for him, 2021 at Newcastle since he last wore that. He also, of course, wore it here. He wore it well back in his maiden world title campaign 2016. He clinched that title right here on the beach. He looks very relaxed. We saw him and Ross Williams having a little giggle earlier as they were checking out, and he looks very calm and relaxed and casual. He's in a good place. Is Callum Robson. He's in the tube. He's pumping. Will he drive through? And not even a man of Cal's strength is able to muscle his way through that one. It just runs away. He needs to get his skates on here, Kayo.
Yeah, so sat a long time with that priority, was hoping to break away with a tube ride. That wave did not offer him anything. He had to go, but now he definitely puts his back up against the wall. He's in the back of the priority line, Callum is, and he will not get, you know, a meaningful score for that wave. He's just catching up with another surfer in the barrel again. Looks like Griffin Colapinto.
Live action, here goes Canyoto. Grabs that rail, doesn't get super deep initially, and the curtain cooperates and covers him. It also clips him as well, so he'll go incomplete.
You know what happened right there? That put Callum Robson straight back into top of the priority order. So good call by him.
Opening day in Portugal. Griffin Colapinto at the moment. He's doing okay in this one. This guy, John, he's coming up soon. Stay tuned.
He was chasing a 5.87 to jump the second. Minutes, 10 seconds now, priority with one, standing by for the last blue, and then the finish situation. Agora vamos então a última para o nosso brilhante de azul, Callum Robson, procurava 5.87. Deve ser claramente o que melhor onda, deixando de aguardar a última de azul. Priority one, second priority one.
Look at this stuff from last year. A perfect 10 for Callum Robson. A massive wave for a big guy. And also Yeti with the Yeti 110 cooler. This year, for every 10 on tour, that Yeti 110 is also going to be filled with personalized Yeti gifts. Kaipo, you called that heat last season. What a wave that was. We're still kind of feeling that one.
Yeah, and you know, really in this heat, we see Griffin Colapinto paddling back out. Both Callum and Griffin have shown us how to get 10s out here. Griffin did it in 2022 with a backside full rotation air. He went to the air, got a 10. Callum, the more traditional way, big throaty cavern, he got a 10 for that big barrel. So it goes to show you there's a couple of ways to get a perfect score.
And in terms of perfect 10s, I'm not sure if there's many spots as this one that have given us so many of them down the years. I think we've only had 2 events here ever that didn't give us a perfect 10. 16 and 17, I believe. Other than that, we've had at least one perfect 10-point ride every single edition here. And exactly to your point, because of the tubes on offer, also the ramps for the airs as well. Here goes the man who got that 10 last year and looking to open up on the lip with a couple of hits, and again, he really needed to stick that second turn. He's unable to, Kipes.
Yeah, that was a miss for Callum. That would have got him right back into the heat. It would have been nice to have the finish on that one. This would have happened during the break. Griffin Colapinto gets busy with a couple of snaps there, and this time he finds a finish. So we haven't seen the score yet for that wave, and this also happened during the break. Right-hander for Callum Robson, and Callum was able to finish that one off. Take another look at this. Just really strong, steady, no fuss surfing from Callum Robson, and look at the number that he got.
Yeah, that's really healthy for him. The highest score of this heat, a 6-point ride for Cal. Just look at the way he finished that wave. The opening turn was nice, a little set-up feel to it, but he really hammered that section. Possibly the first time today we've really seen that last turn as the better turn, as that exclamation point, and that generally tends to pay off big time here at Super Tubos. If you go into the lip, it is a powerful wave. To get that explosion in the white, it looks dramatic if you can ride out. And a 6 is going to feel really healthy in the context of this one. We got the yellow jersey of John Florence about to head into the water set. We've also got the Was down the beach. Strider, what you seeing?
When we were up in the competitors area, you kind of get a scene of where to sit and like what it's looking like. But then once you get down here at eye level, you really get to feel the context of the waves, the drain of it, how steep everything is, and what it looks like. And I came walking down the beach, and Wilcox is down here warming up, and he's found himself a little spot away from all the other competitors to kind of give himself some space. If you can see over here, you can look at him, and he's got all of his boards lined up. He's ready to go, and obviously coming up against John Florence coming up in the next heat. So, Wilcox, not shy. He's ready to do some damage out here, and I can't wait to see him work out here.
All right, great stuff. Thanks, Strider. This next heat looks really fun indeed. Can't wait to see this guy back on the tools here in Portugal, somewhere that's been great to him in the past. It does feel a little bit like John's kind of has that comfort level kind of everywhere he goes. Obviously, he's got the skills to deliver at any venue. We know all about what he can do in Hawaii. That's why he's in the yellow jersey, but he's really good in Portugal too. Let's check out the local here, Canhoto.
Mateus, again, using the backhand, strong backhand. Unfortunately, a little on the front foot there, catches a rail. And this is a missed opportunity for Callum. Late there, and then really tries to force that one, and kind of just trying to make some stuff happen. Yeah, also, Griffin Colapinto got a ride out there. Big snap there for the San Clemente surfer. And forcing the issue, needs to get out in front of the whitewater there to be deemed complete. Did not do that. There will not be a completed ride for Griffin Colapinto.
So a little frenzy of activity there, numbers-wise. Let's see where that leaves us. It's Griff, that guy at the moment leading this one. A couple of fours for him there. Aren't huge numbers. Still in single digits for the total. Just over 5 to go in this. Callum Robson with that crucial 6-point ride, and just that last effort as well, the 3.17 as a backup at the moment. It's good enough just to put a little bit of distance over the 17-year-old, the local from Peniche, Matias Canyoto, looking for just a 4.18 though, and as we have pretty low scores, it means it's wide open. The 5-minute warning sounds as we check out Griff and Colapinto loading up here. And so much flow as he releases that tail, and then that wave really just bottomed out for him. There's nowhere to go really. And had to abort that maneuver. That's probably a pretty good call as well. Realized he wasn't going to make it, get out of harm's way. No point in doing too much damage to the board and body. Colapinto already with that busy approach. That's his 10th wave for him. And we are at a beach break. It is the sort of place where you can just roll your sleeves up and just keep catching waves. It served surfers like Italo Ferreira so well in the past. Meanwhile, here's another goofy. It is our wild card, Canyoto. What's he got? That one stretches away from him. And he's got that 5. There's no need to panic for him. He's got 5-point ride in the board. And that's better than either of the numbers for Griff. So if he can back that up with a 4.18, he's going to be right in this. 4 minutes to go. I mentioned Kayo, some of these low-scoring heats, he just keeps it wide open and a strong chance for a dramatic finish at the buzzer.
Yeah, you know, you go into the good or excellent range, and you're going to be right in there. But here we go with our heat recap. And Griffin Colapinto, he's done enough to be in the lead just with some solid surfing from the San Clemente surfer.
Colapinto opening up his campaign at a place that's been good to him in the past, as has it been for this guy. In a 6-point ride here, Kayo, that turn scored him some points.
Yeah, that was the highest single wave score right here for Callum Robson. Colapinto, here's his backup.
Colapinto just releasing the tail, light on his feet. He's looked sprightly. He's not gone huge in terms of the dividend from the panel, awarding him points, but at the moment, a couple of 4s, good enough for a lead. Under 3 minutes now. We got some paddling going on as well. Callum Robson with priority in 2nd place. Of course, 3rd place. We're going to the elimination round. At the moment, it's the surfer in white. He does not need a big number. And this is exactly the sort of stuff we can expect from a surfer with the experience of Callum Robson covering him.
A cat and mouse right now, so Robson's not going to let the wild card get away from him at all. He's going to impose his priority over that. But 2.5 minutes is a long time on the clock when you're trying to guard that priority. So we'll see how this gamesmanship works out. But heat-wise and strategy-wise, Callum is doing exactly the right thing at the moment, just staying tight on Matias, who's currently in 3rd place, and looks like he's on his way to elimination round.
Couple of minutes for him to do something about that. Breathing down his neck is the strapping figure of Callum Robson, who's right there, just letting him know. Matias, all those hours as a Grom out here surfing with his mates and his buddies. The dream for him would have been one day to have a go at the championship tour. It's exactly what he's doing right now. He's surfing against Griffin Colapinto and Callum Robson. And I just wonder, you know, part of you would be super excited and stoked and you think, wow, I'm doing it. But then you've got to almost kind of just flip that switch and go, you know what, I earned my spot here. I actually need to go out and beat these guys now.
Yeah, and that's, if you know, for the youngster, for Matias, is not to get intimidated by what's going on right now. But that's exactly what Callum wants to do. He wants to get in his head. He wants to intimidate him. He wants to stay close to him. He wants to keep him guarded, and he does have him guarded right now. So he's got him on the ropes. Maybe some opportunity with a couple of set waves coming through here. Matias really needs to sell Callum Robson on a wave and get him off his back.
So set here with a couple of waves coming through. Looks like, well, everyone had a look.
So this is going to be interesting, Paul. Yeah, it's going to be interesting if there was a concerted effort and that switches priority at all.
Doesn't seem to have made anyone blink in terms of our priority. Okay, here we go. So, all right.
Yeah, but there was a priority switch there.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens right there.
Okay, so on our screen, Cal still had priority.
Right.
Griff essentially dropped in on him, hence Callum having a look up at the tower and asking a question. What's the answer going to be?
When it comes down to this, did Griffin Colapinto impede on Callum Robson's scoring potential on that wave? Now that's up to our judging panel. The priority did switch on the previous wave, so this is going to be an edgy call. Here's the whole sequence. There's a paddle. That's where Griffin lost his priority, okay? So now Griffin went down to third priority with that paddle. Second wave of the set comes through. Callum goes. Griffin drops in, and Callum looks up at the judge's tower and pleads his case.
Yeah, he might have a pretty good case just from our vision on that. As you think where he could have potentially bottom turned, I mean, it would have been a fast wave, but Griffin was right there.
Wow, wow, wow. All within the last 30 seconds, and that will certainly change the outcome in this heat if that is a priority interference deemed.
That angle was really interesting because Griff had a good look right at him, possibly suggesting he maybe didn't know priority had switched because he looked right at Kayo, he realized he was there and he still went, so probably thought he still had priority. Let's see if that's significant at the moment. That's with our panel to decide if anything untoward went on there in terms of the scoring opportunity of this guy. Potentially, well, let's see where this goes before we speculate too much. Kanyoto just kind of stayed out of that. Didn't ride away, so he's unable to add to his total. But let's just see if there's any kind of penalty that goes at.
For the way before, right?
Please stand by. We just need to finish this one.
Looked like a block, right? Yeah, I was like, oh, he lost foul. And I thought I heard the announcer say it too. No?
As the videos decide, this heat is over but not done yet.
You went to third cryo, White went to second. But he blocked, Callum blocked all of us. I paddled and he went. Yeah, I don't know if they're saying you got one extra paddle after Callum stopped, maybe. I got no idea.
So the debrief there from Griffin, a little bit of uncertainty. I think he might know he could be in a bit of trouble here. Tommy Witz's point, actually, here, Callum stopped paddling and then Griff took another one. Let's see how this goes. Judges will take their time. Our priority judge will have a good look at this and make sure they nail this call.
And just like the conditions change, I just shifted up.
Yeah, well, a priority interference will take Griffin into third. There's no question about that.
Like this back end of the heat. Now you can see the energy again.
So still waiting to see if it's going to get called.
Made that heat.
You know, we got to look back. Gabe Medina, Kyle Bailey, there's been some big and monumental priority interferences happening at this site in the history of Super Tubos. Is this going to be another shocker when it comes to that priority? Still nothing down from the judges' tower.
Yeah, those surfers having to make decisions, a dynamic situation. They're looking at rights and lefts. They're thinking how long's left to go. And then obviously those priority switches, they've got to deal with them between waves on the same set, possibly. Just from what it looked like to us, it seemed like Griff may well have lost priority and then possibly interfered with Cal on that next wave. Hence why it's taken a little while for it to come through. And it comes through on a screen. It is an interference for Griffin Colapinto. A bit of drama.
That changed it. So that right in the last 30 seconds, this sequence changed everything. And there is the priority interference, and Griffin Colapinto unfortunately loses a wave in his heat total.
Well, always a factor at any venue. Super Tubos, as you mentioned, it's been significant in the past, and it's Callum Robson who gets the advancement in first place. Matthias Kanyoto as well. He'll make it out of this one. We'll see Griffin Colapinto, who's been penalized. He'll be surfing in the elimination rounds. And it'll be disappointment for him. He's got the skills to regroup. More live action from Portugal real soon. The yellow jersey of John Florence out in the water. Stay tuned.
Simulação já com o francês Marco Mignon, aprovado em Marco Mignon. Vai ser aqui para o Nicolas. Aprovado em John Florence, Miguel Vitor e Otto Speed.
Connor O'Leary looking pipeline. Connor a pipe coming out.
Jordy Smith in the tube. And coming out for Jordy Smith, disappearing out.
He's on the takeoff, grabbing rail pipeline, deep section here, looking for the exit.
Here comes Robinson laying down that rail. Transitions in the barrel. Jack Robinson punches free. Back into the pit one more time.
In the barrel at back door. John still traveling. John, can he come out? Oh my goodness!
The final 5 picture right now after 2 events on the 2024 Championship Tour. John Florence in yellow after a stellar North Shore campaign from him. Names like Jack Robinson as well, you'd expect to be a standout. Baron Mamiya as well, of course, looking really good. Great to see Jordy Smith back surfing really well, and powerhouses like Connor O'Leary. Let's check out a brand new heat. It will feature that yellow jersey, 2-time world champ John Florence. He's in yellow, taking on Jacob Wilcox, the Western Australian. He's had a ton of wild card appearances at this spot, and he's going all right so far. He's shown us signs of his pedigree on the championship tour. We're also going to see a wild card in the form of a young Frenchman by way of Mexico, Marco MEO. Marco got in late last night, didn't get a chance to practice yesterday. Making his way back from Puerto Rico, out in the water, taking on the yellow jersey of John Florence, who's so far this year, Kayo, he's looked amazing.
John, great, in the #1 position here. When we look at Super Tubos specifically, John's got some impressive analytics. He's won 26 out of the 41 heats that he's surfed here in Portugal, with a 63% heat winning percentage for Florence. So the numbers are telling us that the 2-time world champ is the odds-on favorite in this heat. Let's see if the numbers fulfill that prophecy.
Yeah, absolutely. So good at this venue. Obviously, we associate him with waves like Pipeline and those big, perfect, slabby barrels, but also on the North Shore. He spends a lot of time surfing basically overpowered, kind of beach bake, super heavy, a bit onshore. He loves that stuff, and that's exactly what you're likely to need at some point here at Super Tubos, possibly particularly with the forecast we got on this one. He loves the power, loves the juice, and he looks really confident and relaxed. And we try and read into that and gauge where our surfers are, but he looks like he's in a fun place at the moment. So far, so good.
It's more mental than it is physical, isn't it? Really, when you come into surfing as a whole, but especially surf competition, it's so important to be in the right headspace. And your observation, I think, is correct, that John's just taking this one nice and light, and you don't see any weight on his shoulders.
John Florence out there in that yellow jersey, taking on Wilcox and MEO at the moment. No major damage done in terms of the scoreboards. Jacob Wilcox, all about the sort of stuff he can do in barrels as well, particularly at this venue. And someone else with good memories here. We saw vision of it earlier, that huge, big 10-point ride from last year. Kayo Robson, he's with AJ.
Yeah, that's right, Paul. So Callum, first things first, just walk us through what happened from your perspective in the final few minutes of that heat.
Yeah, it was a pretty scrappy heat, so Griffin and I held priority over third place, and yeah, it was just scrappy, and there was 2 waves at the end of the heat, and I paddled for the first one and tried to get Griffin to commit, and then he was looking at me, and I was like, is he going to go, is he not? And then I felt like he did enough to for him to lose priority and for me not to be able to paddle for the wave. And then I turned around and it happened really quickly. And then I looked up as I was paddling in. I seen no red on the board, so I figured that I was in the right. So I went, and then Griffin obviously hadn't checked, or it was just so quick. It was just like sometimes you just don't have a chance. But yeah, they flipped the priority in that moment and ended up getting that wave, and yeah, that's what happened.
There you go. The dynamics of that heave obviously very different than last year when you got your 10.0 right here in Peniche. Coming into this year, what do you think it is about this break that has you ready to perform like that again?
Yeah, I know. I really like Peniche. I like beach breaks. I grew up surfing beach breaks at home, so I'm very familiar with just reading the lineup, I feel, and it comes a little bit more natural than something in Hawaii, places like that, over reef breaks. So for me, to be able to come and surf a beach break, I'm obviously not used to the cold, but I really like the waves, and I don't know, the food's amazing, and just this vibe, it's really fun hanging with all the Aussies. It's just a good vibe, and I love coming to this comp.
And it's off to a great start. Congratulations, Callum.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, AJ. All smiles there from Callum Robson. He's stoked. And whichever way you can get it done, it's all about just avoiding that elimination round, building momentum, riding out the storm, trying to find some free surf opportunities and focusing on going deep into this event. He started off pretty good at pipe. Got last, bit of a shocker at sunset. Let's see if we can bounce back here. We're having a look. Handsome figure of Marco MEO, who is a very confident young man. He's amazing in the air. He's got a really, really high make rate for airs in heats. Seen in the last couple of seasons, pretty dominant on the QS in Europe. He's actually going good on the challenges. That's why he's here in this event. 12th place at the end of last year, and there's a quick slash from him. And then this section will get a little soft, and that's reflecting his maneuver selection. Just gives it a little tap for his second turn. Marco MEO throwing up something on the board. That'll be a first legitimate score, nothing over a 1 prior to that. Sluggish start to this one. Under 22 minutes to go here. And you mentioned surfers coming in as wildcards with kind of a bit of a free hit, no pressure. That seems like for sure that would be the way it goes, but also you're coming up against the very biggest stars in the world, and you've got to also think, how am I going to measure up? Do I want to give a really good account of myself? And there'd be some nerves as well for Marco.
Yeah, so Marco, you know, a chance as a wild card. You got to talk about another guy out here, Jacob Wilcox. Wilcox, he's a rookie on the championship tour, but he's actually had 2 wild card starts here at Super Tubos, both in 2013 and 2014. He came into this event as a wild card. So this is not, even though he's a tour rookie, this is not the first dance at Super Tubos for Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, really young when we first saw him here. He actually surfed really well. I remember one particular big day, he's absolutely charging, which is what you might expect from someone from Western Australia. We've seen some of his clips, what he can do. And of course, all part of getting those good results is having the right equipment. Strider was a loose. He's having a look at Jacob's boards.
Yeah, just down on the beach, caught up with him a bit before the heat went out, and he was looking at the contour of the waves, and we were talking a little bit about that in the last heat. So coming from down here on the beach, you can see how cupped out it is. So he was on a 6.0 this morning, but felt like he needed a shorter board, so he got down to a 5.11. He's out there on Darren Hanley's shape, and Darren Hanley #1 in the Shapers rankings right now. So, you know, he's representing that pretty well. He's out there on some FCS large fins, the MFs, and you know, this was a pintail, but he's out there on a squash tail, so a little bit more maneuverability on that one to get the fins free. So, you know, switched up the equipment completely from a pintail to a squash tail and a shorter board, all in about 5 minutes just before his heat.
All right, great stuff. Thanks, Strider. Of course, this wave, it takes its toll on boards as well. We saw heaps of breakages yesterday. Looks like swimming after his board. Just maybe a leash string incident there from Marco MEO. He threw that tail. He's so good at that rotation. Didn't get the completion that time. That's why you see a touch of frustration from him. But he is lethal. Likes to do multiple airs as well on one wave, and he's really good at that. And if he gets his eye in, he could be really, really dangerous out here. I thought we saw him swimming after his board, but it looks like everything's attached, Kaipo?
Yeah, everything's attached. And the takeaway on that board talk there with DHD and the fins out there, the MF large fins, those fins are really grippy. They're like a grippy set of tires. Those MF large fins actually have a rolled edge on the lead foil of those fins. And what happens with that type of foil is that you get kind of extra grip and extra drive, but it also tells me that you are a surfer that's pushing really hard against your fins because you're able to match that resistance that fin provides.
Love the technical breakdown from the equipment. Those marginal gains so crucial at the elite level for surfers like Jacob Wilcox. He's very dialed in with his boards. Let's have a look at Marco here.
So Marco, this is what he's known for, right? Tossing it up, has a great air game. He used that air game last year for his best result on the Challenger Series over at Narrabeen. And it was surfing like that dynamic surfing that had him advancing heat after heat. Now, he needs a make, but if he keeps on trying, his make ratio is pretty high on those air reverses, so he can turn the heat if he rides out on one of those. Here he goes again.
Yeah, one of his strengths is his confidence for sure, and he's been groomed for greatness for a number of years by the Quicksilver stable in Europe. Guys like Mickey Peacon really backing Marco, Patrick Bevan as well, but in his corner, and he's got great role models to look up to. And he's been delivering, came really close on the Challenger Series. And you'd certainly fancy his chances of stepping up to the highest level and a swing at some of the best in the world right now as he takes on the yellow jersey of John. Just a quick left from him there. Unable to really unload too hard. And nothing really major to bring you score-wise in this. A couple of threes previous to last 3 on 7 for him. John's got a 3-6-7. Here's another look at that left from Marco.
So we're still waiting for this score as we break down. That's going to cost him a little bit of a rail catch. You can see he's kind of fighting against the wave that whole time. But remember, he only has a fractional score to improve upon. Again, you can see that caught up there, stuck on the heels, and just good to kind of force that second turn there. But that is an example of a surfer really like fighting against and not having, as I talked about it before on the back end, not having that tempo, that rhythm. And once that rhythm is affected, it does affect your overall flow through the wave. Still waiting for the score, however, and it will improve. It will improve his heat total.
Yeah, just having to think about that. He needs a 1 to go to first. We won't get too caught up in positions thus far till everyone gets a couple of waves as we deal with just a couple of lulls in the opening part of this heat. And surfers by now with a chance to see a few heats this morning. They'll know where the scores are coming, what sort of thing they're looking for. So being a little bit patient. You don't want to sit out there for too long out here. We saw that approach, the opposite approach to that from Colapinto, catching a ton of waves. Actually caught one too many, crucially, because his last wave got him penalized with a priority interference. That's why he's in the elimination round. So a couple of raised eyebrows around the place this morning. Seeing Griff in that round. Callum Robson stoked to make it through. And so far in this one, it is Marco now with the 3-6. And moves up into that first place position. There's another wild card in the form of Joan Duroux, a former finalist here. And he's also an Olympian. He'll be heading to Tahiti, represent France. Absolutely delighted he is with that. So quickly yesterday, last night, just after he got her, actually got in late. And how good is that story for him? Because it's, it's a home Olympics in terms of its parry, and he's a Frenchman. It's massive news for Joan.
I look forward to seeing what he's going to bring in the Olympics. We talked about the stadium there, the end of the road in Tahiti. It is a grand stadium and is going to give the whole world an opportunity. Crossing our fingers that the Pacific provides, and we see some of those sea monsters hitting the reef there.
Yeah, 15 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this. Conditions from up here. You see a little bit of a rip chewing through things. Let's get an update on conditions from Jesse Mendes.
There's a little bit of condition change right now. There's that rip coming out right in front of us. The surfers were surfing the bank a little bit far to the left, which we usually call far bar, but with the tide coming up, they swinged a little bit in front of the scaffolding, and they're surfing those rights with the shallow banks. Now with a little bit more water, it's actually slowing down a little bit more, and they're having great opportunities. The wind also started to clock more towards the south, which we're going to see that going all the way through the day, and makes it very good for airs. Obviously, the barrels are going to be a little bit tricky as the day comes in, but right now there's some ramps, and we've seen some guys launching, not lands yet, but hopefully they do it in a little bit.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, Jesse. 14.5 on the clock in this one. Very modest on the scoreboard thus far. It's a game of threes for the heat leader, MEO. The yellow jersey of John Florence has been quiet so far. He'll know exactly the kind of wave he's looking for, and he hasn't really seen it yet. Just a quick wave for him for the three. He's waiting to really fire up. Plenty of time for this one to fire up. Time for a bonsai brew break. Take on some appropriate refreshment and come back for more action from the yellow jersey of John Florence real soon.
Sejam muito bem-vindos. E quem está a narrar agora é o australiano Jack Wilcox. Sejam muito bem-vindos ao primeiro dia de prova deste novo Ricardo Top, já apresentou a Corona, terceira paragem do circuito mundial da World Cup League da WSL. Standing by now for second live on blue, the Peniche situation. Taking into Kuno on the photo watch with the NBA blue, taking the Wilcox. Ele precisava de apenas 3.41 para saltar para a segunda pista. O recorde mais uma vez nesta primeira volta, as primeiras e segundas posições da bateria garantem a passagem direta para a volta 3, a terceira posição nesta bateria. Tem que disputar a segunda volta, a volta de agosto.
I think last year was perfect for this year. And what I mean by that is it was kind of irritating for him finishing 8th. He was pissed and he was hungry. You know, he obviously wanted to finish really high.
Oh my God, inside I was like screaming, just tearing down the scaffolding. Like, no, don't talk to me. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to be here. I internalize it.
John's a pretty low-key guy and mellow, so when he has that extra fuel, I think it's a good thing.
I honestly feel like John sees the next few years as like a really important chapter in his life of like being at that apex part of his surfing career, physically, psychologically, and I feel like he's planning on having a massive year.
You can check out Inside Pro Surfing at the Lexus Pipe Pro, WorldSurfLeague.com. There's the yellow jersey. There's John Florence at the moment in relatively unfamiliar surrounds. Third place in this, got second priority. Only needs a small number, a 2.77. Time's ticking away though, just over 11 minutes and a little move on the scoreboard. You can see from Wilcox, who waited an eternity really to get a second score. John hasn't been able to do that, so a bit of a hole in this one. And we do kind of expect that here a little bit in Peniche, but we will see some slower heats and some extended lulls.
And yeah, and Jesse touched on it, you know, before the break, in that the rip's moving as the tide's changing, so you got some of that disrupted water. There's the support squad, Ross Williams and Brandon Wasserman for John Florence, and you can see the lineup becoming a little bit more confused, Paul.
I thought was really interested in that Inside Pro Surfing take with Ross, and mentioned kind of displeasure really from John with what went down last year and how that's motivating him. That feels a little bit new for John, because in the past he'll kind of is motivated from a positive place of surfing amazing waves and doing really well and kind of really coming with that momentum. It's a little bit different now. He's almost got that comeback energy, and so far he's been really dangerous.
I don't mind an angry John. I want to see anger from him. You know, he's always been so like light and happy-go-lucky, and things came very easy for him early on in his career. Like in that piece they talked about John. He's 31 years old. He's in the apex of his career, and here he goes.
All right, live action from John. Quick slash from the tail, and he'll build up some speed here once he got on the inside. He is looking at dealing with a little bit of wobble through the lip. The wave disappears. He covers a lot of ground. By the time he gets there, doesn't get a completion. Wilcox loads up backhand, nice and vertical and whippy. Just kind of forced the issue there. Doesn't go for a final turn, which is probably a good call at that weird left whitewater coming at him, but got a nice vertical hit and crucially got a completion, and it could, if things stay low scoring, come down really to completing these turns. Here's MEO swinging into action. Nice turn from him, and again, dealing with that inside, and it's wobbly, and he gets the rotation, but he doesn't get it landed. And relatively uncharacteristic from him. I would have expected at this stage in a heat to have landed one of those, but it just shows how tricky it is out there on the inside.
We talked about the disrupted water, and that's exactly what we saw on those last 3 rides. We're going through some replays right here. We're going to start with Marco. This is a sharp first short radius turn, but this is just going to be a throwaway. Looking for an air, wants an exclamation mark, but that's just a throwaway. Rotated very quickly, but landed too high. Right here for Jacob Wilcox, overcooks this first turn. Now he's caught on his heels, and that gave him no opportunity for a combo in that. If he was just a little easier on that first turn, he could have got 2 turns in. John Florence, nice short radius snap here, but now John, he's just searching, looking for something. Where is it? Searching, no ramp, nothing's going on, and then he just loses all of that momentum, and that equals into some catchy rails. Again with Jacob Wilcox there, and that was a twofer for a 4.43 for Jacob Wilcox. So that was earlier in the heat with that replay.
Yeah, the highest number of this heat so far. Bit of a surprise to see that, and you see the frustration there from Florence. He's not really enjoying this so far. He's a little rattled. He's on the inside. He's searching for scores. He's not finding them at the moment. That'll be another small number for him coming through. So a couple of ones under 8 minutes remaining in this, but the numbers are really, really low. The requirement from third to, well, it's just a 3-point ride he needs for second to advance. It's not a big number, but he needs to find a bit of clean water, Kayo, and we talked about that and what this wave can do, and it does get some bumps on the face. What happened?
Let's see why John's frustrated. He came up out of this wave frustrated, tosses it up there, and was not able to make it and go complete. So we saw him coming out of the water in live action, frustrated at the fall here. And this would have turned the heat for John, no doubt at all. Just needs a 3-point ride, and would have easily got that if he just rode out.
It's a beautiful rotation. It's high, it's to the flats, it's smooth, but just gets that troubled water. Essentially, with this slightly higher tide now, we've got a little backwash coming out the shore break into the face of the wave where they're landing. There's a nice slash with a bit of authority and speed. Searching for a score is Wilcox on the forehand now. And a relatively conservative finish, but it's a completion from him. It's 3 quick turns. Didn't really unleash the beast particularly, but it'll feel good certainly just to finish that wave and try and go to work on that 2.27. The 4.43 is the high score. That is a big, big surprise. When we looked at this matchup first thing this morning, we were thinking we were going to be seeing surfers getting barreled, but it does feel like we're kind of seeing the switch right now, and it's all about surfers who can react to that. Can Jacob?
Yeah, and here we go, Jacob on the left. You can see a little twitch off the bottom to adjust his speed, gets a nice carve, and then just taking it easy. So Wilcox realizing probably halfway through that wave, like, look, I'm on my way to a completion. I'm going to pull it back, tap the brakes just a little bit, and surf for the lead. He just needs a 2.34 to take the lead. Should have done that on that last wave.
Just giving the judges an opportunity to give him a score after seeing multiple incomplete attempts by surfers. Looking down the line for a strong finish and not getting it, and by contrast, linking together multiple maneuvers and getting the finish, getting down under that 5.5 minute mark now. It is the young French wildcard at the moment, Marco MEO. 23-year-old, he is in the lead in this low-scoring heat. It really is anyone's. Just as we say that flips, because Wilcox gets the number. It's 4.57. It's his high. It's the highest of the heat. Here's a tube. He's in it, and he gets one good pump, and that one will run away. And the difference in sort of the magnitude of some of these sets, Kayo, compared to that inside stuff, there is still a bit of size out there, but it's going to be hard to find an exit from some of these tubes.
Yeah, you're going to have to power through an exit. It doesn't seem that, hey, every once in a while there's going to be a diamond in the rough, but for the most part, you're not going to get a clean door on the way out. And so you're going to have to bust out the door when you pull into the barrel here. Gosh, 4.5 minutes, Paul. John John needing a number.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just watching Jacob Wilcox making his way back out. It's not the biggest Super 2 boss we've ever seen, but there's still so much power in the water. And watching him duck dive and just trying to get back in the lineup and see if he can stay in control of this. John in third, he's really struggling.
Yeah, he is. And you can see the mixed-up lineup. And you made a great point in that this wave, when you watch it from the beach, is deceptively powerful. It's not your average beach break. There's a lot of punch out there.
Can't wait to see what this guy can do. Ethan Ewan gets the Apple Watch, receives his final instructions. This is not a venue where he's had great dividends in the past, and a great opportunity for him this year to turn that around. 17th, 13th. He's got a 9th out here. That's the best of it from him in 3 attempts. Meanwhile, live action. Here's Wilcox, backhand, nice and sharp. Just looking a little bit kind of tight in his body language as well. Never really able to fully open up. It's nice and vertical with the turns, a bit of spice there. And just really reflecting the scoring potential of the wave in terms of the maneuvers he's able to do. Where's John Florence? 3 minutes to go in this at the moment. He's heading towards the elimination round. He only needs a 3, Kaipo.
Yeah, so at the moment, he needs a 3. There's John paddling up against the rip. Marco, who's ahead of John, does have priority over John. So we'll see if the wild card is going to play his hand right now against the current rankings leader. I see John without Marco anywhere near him, which is surprising me right now that Marco's not kind of zooming in and protecting his second and advancing position. I mean, it would be smart for Marco to get way closer to John. He's letting him get away right now. That's a mistake.
Yeah,
that is definitely a mistake.
He's trying to get close. It's almost, you know, you kind of doze off for a second, and we saw that rip. That rip will actually carry you away, and John tried to sneak away. Marco eventually realizes, hang on, where is he?
I'm surprised that Marco's not paddling full strength to be shoulder to shoulder with John Florence. This is pretty unorthodox, you know. We'll see how it plays out.
Let's see how John can go towards finding some clear blue water, finding a wave as well. Second priority for him. He'll want a multiple wave set if Marco can get there.
I mean, you got 2 minutes right now. Marco needs to get on top of John, and this is very, very surprising. John, starting to break away.
He doesn't seem in a particular hurry either, does he, Marco? It's not like he's sprinting over there and kicking the legs. It's a sort of a canter, kind of a trot, really, in terms of the cadence of his paddling. Let's see with 90 seconds now. We'll get kind of close. Will John have an opportunity here? He's having a little look, and he realizes that's not the wave he's after, and a bit of a grimace from him. And it's not gone his way so far. It is a different ocean. It's a very different set of circumstances to what he experienced over on the North Shore, but it is somewhere he's gone really, really well at in the past. Right now, just looking for that 3. The priority of Marco Minio in second place, trying to play some defense here.
What a surprising last couple of heats in this opening round. We saw Griffin Colapinto with that interference. We're going to see him in the elimination round. It would be a shocker to see John Florence in that elimination round, but it's 50 seconds away from happening.
Let's see how this one plays out here. The final throws of this heat. Jacob Wilcox at the moment sitting away. He's got a little bit of distance out in the lineup. He's got quite a bit of distance in terms of the score because he's got a 6. So Marco goes here, uses his priority to block John, and a turn off the top from him, and then down the line and throws in a flatter rotation, which again is incomplete. Basically, the ocean just kind of came up towards him rather than him landing that. So he won't get the finish, but he did block John, who's got 20 seconds. He might have an opportunity. Let's see if his requirement will go up when that score comes in. At the moment, it's a 3-1. Here he is on the backhand on this left. Florence in the yellow jersey. First turn from him, a second hit, and he endeavors to try and get a third. The wave will not cooperate. The way that final section unfolded kind of summed up the way that heat went. So a 3-1, the requirement prior to that last wave. I'm not sure Marco will improve. He won't. So did you see a 3 there?
So the requirement's the same, right, for John, since Marco did not improve. With John, that thing's going to be right on the line. I mean, that's not an easy 3.1 to surf to.
Another heat with a question to our panel to answer. After the horn, we'll wait and see them scrutinize that opportunity for John Florence. A 3-1 the requirement. The best turn that first one, it's a relatively routine backhand hit from him. I mean, everything he does looks good. Let's get another look here, Kayo.
So here we got another look at this. So that's the money turn right there, and he gets up again. So the second time I see that, I feel like, you know, he's forcing the issue. The first turn was great. Look, we'll have another look at this here.
Feels like replays always add half a point, don't they? Particularly when you go slow motion, they always look better. When we watch that live,
yeah,
we were kind of underwhelmed, but a 3.1 is not a massive number. The fact that he kind of went looking for that last section and it didn't come, it does sort of change your feeling on it as you're watching it. He makes his way up the beach looking relatively nonplussed. It's with the panel right now.
Just so lost. Current just a touch too long. It started getting better down here.
It was like bad down here, and then I saw a lot of waves over here. So
right.
And then I was like, fuck, it's gonna take me too long to get over there.
Right at like the 10, 11 minute mark, it
turned on
better over
yeah.
here. Yeah. It's close though. That score could be right there.
I saw fun ones over here.
Yeah, this kind of like got really ripped out.
Yeah.
And there was some rights kind of far down here.
Yeah.
See, it's close.
Yeah. Heard it from Ross Williams. It's close, and that's what it's going to be. It's going to be close if he gets the number.
It's with the judges. Anyone who's ever surfed a beach break and thought, you know what, where I just was, the waves were good. It looks good down there wherever I go. Don't worry, you're in good company. Even the greats like John Florence, same kind of vibe from him. Looks a little baffled, really, as to where to sit out there. And these are nervous moments. Scores coming in. Oh, it's looking good for him. Kayo, he's going to get the number here. He gets it by half a point. So it would be disappointment for MEO, and John Florence gets it done, a nervy one, and by the skin of his teeth he's through, avoids potential banana skin of the elimination rounds, and John Florence goes through with Jacob Wilcox. We'll see Marco in the elimination rounds, and it's a dramatic finish to a relatively low scoring heat. Opening day here in Portugal, still some fun waves out in the water. When we come back, we'll bring in Joe and Jesse for the call. Stay tuned.
Muito obrigado pelo Lisboa, constante, bem trabalho. Estava treinando 5. Nova escola para Portugal, presidente Corona. A categoria do centro internacional, que vai a escala australiana anterior. Azul, Indonésia, no Guaíra. O campeonato coloca na prova está o João Duro. Hit number 5 for International 1. Australia being represented in red with Ethan Hewitt. Indonesia in blue with the Aida. Lacrosse with the wild card coming from Willow. Madrid already got a 6th win this year. And invitational down at Lanzarote. King of the now. Jogador então com a cara de essa prova, porque já vai ser uma prova não da World Cup League, uma prova de convite invitational. Mais interessante que rola no mundo, e disse liga Lanzarote.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Oeste Tourism, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By Hertz, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. And by Millennium Bank, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Thanks for watching opening day of the event here. It's pretty exciting. Gosh, wild heats. John Florence getting the score at the end of the matchup to just get into the round of 32. Marco really gave it to him, was really competitive, a lot of energy there, and he'll be in the elimination round. Brand new heat getting started. Ethan Ewing, runner-up in the world last year, always has that beautiful flow and tempo to start. Second turn, fin blast, and a tail release. And now just pacing through the inside track, hammers it. Beautiful rail work from the Australian to set the bar in heat number 5. One of the best rail games that we've seen in pro surfing history. Almost got a world title last year. And now back for more this year, even better. Fresh off the trip to Puerto Rico and surfing some heats for the Australian team. And right back here to Super Tubos as he headlines the matchup with Rio Waida from Indonesia, who had a very solid performance here last year, one of his higher scoring heat scores of last season. And also welcoming back Joan Duru to the championship tour as a lethal wild card, replacing Joao Chianca, as you see him hold back there. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez here for the call, focusing on Joan Duru. Man, this guy was fun to watch when he had his spot full-time on tour. What do you love about what he brings to the championship tour?
I guess we'll get back to that after Ethan's wave, but here just very solid surfing, great timing, second turn, redirecting the board very well, and right here is what's impressive about this wave. Just as soon as you think it was done, he's just laying it back, pushing that back foot, having that tail release. Amazing surfing for him right there. Nice way to start the heat. This one, a great turn right there in that section, and right here starts to iron it down, the closeout, and really puts all the effort into this. A lot of tail release, almost disengaged the front foot. You can see the toes kind of disconnecting with the board and just bringing it back around. That was great surfing for him. But back to Juan, it's what I think is most impressive of him is just how solid he is on his board, and his tube riding technique is amazing. He grew up in France, Hossegor, so these conditions are going to be very similar to that. And yeah, he could be dangerous out here at Portugal.
It's cool when you have a lot of depth in your wild cards, where you have Matthias at 17, Duru, at 34, as we see a wrapping cutback from Juan. Throwing down a carve on the inside corner, ends up getting clipped, and so he's down, but first score out of the way for Duru. Yeah. Had some great moments in his career at this wave as we watch his opener again.
Yeah, it's a bigger wave. Nice first off the lip right there, and just the wave kind of dies out. He does a nice cutty, but he's always trying to find like that pocket, but the wave is kind of with an angle running away from him, so it just never really delivered. But yeah, that's basically it.
Years just go by so quickly. You're just picturing Joan Duru always hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with powerhouses like Michel Perez, hanging out with Jeremy Flores all the time. We've seen Jeremy Michel still ripping today, but missing him from the top 34. And along with Joan Duru, there's these little eras that kind of come and go before you blink. These big names are gone and moving on in, beautiful parts of their career.
Yes, but it's also great to kind of see him actually fighting back, and almost seems like it was done for him, and just getting a spot here. It could be lighting up that flame again, he obviously qualified for the Olympics as well last week, and he's in a good moment of his career when everything seems like it was almost the end, and he's kind of fighting it back, and this is the type of competitor Joan is, and it's going to be exciting to watch him here.
Joan Duru has taken out Felipe Toledo 2 times at this event. And one year he got past Toledo, De Souza, Julian, Owen Wright, all the way to the final where he finished runner-up. It was crucial for him that year to keep his spot on the championship tour. Representing France, but he had a lot of people coming from the southwest of France to support him, including his dad. I remember trying to talk to him. We had a bit of a language barrier, but he was so stoked to try to just share his excitement and his love for his son in such a pressure cooking situation. Not everyone can survive under pressure like that when he went all the way to the final. Here comes Rio Waida throwing that tail high punt into reverse, and then throws a little climb to finish that one off. I saw his coach, Glenn Micro Hall, before this heat, and Micro just said, yeah, he's going to be going to the air for sure, and I guess that's definitely what his game plan is going to be.
And this conditions suits his surfing so well, mostly now with the southeast winds blowing into the rights. You're going to see some big ramps, and the wind actually helping, and that's what you see right here. The section wasn't so critical, When he hit the lip right there, it was kind of flatter. It wasn't so hollow, so that's going to keep that air on the low side of things. But still, like, you can see that he's going to mostly land everywhere he tries today, and he's that consistent, and that's how he beat John last year.
Well done for Rio Waida. Waiting for that score to come through. Let's catch up with Jacob Wilcox with AJ.
Yeah, that's right. Jacob coming through here with the heat win to start your Portugal campaign. You described that heat as grindy. How did you pull out the win?
Yeah, the conditions kind of felt like they were changing a lot. The tide felt like it was coming up, and I don't know, I felt like I just had to put on the work boots at the start of the heat, and when everyone was trying to get in threes and we were almost like 20 minutes into the heat, I was like, it's going to be a grindy one, but that's all right. I've managed to find a couple, but yeah, I'm happy to get the heat win. It's always nice. But yeah, hopefully get a couple more waves next heat and maybe some better waves.
And as a rookie on tour, it's always a learning experience with certain breaks. But for you, this one actually holds some great memories at 16 years old, beating Kelly Slater in a heat here at Super Tubos. How do you rely on that experience while you're out there?
Yeah, it was actually, the waves were kind of similar to this morning. The tide was a bit lower. That was 10 years ago now. It's been a long time since I've been on the glass here in Portugal. But yeah, that was a pretty special moment. It's kind of, I feel like this is the place that my surfing career kind of started here 10 years ago in Portugal. It's such a beautiful place. I love the waves, love the food, love the people. So yeah, I'm very happy to be back here.
And a great heat win to start. Congratulations.
Perfect. Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks, AJ. Yeah, she just brought up that point of being 16, getting called up as a wild card. That's the kind of profile that Jacob Wilcox had back in the day, and it was nice and hollow. There's little barrels, and next thing you know, he's getting scores. He had no pressure in the world on him. And it's funny when you look at him on his stat sheet and you go, oh, yeah, he's a rookie. This is stop 3. But he's already surfed in 15 events because those were all wild card opportunities he had, not just from here at Super Tubos, but also getting through the trials at Margaret River, where he grew up, around the world at Bells as well. He made the quarterfinals, so definitely one of the more well-prepared rookies as far as reps on this championship tour before he officially qualified.
And that's a huge advantage if you're, there's so much to adapt when you're coming from the Challenger Series into the World Tour. There's boards, there's new venues, the power of the waves are completely different. And he, like the game also, it's very different. You're going against the best of the best in a different, usually scenario with men-on-men's heats most of the time. And on the Challengers, a lot of times you're surfing 4-men's heats. And for him to have that in his back pocket is, yeah, it's he has to take advantage of that.
The surf community here is really cool. You know, here in Peniche, Jesse, speak to what it's like to grab your jersey here to compete with all the fans that are screaming your name. Sometimes you have to spend hours signing autographs after because they're so excited to watch every single moment of your career, especially here in Peniche. How special is it to surf in front of a crowd like this?
It's so special. And also, not to mention, this wave breaks very close to the shore, so you can hear them when you finish waves. Obviously, when you're in a wave, you're usually pretty focused and you don't hear anything, but once you finish, you hear the whole crowd, and that lifts you up.
Duro, power hack to kick things off. The veteran throws another big power jam off the top. Perfect transition for the Frenchman to get another scoring ride. 2.02 at least to move into the top 2. He's definitely changing things as we get caught up on the numbers quickly. The punt from Rio Waida, 5.17. The true opener from Ewing is his second wave technically there, 6.67. And now Dewar's mixing things up with some just solid, hardcore power surfing there.
Yeah, and that's how he's strong, just a solid surfer, mostly on his backhand. And I thought was a good point of difference on mostly that closeout maneuver. Like, we've seen a lot of stabbing type of backhand surfing right now, just very tight and like putting the back foot pivoting off the back foot and just getting vertical. But he actually drove through those snaps, and that's a little bit more critical to do it and harder when you have to lay on that rail like throughout the turn and actually generate the speed off of it. That's that was critical surfing for him. I really like that wave.
17:45 on the clock as we anticipate a solid number for Duro as the people in Peniche and all around Europe showing up here every single season. Even those years we've gone mobile across the peninsula, resetting up scaffolding. There's been days where they've called it off here and they've just walked down the dirt track to watch the next heat unfold later on that afternoon. Super dedicated, and a lot of these fans have been there since 2009 when the Search came here and brought the championship tour to Peniche. There were some events in the past on the championship tour in different parts of Portugal. Guys like Rob Bain picking up wins back in the day. As we look at Duro again, back to the backhand work. Quick turn off the top and he's out. That one should be a throwaway score. And his last score, as you can see, just put him out in front of last year's runner-up in the world. Two-turn combination with a lot of power. Turns in a 6.83 as we look at his last wave again.
Yeah, this wave, unfortunately for him, with this higher tide, now we're going to see a bit of a backwash, and that's what happened. As he was bottom turn, you could see that wave going against him, probably about a foot high. And as soon as he was timing the turn, the backwash hit the wave and just kind of made everything disappear, and he lost control, which is, it happens a lot in surfing. And we're going to even see it more the next few hours with the tide getting higher.
So Duro taking the lead as a wild card. A lot to gain here in his career, being back on the championship tour stage, reminding everybody that he's still in great form. Even the last 2 seasons on the Challenger Series, he's turned in big semi-final performances. Great reads at waves that can be tricky with backwash like Sakurema, where he's made finals day in the past. As Ewing lights up that section, snap to tail drift, keeps his board above water to transition into a tail whip reverse. Ends up throwing that finish away. But I love when he throws a big maneuver above the lip. He doesn't use it all the time, and gets exciting if he gets close to a big ramp. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, you don't expect so much. That was a beautiful snap with a good release, and he knew he had to kind of go big. He already has a big score, and the wave was small, so he had to kind of push as much as he could to get a good, get rewarded out of that wave. Unfortunately, not sticking there for him, but yeah.
Ethan Ewing looking comfortable in these beach break conditions. 2 big CT wins in his career in a short period of time, from Jeffreys Bay to Bells Beach last season. As he's chasing down the wild card, Joan Duro still out in front with a big 6.83.
Although Joan, we're still waiting for scores on the loss of red. Ethan in second place, switches to 4 to 3. So stand by for the loss of red, then you loss of red, Ethan is going to be very close. 4.1 for the loss of red. So Ethan, we got Ethan the lead. Joan, we're down to 2nd. Let's go with one. Let's go with one to the group. So we try to to the body. No, let's give it to the body. João entrou a baixar a segunda posição, 4.1 para a última dica dele, foi ali o suficiente para liderar a barra aqui. Rio, blue third, needy 5.5. Blue third, needy 5.5. Blue priority, 30 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Waiting for scores on lots of white João. Ethan, now in the lead. 6.67 and a 4.1. Now waiting for us to white, Joanna is chasing a 3.94 with the blue. Wearing 3 seconds. O blue vai falar 3.4 para Ethan puxar e não deve deixar.
It's time to watch the pulse here for opening day. We're just in heat 5, but gosh, a lot has gone down. The big man, rookie, Cole Hausman gets his first official CT heat win of 2024. Got to go on the glass, got to talk shop with AJ, but that powerful frontside whip looked incredible. Then things got wild. Colapinto, I guess you just thought he assumed he still had priority here. Takes off, gets an interference for taking off on Callum Robson. Could tell he was baffled there. Decision came in. Ends up going from 1st to 3rd. Then John Florence had a wild one. Came down to seconds on the clock, needed a 3-ranger, and just got it. Marco MEO was just shadowing him all heat long, and I guess that's respect for #1 in the world. You know, you've got the best surfer in the world against you, and he made it hard for him, and John pulled it off to take on second to be reseeded into the round of 32, right underneath Jacob Wilcox as we get caught up here in heat number 5. Rio Waida had the 5.17 early on the air reverse, and now finding a backup score now to get back into the top 2 with 11:40 to go.
Yeah, let's see what he did here in the beginning of this wave. Nice carve, the wave splitting up a bit, so he has to kind of highline it and get down the line and finish it off strong. I don't see that coming into a 5.6. I think it's going to be short of that, but João Duro almost missed, like kind of missed the barrel right there, but 2 critical turns. That was huge from him, just smart surfing. Obviously, you're not looking too much for a barrel right now with this wind, but that wave, as you see right there, there's a barrel. But first turn down the line and right here, just very critical. Definitely the tallest wave we've seen all morning. And yeah, I think he's going to get rewarded nicely for that.
Great form for the power of Duro once again.
Yeah, and just non-stop, and he's sitting way far on the far bar left that we called, but he's actually finding rides off of it. And what that does right now with this higher tide, there's more water there, and it actually gets a little bit cleaner. And right in front we have that rip current going down, and you see Rio Waida's wave are splitting up a bit, and even Ethan's waves were splitting up and a bit shaky, and a lot of water moving through. As you can see it on the screen right there, they're a bit to the right of it, where all the whitewash and water is moving, and João Duro is literally sitting down with no current by him, just clean, smooth faces, and yeah, making the most of it.
Is that exactly where you would want to be, Jesse? Just by yourself on that fun-looking left and even a right like Joan's been getting?
I don't think I've ever surfed in front of the podium right here on this event. I always on the far bar left. Even if I'm going right, I'm on the far bar left.
And of course, Duro probably wants the left, as goofy footers do, but find some rights as we see another punt attempt from Ethan Ewing. We've seen him throw them down in the past, but they're saved for just special moments. I really enjoy how he performs in beach breaks, and even just referencing his run in Saquarema last year. On finals day, it was all about Yago Dora getting his first CT win, but Ewing was right there. He was right in the mix, making the final. It's sort of when you look at his stats and look where his wins are at these classic point breaks, doesn't really show how his depth is in beach breaks like this.
Yeah, and also because of his surfing is so polished and so unreal that you expect him to do very well on those point breaks, but he's no stranger to beach breaks. We were just speaking a little bit ago off the booth that he lives in Stred, Broken Islands, and it's an amazing beach break right there, kind of similar to what we have here.
As we see a crazy upside down tail high punt attempt from Rio Waida. Sticking to the game plan and looking for ramps here in heat number 5. That was that breath work routine from Jack Robinson. Fresh off the win from Sunset Beach. 9.87 in the final, his best number to date on the championship tour. You see him do that all the time, getting into the zone, breathing quickly, so it looks like he's actually trying to find some energy to fire up for that next matchup. How about that? How close was Rio to pulling that one off?
He was very close, actually. Smart of him. As you see it right here, just perfect timing, getting that tail very high. But as soon as he lands, comes unglued, the front foot comes unglued with the board, and that's when you lose contact. It's so hard to regroup. So that was the problem right there. As he was landing, the tail hit first the water and just made his front foot kind of fly out of the board.
Rio's dedication to his craft, to his country, to his family is something really special. Seeing what he accomplished just last week in Puerto Rico, qualifying for Paris 2024 to represent himself and Indonesia in the Olympic Games. It was absolutely massive. He, carries his country with him every time he competes. So focused, and such a proud moment for not just Rio, but Ramzi Boukiam getting the news as well that he'll be competing once again for Morocco in Tahiti, and also Luana Silva getting the spot because of Tatiana Weston Webb's work, and then the rampaging Gabriel Medina, just about 8 heat wins in a row to take a huge win to open up a 3rd spot for the Brazilian team. And you look at Medina and his chances for a gold medal in Tahiti. Really impressive. Looking forward to that. Big gaff right in the guts of the pocket. Ethan Ewing jams it again. 2 great moves. End section, fin throw. He ends up losing the final turn. And Ewing was hoping for a 7-2-9. That 3rd turn would have been nice to really try to guarantee the lead change.
Yes, he relayed on that. I don't even think that's was going to be a 7.29, because if you look at both John Duro's scores, the wave had so much more power and more intensity towards, but it was going to be very good for him to better that 4.1. As you see it right here, the wave quite smaller from Joan, but first turn was just so unreal, very critical. Second turn, once again, putting a lot of effort into it, and then just finish it off and kind of get stuck. But this is what I'm saying. See how much water is moving right there in those rights. And Juan's wave's just much cleaner, way easier to serve. And right here when he finishes, just pushing it a little bit too much, going over the lip line and just kind of getting stuck. But as the clock approaches to the end, you see Juan was like, I got the job done already. I'm just going to sit by them and make sure they don't catch waves without me seeing.
Yeah, it's a great comparison there. Like you're speaking of the big scores from Duro, super powerful, nice walls that almost look like closeouts at first glance, but they always love rewarding big sections, and its transitions have been seamless. 7-1-3 from Duro, the best number of the matchup. 6-8-3 from Duro, 2nd best wave. So in a great position. Doesn't look like he has any rust from missing out on the championship tour over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, it's muscle memory for him. Like he's been doing that forever. He's been on tour for a few years, and also like this is one of his best spots on tour when he used to be in it, and it's just about time for him to actually find a good rhythm, and he's going to be dangerous.
So now passing the 5-minute mark here in heat number 5. Jack Robinson, Crosby Colapinto, and Joaquim Chavez coming up next. Numbers in for Ewing, 6-3-3 with the fall in the 3rd turn. So still left chasing a 7-2-9. He has protected 2nd a bit over Rio Waida. Rio now needs a 7-8-3 to get a chance to avoid the elimination round.
Yeah, and you're right. Like that last turn really cost him the heat lead, because he's less than a point away from getting the score, and that last turn would have probably made a difference.
We started off the season, Jesse. We started talking about world title threats. Then Felipe made his big announcement about taking the season off. And then, did you go right to Ethan Ewing as the favorite for the world title this year with Felipe's absence?
Yeah, as I did because obviously he's in form. He's been growing on tour. Last year, his performance on the finals were amazing, and we see here Rio up and riding.
Rio looking to ramp up and just got disconnected, trying to force the air on that first section. Something he does all the time. Rio's clips at Karamas are unbelievable, how fast he can go, how many different types of airs he can do at a top speed. But that one going away from him, 3:25 to go. But yeah, talking about the world title race and Ethan Ewing, it makes so much sense for what he accomplished last year and how much he continues to improve, even with a runner-up finish in the world, working so hard in the offseason to prepare for bigger things this season. Rio still hunting for a ramp, tail whip, reverse. He gets that for a moment, but can't right away.
Yeah, it's just nothing is working, and it's so hard when you're having a heat like that. Like, if you think about the conditions right now and you have Rio paddling out against his 2 opponents, you almost would have him as the favorite of this heat, like wind blowing into the right, kind of running down the line, big ramps, and out in the water right now, he's the best in the air game, but just can't really, like, I mean, he's finding good ramps, just can't really land them. Like, sometimes it gets in your head, and it keeps getting harder and harder. It seems like everything's getting further and further away from you to making it happen.
Now down to 225 to see if Rio can find one big air section to turn this heat around. It would almost have to be an excellent range score for Rio to avoid the elimination round. Today the plans are for opening round for men and women before the weather will change dramatically. A big increase in swell, but coming with a lot of onshore wind for the next few days. Ethan Ewing now rolls in. Nice sweep off the bottom, but loses the handle immediately on that first turn. First priority, Dura with a massive lead. Second priority with Rio Waida. That'll help Rio just finding a little bit of space to try to take Ethan out of second.
Yeah, Ethan doesn't want to give him an inch because he just knows how dangerous he is in these conditions. John Dura kind of came close to them, but it's not really, he's paying close attention, but not as close as you expect. Might be just a wild card thing. He doesn't want to, you know, get involved with anything, just let the surfing do the talking, but might see an opportunity here coming. He's gonna let that one go.
Minute 10 on the clock. We saw a serious buzzer beater in the previous heat from John Florence, world #1, getting through that last heat with a 7.27 combined total. That's how scrappy that one got. This one a bit different. Dura really opening up the scale a bit, and right behind him Ethan, both with 13+ combined totals. And Rio landed his first punt, 5.17, a long time ago. That's still his best score of the matchup so far. A lot of incomplete attempts. Really just been focusing on finding something to go above the lip.
Yeah, and if you look back at his 5.17, for him was a very average, or just a very average air. He can do that on his sleep, so he identified that the judges really liked that and gave him a 5.17 for something that it's technical, but not so hard for him to do it because of the section that he got to approach. So he just tried to go bigger, and he was going to get pretty rewarded. Just ended up not landing one of them. He had probably had 3 or 4 chances, and letting that one slid, and it was going to cost him.
Joan Duru, what a great heat, and he'll just slip up on his victory lap with a 7.13 and a 6.83. Getting a huge win as a wild card call-up. Getting brought in from a great result on the Challenger Series. Back on the championship tour in a great event that he's had a lot of success in the past. Ethan Ewing, who was runner-up in the world last year, in the second spot, just underneath Joan Duru. And Rio Waida will be dealing with the elimination round in this event. So hopefully Rio will find some better ramps and better barrels as this event continues, and Joan Duru will take that big, powerful act into the round of 32. Coming up next, Jack Robinson, world #2, takes on Crosby Colapinto and local wild card Joaquim Chavez in his CT debut. We'll be right back.
Second place for we have in blue, the Crosby Colapinto, representing USA, and representing Portugal. Win the wild card for this one, wearing the white singlet, blue t-shirt. Just already in the first 6 months of the season. Sunset. Results from previous week, now the officials on the Romania qualifications on ready in CP. We can interact finishing second, who are electing to finishing third, for the Brazilian Federation of Country. But we can use diretamente para a terceira competição, o legado para a segunda ronda fica então o Rio Waida. Nesta bateria de carreira temos aqui. Chamado o chute de chave, diferente. Com o vencedor da etapa em 107, Jack Robinson, da segunda etapa do ano, o australiano, da australiano, Vitor Romero, e o irmão mais novo do Vitor Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto, pelo colombiano simplesmente Vitor Azul. First overall, Jack, 0.5. Entramos na resta da bateria, esperamos também no meio desta primeira ronda de competição. Dividiu o pico na direita, junto de chá. Verde, na Crosby Colapinto. Vou ficar lá para o Vitor. Terminação dos últimos chaves.
Did you know that Peniche was an island? perfect place to be because it's where I can actually find a balance of everything. My family is from here. Peniche was an island, but was really close to this continental coast. And with the time, the currents, the rip currents, and the tides, the sand kind of like got stuck in one place. That's why it's called a peninsula. And actually, the dunes are getting bigger and bigger, so it's good for everything ecological to protect the coastlines from the big waves, from the storms. We cannot mess it up. We want this for the next generations, so we should protect it.
Always great to hear from the locals from Peniche. Guilherme Fonseca taking us through what makes Peniche so special. A classic fishing town, really well known for the sardines. It's on the menu for most of the old restaurants around here, even the new ones as well. And you've got this great peninsula with great surf, old culture. There's the Fortaleza over there, which is now a museum, which you could learn a lot about the place. Was actually served as a jail for a long period of time. You can feel that old world type history. Get yourself some perfect waves, and if you're lucky enough to be here during this time of the year, watch the best surfers in the world taking on super tubos. Joe Turpel with CT standout Jesse Mendez, who got to put the jersey on an event like this and experience the great culture, which was probably easy for you to do coming from Brazil. Almost, did it feel like a second home when you came here to compete?
Totally. This is probably, I mean, after Hawaii, I think this is my favorite stop on tour. It's just an amazing place. Food's amazing. People are great. I speak the language, so it helps as well.
As we get this one started with Chavez going down, Joaquim, 20 years of age, getting the call up. Former Portugal national champion, is now getting to mix it up with the best in the world at just 20 years of age, taking on Crosby Colapinto and Jack Robinson. Coming from Lisbon, got some great waves to surf down there. What do we have down in that part of Portugal, Jesse?
Man, there's so many waves around here, but the one that stands out the most probably Carcavelos, which has been a stop on the Challenger Series before. Not anymore, but it's actually a very similar wave to Peniche, just usually a little smaller than here, but very similar conditions. And we see here Crosby up and right, a nice first setup, snap. A second one and finish it up strong with a little bit more of a release, a little bit more power. Actually, no, got a little extra bonus section right there. And Joaquin actually went right on this wave. Kind of lost the rail. Backwash is really tricky now to time it. Second turn was nice. Third turn, yeah, just actually there's more meat in the bone in that wave. I think there's a missed opportunity there. He could have capitalized and Jack up and right.
World number 2, Jack Robinson with a racetrack ramp section, big alley-oop. And Jack lands on the roof, and he's still coming down with it. He will ride away. What an amazing completion. Still with an end section to attack off the top. Unbelievable.
That was incredible. I had, like, if you like show me the landing part of it, I would not think he was going to come right out of that. As you see it right here, a lot of backwash going through, little pumps, 1, 2, 3, and right there, just where the wave was most critical, getting the full rotation, and as he was landing, you're going to see it right here. The wave gets very hollow, so that's so tricky for you to land. He makes his board very flat, but he lands on top of the lip, and as he's coming down, the water's coming up, so it's just power against the weight of her body, and usually he gets stuck on those, but he somehow managed to pull it off, and this is going to be a great angle as well for you to see. Look how flat his board is as he's landed, because he identifies that the wave is just not going to cooperate with him. He's going to have the lip coming up after bouncing off the water, and things gets very tricky, and he's not going to land in transition. So it's like stop motion, just all the energy it's going on top of him, on top of his board, and somehow he managed to pull that off. That was impressive.
Giant alley-oop, incredible recovery, but didn't just stop there. Kept his eye on the prize and had a finish to follow. Also, Crosby did this.
Yeah, first scarf to set up. Nice tail high reverse. Oh, just sometimes that happens when your tail is facing the water and you start to rotate because the fin engages, sometimes your body rotates a little faster than the board, and then you ended up losing balance and falling forward, and that's what happened right there with Crosby.
Gosh, you can tell Crosby's just so ready to throw down big, kind of Jordy Smith type combos with his size, his power, but his ability to change gears from a big turn into a big punt. Very close to a special combination, but still kind of trying to settle down from what Jack Robinson just produced. We're really breaking down that alley-oop maneuver this morning when we saw quite a few attempts, but that was definitely the biggest version by miles. And how about that for a score coming through for Jack Robinson? Excellent surfing once again, coming off the win at Sunset Beach, right into an 8.83 from the pen.
Yeah, that was more than well deserved. That was the most critical turn we had by far today, this morning, and very critical section as well. And we were mentioning that usually they use the alley-oop as a transition area maneuver, but that one just straight off the closeout with very steep section. So hard to land, and just no momentum going like on the end of the turn as the landing part, so just makes it very tricky, and he pulled it off. That was impressive.
Yeah, how would you break down his style above the lip? Because it feels like it looks just like he does when he's on the face of the wave.
Yeah, it's just very casual. Like, he has a upper body that doesn't move so much compared to other opponents. As you see it right here, just so much flow, and right there, that's what I mentioned that made that landing so tricky. When you land on top of the wave, most likely when you're going to come down, there's going to be water going against you, and just it cuts your momentum up, and all the landing makes it so much heavier. So that was so impressive, and not to mention just connecting the wave all the way to the end and finishing it off.
The Cross throws down the backhand reverse right into a nice little wrapping cutback inside corner, looking fun to slap it shut. Crosby looking very inspired this morning, really finding the belief in himself that he belongs on the top 34 and kind of realizing that belief through the competition at Pipe and Sunset. Getting that equal ninth to kick off the season, but look at his energy, really fired up. His big brother Griff had the interference that sent him to the elimination round, so he's trying to represent for the Colapintos tonight. Clean backside snap from Robinson, a little bit late, and he'll step off.
Yeah, could have been a good backup for him right there, mostly because he has such a high score on a day like today, like an 8.83. You're not going to need the biggest, most likely you won't need a big score to back yourself up. So it might have been a little bit missed opportunity right there, maybe about a 4-point ride range wave. And as we see Joaquin up and riding.
Durf's turn, nice snap, a little bit late on the end section and ends up going down. What a big stage to produce some great surfing. I mean, he's been surfing for a very long time, but this has to feel completely different in front of the world like this on the championship tour. As you see Ryan Callanan talking things over with Richard Dog Marsh.
Not so happy right there with Joaquin's performance right there. He was like complaining of something, like maybe needed a little bit more momentum. I know Joaquin works with them sometimes, probably working here as well. And also Ryan might be up and riding pretty soon. So having a good look right there, talking to Dog, checking the waves out.
Yeah, always breaking down the conditions. Richard Dog Marsh is always very honest, doesn't hide his feelings from all the surfers that he coaches, and they love him for it. They just know it's just going to be that brutal, honest truth. If it's a great thing, he's going to be celebrating, and if it's not, he's going to let you know as well. Just a really friendly human being, though, with a big spirit and love for surfing. Really has been looking after Ryan for a long time now. Callanan coming off great performance at Sunset. And I think my favorite part about that great performance was kind of felt awkward on his way through the early round, saying how he's always just had a tough result at Sunset in his career. And he was getting the best waves of his life, you know, as he progressed in the later rounds.
Yeah, the surfing he did on the finals day was impressive, mostly as a goofy footer. It's such a hard wave for you to really have a good approach and get vertical, get radical, and he was able to do that last day. And yeah, it's cool to watch him improve in that situation. Mostly him saying that he doesn't have the best relationship with that wave, but put it into work when he needed to.
I think he likes it now. Ryan's got an all goofy foot battle coming up later that Jesse Mendez is going to be very interested in. Miguel Pupo and also Ramsey all looking for a jump into the round of 32.
Yeah, that's cool. I wonder if they're all going to sit in the far bar left. I wouldn't be surprised if they do. Obviously, so the conditions are going to probably change quite a bit as the day comes on, as you see the wind keeps moving a little bit more south. So every probably hour it's going to be a little bit more up, going up the face on the rights. We see how that turns out. But to tell you, Ryan has an advantage on the air game backhand against those two opponents. So if he can take advantage of that, and that's going to be a big difference of point.
Good call. Looking forward to that one. Speaking of great goofy foot performances, we had Joan Duru had a great welcome back to the championship tour. Duru is with AJ.
Joan, congratulations. What a way to start off your campaign here in Portugal, the 2 highest wave scores of your heat. What were you seeing out there that you were able to do that?
Oh, I went on the left side. It's my right over there since a couple of years. So no, I saw the couple this morning over there, and I went there. It looks more clean, less current than in front, and it paid off. I'm really stoked.
Coming in as the wild card, how do you approach each heat?
Yeah, it's so good. There is no pressure. It's just enjoy. So I'm just having a good time, and I'm so stoked to be here. I want to make some heat, maybe some barrels coming. So stoked to have some good wave in Portugal. I love this place. So I'm really stoked.
Well, and speaking of Portugal and Europe, just do you want to say anything to friends and family back home rooting you on here on the CT?
Merci à tout le monde de regarder. On continue le chillon petit à petit. Et bisous à tout le monde, merci.
Perfect, congratulations.
Thank you.
Great to have you back, Joan Duru. We missed you. What a great way to set up the opening round, especially with a big name like Ethan Ewing, also Rio Waida, who had a great event here last year. That was a tough heat, and he just took over. 13.96 total. Here's Robinson. Beautiful. Carve hack off the top. Fin throw reverse in transition. Variety. Nice combination of moves to back up the 883. His coach, Leandro Dora, loving that one.
For sure, smaller wave, so he knew he had to go big and be progressive, have variety, and that's what he did right there. Nice first gouge, just powerful, solid turn, and as you see right here, taking off. Not the biggest section, but he was able to bring it all the way around, and right here just going as big as he could in that section. Tail high, clean. Great score for him.
Another angle from here, and why do we really emphasize the tail high, you know, specifically on those punts?
Yeah, that's what the judges want to see, and actually every surfer wants to see that. The more high the tail gets, the more technical usually the air is. Not always, not a rule, but that's usual.
As we see some backhand attack from Crosby Colapinto, feeling his way in the pocket. Now the Cross has a small section here, but kept his speed up well. Gets clipped on the finish. And his support crew there, Cole Hausman, who had a heat win earlier. Looked like Cade Madsen. Griff got the interference earlier, but Eli would be supporting as well. Hanneman is looking forward to these conditions. Eli will have a heat with Seth Moniz and Kanoe Igarashi later on today, just in a couple of heats from now. Kanoa kind of in his second home, or maybe he spends the most time out of all of his homes, maybe here in Portugal. Hasn't really been in Huntington too often lately, so happy to be about an hour away from a wave like this as we look at Crosby's last wave.
Yeah, nice first setup turn right here for Crosby. Going vertical, very strong, solid on his foot, but the wave started to die out right here. He's just trying to keep it on rail and keeping the speed towards the end of this turn, the end of this wave, but just the last turn didn't really provide him much. But overall, solid surfing for him. It's just, as far as his heat has been, just lack of opportunity to get a bigger score for Crosby, because the surfing is there. He looks solid. He had progression on some of the lefts with the blow tail, backside blow tail reverse. but needed to find something of more substance, like maybe a bigger section, maybe a big ramp, because he's very good in the air as well. And yeah, hopefully comes his way soon.
So Jack still way out in front. Remember the 883, that was a big alley-oop that he threw down. 593 was on his combo from before, and coming out of a nice little vision in the tube was Joaquim Chavez, the wild card from Lisbon, keeping his head in the game. And Dog not smiling yet.
Yeah, not looking. I mean, that was almost a sell from Jack. You see Jack kind of put in like right there, as you see Jack right on the screen, like showing some interest on that wave, but that wave didn't really have much potential, just kind of a crumbly with the south winds now. The wave is not going to be so open and a nice wide barrel, mostly going left, and that was a good sell for Jack.
So you see that pulling in and had to punch free, so not a ton of time in the tube. Didn't have a super critical section there. So the wild card's going to have some work to do with now 12 minutes on the clock here in the opening round, heat number 6. Jack still way out in front with that giant alley-oop with an 883. We'll be right back.
Scores on Russell Blue Crossing, scores on 507. Joaquim está em terceiro, procura 7.07 para segundo, 3 pontos ao último. No entanto, o pedido por aumentar e vai nessa vantagem. Agora passou para 8.03 para segundo. Na última vez 6.01. 10 minutos e 35 segundos para terminar. Joaquim tem a segunda prioridade. A primeira prioridade está também. Lots of blue crossing, 6.03. That's Blue's best rate so far. And white third, Joaquim leading 8.03 to advance to second. Crosby still second, Blue.
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, and by EDP, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Opening round continues here, still in heat 6, still with 9:50 on the clock. As you can see the positioning from the sky. In red is world number 2, Jack Robinson, who made the final last year. Was runner-up to João Chianca. Still wishing João Chianca a recovery after that scary wipeout at Pipeline, as we're waiting for him to come back to the championship tour. Unable to defend his title. He posted about being emotional about that, and we'll watch this now. Joaquim getting some speed and throwing the air section away. Lands a lot of airs in his free serves in competition throughout Europe. And he's very, very focused on his craft. Has a dream of qualifying full-time on the championship tour. And it's cool when you see him set goals and actually accomplish it. Before he won the national title in Portugal, that was his goal as the season began, and ended up winning in Peniche. Year before, he had actually taken a break, strategic break from competitive surfing. He didn't want to just run away from it, but he decided to travel and really surf some quality waves to bring up his level of surfing. And it's kind of a balance, you know, that we talk about a lot with competing to keep that energy hot and not slowing down with that kind of competitive energy, but also getting on some good surf trips to just increase your level, try out a lot of boards. And gosh, even keep your stroke really high as well.
Totally, and that's where you develop the most is on those free serves, as you see here, Crosby, and that's what I was wanting. I was hoping him to do it, find that right and really stick a big air. For him, that wasn't even that critical and that big of an air. For anyone else would have been, but as you see right here, nice, tail high, very difficult to land because he was kind of landing halfway like the tail or halfway full rotation, so it gives you it just gets very tricky for you to rotate once you hit the water, and the wave was very flat, so props for him. That was a very hard air to land right there.
And it's just a different type of impact when a big guy does an air. You know, it just reminds you of when Jordy got on tour, and he's huge, but he's so nimble and flexible, and he's not just looking for a section to just sink that rail into the face. He's got a lot of different weapons he can use. Crosby getting a 6.03 there, his best score of the heat, still second, but he's got a little bit more room over the wild card now. At 7:15 on the clock. If Chavez stays in third, he'll have another chance in the elimination round. His first dream before pro surfing was actually in gymnastics. Reminds me of a surfer named Tonino Benson. Remember him?
Yes, I do.
He was unbelievable in the air as well, but with that gymnastics background, he was so comfortable being upside down and his body positioning. Where you think about all these like high performance centers that are popping up all over around the world, especially Australia, but here in Portugal as well, where you can actually start learning different rotations on trampolines and in foam pits to actually be comfortable when you actually can't see the landing and have crazy flip rotations. And we're seeing how much that's really progressing the sport.
Yes, definitely. And surfing, it's quite of a new sport, if you say it. Mostly the high-performance side of things on a jersey. There hasn't been many years that we've been actually pulling huge airs. So a lot of other sports are way more comfortable and way ahead of us in that aspect. So if you can actually bring that to surfing and learn more and feel more comfortable, it's going to be a big advantage for you. Mostly if you're a young guy like him, he's going to depend on that for the future of his surfing and competition, and he's on the right track. It's just right now it's a big stage, so there's a lot of pressure that comes with it as well.
If you want to perform on the biggest stage,
this is the biggest you can have.
That's right. Jordy Smith coming up next as Matthew McGillivray, who's from Jeffreys Bay, Jordy from Durban, but now really spends most of his time right at J Bay. Just bought a new house down there right on the point. So some friendly fire there, just focusing on South Africa. And then you add Cade Madsen to the mix. Another one of the big guys on tour from San Clemente. As we see our wild card, Joaquim coming off with a backside turn, trying to stay in the mix of the seat, but needs a big number as we approach the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, it's looking tough for him right now, but he just needs to kind of try and regroup and come out of this heat in a good note, at least land some solid turns, maybe feel more comfortable. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure. This is a huge heat going against Jack and Crosby, some of the best surfers in the world. And in these conditions as well, they're very good in the air. They're very comfortable, mostly in right hands. With this wind, it's a tricky heat for him.
Let's kind of have a feeling of what he's going through here in a moment here. Last wave, what'd you see here?
Yeah, just a lot of backwash in that wave. Hard to timing, but finish it solid. He's probably for sure going to get his best score of the heat so far. See, Dog's stoked right there because you want to keep, get some momentum throughout the heat. You don't want to come in with 2 3-point rides and most of them just mistakes, you know. That one was a very hard wave to read, and he was solid on his foot, timed it well, and finished off strong.
Thinking of Chavez here and what he's going through. Jesse, do you remember your very first CT heat? Where was it, and what was the result?
My very first CT heat was actually a special one, North Point. The waves are pretty good. It was me, Gabriel, and Wiggly Dantas, and I made the heat. I got first.
And wow, that's a success story. Do you remember if you had nerves that day or how excited you were to compete at the top level?
I was kind of baffled that the waves were that good, and obviously having goofy footers under heat helps at North Point because everyone's with the back against the wall, so it's kind of a plain field. There's not much advantage, and I was just a wild card, so it didn't really matter. Like, I had not much pressure. I didn't feel that much pressure, and I had a fun heat. It was a great time. The barrels, it was sunny. Barrels were going. And
gosh, great to reflect on that.
I had way more nerves in all the other heats, but that one was actually a pretty good one. I was like, yeah, I just want to sit there and wait for a good wave. It was kind of slow, so I was like, I just want to get a good wave. That's all. It came my way.
Well, you channeled the right vibe, because you never know if these wild cards will have that happy-go-lucky feel as we dive into the recap. It's been all about this move from Jack Robinson. Gigantic alley-oop, and what a recovery. Even had a bonus hack to finish up that 8.83.
Yeah, that was impressive from him. Just so much momentum going into the turn and then just cutting it short with the landing, but somehow sticking and just grinding, doing the Huntington hop and finish it off on the beach. And right here you see Crosby. Amazing surfing. Just, I think he actually made more than most of what the waves that he caught gave him the opportunity, and just solid on his foot, clear-minded of what he needed to do, and yeah, delivering.
And then also Jack getting a nice combination hack, and then through the tail high to have the cool-looking combination of maneuvers. 5.93 helping out his total, 14.76 combined total with a minute 55 on the clock. And remember, we'll always have the catch-up at the end of the day to give you all the biggest moments from all the action when we're running heats on the championship tour. Nice, cool, condensed highlight reel of all the major storylines that go down. That'll be after the Corona Post Show. As we're just getting started here on opening day, Jack Robinson out in front, Crosby still second. Chavez builds to a 4.6. That was the one that Dog applauded just moments ago. So he chipped away at the requirement. Instead of an excellent number, now he needs a 6.6 with a minute 15 to go.
Yeah, and I think Dog applauded that wave just because he was stoked. He knew the score wasn't going to come in huge, but he was probably happy that he actually had a wave without a mistake. Like most of his waves had earlier in the heat, there was lack of balance in some ways, just misread it some other waves, just the nerves were feeling it, and it's good to kind of finish off the heat in a good note and maybe carry that momentum throughout the repechage if he doesn't turn this heat over, because there's still time. He's in third priority. It's a big task. Both opponents are sitting right by him, and they're not going to give him too much room.
Down to 35 seconds till we see Jordy, McGillivray, Cade Madsen. What a stellar heat from Jack Robinson, and a really frustrating heat for Griffin Colapinto. Griff, happy to support Crosby, but probably still in the back of his mind rethinking that interference that sent him from first to third in his heat earlier today. And we will count this one out. What a great performance from Jack Robinson. 8.83, 5.93. Impressive. Still on fire after his win at Sunset Beach. It's a completely different playing field and looking just as strong. Crosby will also move on with Jack to the round of 32. And Joaquim Chavez will be reseeded into the elimination round to have another shot at the best in the world. Jordy Smith coming up next, taking on McGillivray and San Clemente rookie Cade Madsen. We're bringing Paul Evans and Strider Wazalewski for the call.
Muito obrigado, Peniche, trabalho também. Estamos já então já com a bateria número 7 na água dos surfistas da África do Sul, que Romano joga em seguinte de ajuda entre o Kennedy. Ambos têm a companhia do Rockland com o Luca Branco e Ken Manson. So right now, in the water, is number 7. with two surfers from South Africa, in red, Charlie Smith, and in blue, Benson McGillivray. They both have the company from the American E1 segment for the crew. Good luck, good luck. Already one more for blue, and to the delivery. It's the 217 first.
And a very warm welcome back to Portugal, opening day of the MEO Rip Curl Pro presented by Corona. Sunny skies above the iconic surf town of Peniche. And here to talk you through it, joining myself, Paul Evans, I'm delighted to say, for some searing insights and red hot takes, Strider Wasilewski. How you feeling, bro?
Yeah, we're loving it. I mean, that was a beautiful beach scene that you were just looking at, and just, you know, the action is happening. I mean, we just watched Jack go above the lip like 6 feet, throwing up a huge alley-oop, and, you know, that's the kind of stuff we come for. And this beach break can deliver, even on a, you know, a head-high wave, a lot of power to produce those kind of maneuvers.
Yeah, it's exactly what we love about it, isn't it? Really, just the entertainment factor out here. We're looking for big tunes. We'll see some big airs as well. Let's check out live action here from one or two South Africans in the water. Matt McGillivray, low-key action hero, likes jumping off things. And he surfs pretty good too. Straight down to business for him. We'll set the heat with Jordy Smith going really well in Hawaii early on this season. The 5th and the 3rd from him. He's flying. He looks very relaxed indeed. McGillivray, not a gang-busting opening couple of events for him, but he's pretty well poised for a result here. We'll also see Cade Matson, the rookie, out of San Clemente, part of that strong squad. And looking also to get a result here. And he's getting to the stage where he kind of needs one, Strider.
Yeah, I just had a little chuckle just thinking about, oh, here we go. Here's live action.
Here's Cade, whips one. And then tags a lip, and already looking behind him to see if there's anything else he can try and squeeze some juice out of. So a frisky start from Cade. Why are you giggling, mate? What's tickling you?
Just thinking, you know, like, you know, McGillivray, he was just out there and he does all that base jumping. Well, Cade forgot his parachute first event of the year out there, back door. Did you see that wipe out? I just had a chuckle.
Down,
he forgot forgot the parachute on that one.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it was entertaining to watch from a distance. It looked like it could have got nasty. He seemed okay.
He popped right out the back. I was in the water. I was quite impressed, but definitely took a hit to the ribs on that, you know. It's like hitting the cement when you drop, you know, 20 feet out of the sky onto flat water.
We don't have you in the water here, mate. I would have quite liked to see you get blown up by some of these, and maybe even the waterproof polo shirt. We're not seeing that, mate.
Please send me out there as immediately. You know, I'd rather be in the water at all times, but being here in the booth with you is second.
A close second. What do you make of Jordy's, I'm not going to say rejuvenation, but he's just looked so good. He looks so calm and casual. He's always been confident.
He's just a veteran, and he has that swagger, you know, to him, and it's dangerous once he starts letting it go a little bit. Now, you know, once he gets heated up, it's really fun to watch. He had, you know, he ran through Hawaii with an injury. He had stitches in his foot. And it didn't hinder him. He just had a booty on and just pushed through. And, you know, he's a warrior. I think that the South Africans are a hardy bunch.
We see a lot of surfers on tour, really just the emotional swings according to their fortunes in the heat. They're elated when they win. They're kind of crushed when they lose. With Jordy, he's kind of, you know, just takes it all in his stride. You wonder how he manages to be so relaxed and comfortable because of his surfing skills as he gets, well, a stretched out left on the backhand.
Yeah, and then this is a replay for McGillivray. Just, you know, they're trying to find a flow in this heat. You can see all these first waves. You're just getting under your feet. You're trying to open up a little bit. You know, I was down in the competitors area earlier, and it feels like, you know, you're all pent up in that competitors area, but then once you get in the water, you get to open up a little bit. You get to use your skill set to relax and do what you came here to do.
Definitely feels like one of those days where you want to get just the wave catching done. Not, you know, we think some of those days in Hawaii, there's long period swells and a lot of sitting and waiting for your fortunes to change. You can kind of roll your sleeves up a bit here at Super Tubos, particularly with a little bit of wind on it as well, and just try and look for a little ramp, a little section to tag, get busy, get on the tools, and basically avoid that third place position.
And, you know, right now the conditions, you've got the tide filling in, and you've got that little bit of wind coming over the back of the wave. It just sets up for some air game, which I really, you know, like we've talked about it from the last heat. We saw Jack going huge and Crosby Colapinto throwing down some airs himself. But these are the conditions that you can really throw into these power sections and go above the lip.
Let's see how this one unfolds. It is heat 7 of our opening rounds. This is Mattsson.
Yeah, you know what? Quick snap. He's got a lot of flow in his surfing. Big guy, but definitely can get really agile in the lip, which is something we've been seeing out of these big fellas, just like Jordy.
Yeah, really aggressive, isn't he, Cade? You like it when he's fired up. I feel like sometimes when he's asked a bit of a question, he does have that inner fire, definitely, and he's able to dial into that. Let's see what he can do here. He coils on the bottom turn and then just whips a quick turn. Has to be a bit patient. And then using the rail for a nice slice and a really, really nice finish as well, and that's going to feel great.
Yeah, finding a little bit of a flow right away would make you feel comfortable in a heat. He's up against it, too. I think he's sitting on a couple of 17ths, so, you know, he'd want to be stacking up some numbers. The cut is looming.
All right, here goes Jordy. And there is that signature combo of a smooth bottom turn and then on the rail releasing the tail. Another quick wrap from him. The wave will get a touch weird or go and just poke through out the back. But the first turn, just vintage Jordy Smith, really. We talked about his experience and the stuff he's been able to do down the years. So much flow from him, so much power as well, Strider.
He's had great success here, too. Some of those incredible tube rides he's had out here, just taking off behind it. Look like closeouts, and he finds a way through. So Jordy loves this place. You can see him, you know, he sets up the wave so perfectly. He identified, you know, his section before he even took off on that wave, found a bottom turn to set it up, and it's fun to watch the way he does it. It was all about that first move for him. Whereas Cade, you know, he's kind of surfing a different part of the bank, so this wave kind of coils back at itself, and it allows him for multiple turns. It doesn't really open up on any of them, but he does throw up, you know, three turns into that corner.
A little combo at the end there for Mattsson, the rookie, and it will help his course, certainly. Crucially, getting that finish done. We talked about that experience of Jordy Smith, a milestone for him, 150 career events. What an incredible career. We talked about the world title contention that he was in, 2-time runner-up as well. Made a couple of finals out here, and he looks no sign of slowing down whatsoever.
Yeah, he does not look like he's, you know, coming in the backside of his career at all. I mean, 150 events, you think about that, like, you know, Ryan Callahan's on number 50. You know, like these guys are, that's a lot of heats. But he looks spry and ready to go. I mean, you saw that first turn on that wave. He just whipped it right around.
I mean, it's interesting to think about surfers, obviously, in the final 5 contention. Of course, the final's going down at lower trestles. It's a break he knows well. The type of surfing he does fit well at that wave. And if he can stay in contention, stay up there, what a great outside shot.
Watched him win at lower trestles, and the waves were small. And he just had so much energy and got so much movement. It's impressive to watch.
Yeah, for a big man, he's really, really nimble. And he's just taken this season so far all in his strides with some nice finals days performances.
He did just kick out of his house in St. Clemente, though. Sold it, moved on. Interesting.
He's one of those surfers who has had kind of multiple homes around the world and able really to feel very comfortable spending more time on the North Shore, where he's looked really great. I mean, I think a couple of years ago at Pipe 2022, he looked so good, I thought, out there on that big day. And looking comfortable basically any venue. Talk about what we can do at the beaches. And of course, at the point breaks. Unfortunately, we won't have J-Bay on tour this year. But Jordy Smith, waves like bells coming up after this. You'd back him to do well in running right-handers. We'll pick him up going to the air, though, and getting a rotation done. And we talked about how sprightly he is, even though he's experienced, and he's mixing it with the young guns.
I love it. That was quick transition maneuver above the lip, boning out, tail high. Here we go. Here's a replay. You know, he jams it, the float for the speed, but watch this. Throws the tail up, you know, like when that tail's up above your head like that, coming back in is not an easy thing, and you've got to be agile and strong to pull that out with some core.
Smith looking really good there. We'll see where that goes with the panel. Someone that curried the favor of the panel, Jack Robinson. He's with AJ.
Yeah, that's right. Jack and I just going over that heat because what a recap we have to talk about, Jack. The 8.83, first excellent wave of the comp, doing it in style. Walk me through that one.
Yeah, I was just trying to go as high as I could. I mean, I knew Cross was probably going to go big too, and wild card, you never know. So just, yeah, try and make do with what I have. And yeah, good to be back here in Portugal. Pastel Ginata. I smashed one last night. Feel good.
There you go. That's the secret sauce. Coming off of that win at Sunset, how do you carry that momentum into Portugal?
I think just kind of take the focus, come here. I went to Puerto Rico for the ISAs. I surfed so many heats there, and then trying to keep up the same energy. So, you know, it'd be good to have a few days off and then kind of just recharge. But yeah, it's, you know, just stay present on where we are and try and enjoy this place. I'm away from the family right now, so yeah, I'm excited to get back to them, but enjoy here first and then that'll come.
Speaking of the family, I know they're up late watching you. Anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Yeah, I love them. And yeah, love you guys. Let's keep going.
We'll see you in the next one, Jack.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Thanks, AJ. Jack Robinson just continues on a tear, really so full of confidence. He just seems in such a good place. Expect him to do really well on the North Shore, but actually caught a couple of those heats in Puerto Rico. It was small, kind of windy. He was absolutely ripping. He's nimble in the smaller stuff. Showed us the air game as well for that excellent number in his heat just now, and he's looking really good. Under 17 minutes in this. Numbers in Geordie. It's a good one. The air from him. 7.67 Strider.
Yeah, well deserved though. I mean, transition floater to, you know, big front side three. It's like, it's something, you know, to really look at here, because I feel like with the conditions, you know, you'd think, oh, this isn't, you know, the super tubos that I came for, but really, this is exactly the kind of high performance wave you want to be in for, you know, to see the technical side of surfing.
Yeah, definitely. So many different ways of doing it out here. Geordie going to the air, of course. There was a time a few years ago now when it was kind of him and Dane in conversation for that kind of who's the best free surfer and kind of all that stuff with the progression. He was right there, as good as anyone really in the world. Ran really close for the world title a couple of times. Absolutely no sign of slowing down. And as you mentioned, if anything, he's just almost kind of made that headspace easier for himself. Doesn't have a ton of pressure, not people touting him before the season, like this guy's going to win the world title. But, I mean, hey, what a great position to be in and try and just kind of slipstream into it.
He's also nobody's here to lose. Do you know what I mean? I mean, they're all thinking world title. I mean, you have to be coming into this. You have to have the confidence. It is a grind, though. I mean, you look at the water. It's not an easy playing field. It's just try and find the right wave. But if you can get on them, you can get the performance done.
Forecast has been pretty much spot on. It's exactly what we kind of anticipated when we were down there in the dark and we were kind of looking at the numbers. Renato mentioning a bit of wind kicking through this afternoon, but so far still loads of scoring opportunity out there. We're swinging in towards that high tide, which brings the energy closer to the shore, which is cool for the fans.
That's G-Force, isn't it?
G-Force.
Is that Papa Graham right there?
Checking things out.
Love it. He is on it, man. He is doing so much cool stuff, too, for the community back home. He's all about giving back to everybody. He's making boards for everybody on the team and just really doing anything he can to support surfing in South Africa.
Yeah, loves this time over in Portugal as well. G-Force always enjoys himself over here. I mean, everyone says they're sort of happy to be at every venue, right? I mean, it's the right thing to say, but I feel like in Portugal, people actually mean it. Like, everyone really is stoked.
Well, at least, you know, there's a great vibe here in Portugal, and you can, you know, you usually find a fun wave by yourself. You can find some great food. People are really welcoming and giving you information and getting around town. So everybody here having fun.
Robbo picked out the pastel tonata. If you don't know, that's kind of like a custard tart. It's got like a creme brulee in pastry. Strider, what's your pick of the local cuisine? What are you into over here? What do you like to get?
I'd love the tasca de joie, just getting into the meats.
Okay.
Don't mind it. But it's the cantina. I mean, there's lots of places to get around to. But you know what? The pastries are good.
Yeah, a lot of good options available here. Bunch of waves to surf. We might have to get a little creative in terms of where our surfers are going to free surf when this storm comes through. But of course, Peniche being that peninsula, it used to be an island before the land rejoined, and there's always somewhere offshore. So even on a big westerly gale, we do have some shelter. Let's see how that pans out over the next couple of days. We are expecting a bit of action out of the Atlantic. Here we go with action, live action. Jordy Smith on a left gets a little pump in and then just clicks one with so much flow, cat-like in the balance, and it's so smooth and controlled. Really nicely done. And that is fluid surfing from Jordy Smith.
Where did he dial that bomb up from? Jeez. I mean, just the rhythm and timing and his placement was really well done. I feel like that's that kind of veteran thing where you don't get ahead of yourself and you don't go too crazy, knowing you kind of pace yourself through a heat, and you got to like come up with certain scores as to the heat goes. There's something there's a big difference. I think Kelly Slater was somebody who did that really well, where they surfed to the heat and what they needed, not over and above anything more.
Jordy Smith making his way back out after that long left hand. He's already got the 767 locked in for the air on the right. Let's see where this one goes. I like the fact that you picked out the rhythm of that. Really nice tempo to it, wasn't it? Kind of mixed it up as well throughout the ride. Let's go and sample the vibe in the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Kayo.
Yeah, thank you. Over here, Red Bull Athlete Zone, of course, we got, this is where the coaches are watching everything going on. Leandro Dora over my shoulder, right? Had a talk with Leandro a little bit earlier. Success with Jack Robinson in that last heat. He's really happy. Luana Silva on to the Olympics. And remember, Ian Gentile, heat number 11. Leandro's going to be coaching him, as well as his son, Iago Dora, in heat number 12. So the Leandro camp doing really well. It looks like there's a game plan already here getting formulated in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, Kayo, obviously opening day competition, we're not eliminating anyone, no one losing, but still it's kind of, there's a bit of nervous energy down there. How are people feeling?
You know what? It's actually fairly lighthearted here. I don't see a lot of stress. I mean, this is not a time. We haven't seen tantrums or anything yet because, like you said, nobody's losing in this opening round. So it's a nice opening day. It's a nice vibe.
Epic, mate. Great stuff. Strider, there's still time for tantrums.
I think there was a little tantrum earlier with Griffin. I think he was a little upset.
Okay.
But, I think he made a mistake.
How about you? You're going to hold it together?
Me, I'm going to throw a tantrum for sure at one point.
You love to see it.
But, I love the fact that we can, dive into these situations with these surfers and watch them. And you could see that there was something with priority that was going to switch in that the Griffin color Pinto heat. So it's like, it's just so hard to make that split-second decision. Looking up, catching the wave. We'll see him in the elimination round.
10.5 remaining in this. Menis just getting his Apple Watch and getting dialed in. We're going to go to a quick break here in Portugal. More live action. Jordy Smith in the ascendancy out on the water. More from Super Tubos real soon.
Previous offload, Matthew McKillivray, previous offload, it's a 3-1-3, that's smooth best strike so far. The last offload, the throw right, 1-4. So situation still in the lead red, Jordy Smith, sitting now on a 7-6-7 and a 6-1. Second place, White came up, White with a 5 and a 4. White is looking for an 8-6-7. Combining with Blue. So Blue still first. Blue still first. Blue is chasing now 5.87 to get second. 9 minutes 10 seconds. Diminuto chances do sul-africano de Blue, médio de Billy, precisa agora de 5.87 para ameaçar a segunda posição que está no norte-americano de branco. Quem massa, ele tem prioridade. Lider esta bateria o outro sul-africano, o John Smith, no mão, já com um parcial total de 13.6, com 7.67 no sexto. 8 minutes, 45 seconds, situation remains the same, still in the lead round, Jordy Smith, second place still with White, Ben Munson, White.
Australia event, and I was like, I need something to look at every single day to make sure it happens.
Kid's funny, he's the comedian of the group.
We call him like Fratson because he turns into like a frat boy and he's like just big and like jockey and he's like, yeah!
Yeah! Hey, Fratson, Matson.
Yeah, you know, I've just been working so hard for this and I'm just, you know, really happy.
How are ya? I had a back injury. It was probably like as close to hell as you could imagine. Got dropped from my sponsor, was going into surgery, just like, is my surf career over? I didn't really have a doubt that I was gonna be here. And I think that's the reason that I'm here, is that I was able to like believe in myself.
Oh, whale? Matson, the star of the show today.
I think I'm made of a lot of confidence and a guy that's ready to take on the challenge. I'm Cade Matson and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
Squad goals for the San Clemente crew include seeing their strong contingent of rookies go deep into events and crucially make that cut. It's looming up after stop 5. This is stop 3 in the championship tour. And right now we're watching Jordy Smith, who's gone 5th and 3rd in the opening couple of events. He's going all right in this one. Dropped a 6 for that left hand that already had a 7.67. Healthy numbers for the South African veteran, 13.67. It's a bit more modest for Matson and McGillivray in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Matt McGillivray's been pretty quiet really in terms of his scores, a 2 and a 3. He needs to do something about that if he wants to avoid the elimination round. Cade's just nudging things up, 4 and a 5. Actually just the 2 ways ridden for him, but so far so good. He's shown us kind of flashes of what he can do. He'll want plenty more. He's got priority as well, Strider.
Yeah, he's just so used to these kind of conditions, Cade is. So he's probably feeling comfortable out there right now. Like back home in California, you surf a lot of onshore, kind of beach breaky stuff. So, you know, ooh, that didn't look good.
Yeah, not the greatest use of priority there. The big extended float, but it all went a little wrong on the landing. And he goes down. He won't add to his total, and he'll go to the back of the queue as well. Time will tick away. 6 minutes will be less than that when he punches through into the lineup. So let's see what Jordy does with first priority, and crucially, Matt McGillivray having a sniff here. What's he got for us? And he goes kind of late to that air. Got quite a lot of spring, actually, but just landed on that troublesome, turbulent whitewater. Unable to stick a completion, so he'll be unable to add to his total as well. And by the time he pops out, it'll be time to really start thinking about dialing something in. He's on the wrong end at the moment of a 5.87. Otherwise, he's heading to the elimination round. He's had a really fun year to watch last year, like watching Maddie compete. I think he steps up maybe when you're not really expecting him to. And just one of those people that you'd always kind of back to find something. He's so determined. He's pretty professional in his approach as well. And different ways for him of getting scores. And you think about some of the stuff he's been able to do. For example, at Chopu, where he just got that incredible drop. But maybe at venues when you're not maybe expecting him to shine, he'll pull it out the bag. Let's see what he can do here. Under 5 minutes to go. And this one, a fun heat to watch, particularly if you're a fan of Jordy Smith. We talked about how good his year kicked off, and he seems to be going from strength to strength in Portugal.
Yeah, he's packed his bags up. He's just chilling out the back at the moment. I don't think he's got to worry in this heat. This is a battle for second, because 3rd place would be going into the elimination round. Not somewhere you want to be for either of those surfers, Matson and McGillivray. But I think Matson's just going to, finish this one out, trying to sit right on, Matthew, try and keep him off of waves. But didn't look like it worked.
Here goes Maddie. Opening turn's a touch sticky, and that's because there's just a bit of fatness on the face. He'll find a steep section here. What's he got onto the inside? And he takes that lip on, gets a little projection down to the flats, kind of compresses his body just to add a little bit of spice to it. It'll be a completion. Was it the 5.87?
No, but it was interesting because that wave looked, I mean, there was opportunity in it, and he didn't just free up the rails off the beginning of it. But if he would have, it would have been a huge mistake, you know, to me from, you know, Kay to give him that wave. Because this wave actually regrouped and had this inside section. That was a big section right there. You know, if he would have maybe thrown the tail around or something, he could have gotten a bigger score out of that. We'll see what the judges come up with.
Yeah, the kind of think about the scoring potential of the wave, particularly from there. You think he did really well just to squeeze opportunity from it. Saw this section. It looks technical from above when you see the ground he covered. Let's see where it goes. Almost certainly going to improve his overall position anyway. And you think he's sitting on that 2 and a 3, but time not really on his side. Ah, she looks nice from above, doesn't she? Sun's out. We got some waves.
It's a wild setup here. You know, you got those draining out, you know, either end kind of goalpost rip tides that suck out either end, and it creates the playing field in the middle. So those deep channels, they suck all the sand back out, and it fills in on the sides and creates those peaks in the middle that you get all that playing field out of, and it's always there. It's unbelievable how consistent this place is with the setup.
So Geordie's dad watching on there, be pretty happy with his son's work. Next to Lobby, who's also checking things out, keeping an eye on that lineup. As Strider mentioned, this bank can get drawn out to sea quite rapidly, particularly if you're not paying attention. You see surfers just paddling back the shore between sets, trying to get out of that rip and stay on the bank. Just over 2 minutes. McGillivray, well, he got a bit of an improvement, a 3.83. He's brought his score down a touch, but he still needs a 5. That's an in second priority as well. We'll try and use that priority for a bit of control. He's going to let Matty go here. Let's see what this one does. Fades the bottom turn. Quick snap off the top, pretty nice. And then he's really late to that. He had to make a decision about how hard to hit that turn. It just put him late for the closeout section.
Yeah, Cade, just you have nerves of steel out there giving up waves, you know. You never know what's going to happen. It doesn't need much. Mid-range score of 5. It's something else. Even those, I mean, we know it's not gigantic out there, but you go for a surf out here and you get smacked around, you know, really quickly. It's amazing how much power are in these little waves out here.
Yeah, you really do get the sense of these swells that come in out Atlantic. There's kind of nowhere for the energy to go on this sand, but really does focus here and just getting blown up, paddling back out. A lot of power out in the water. That's what makes it tricky to land those final turns, and which is why they're rewarded so often from the panel. Geordie, well, he's been rewarded so far in this one. A good total from him, 13.67. And he'll be feeling this heat is going exactly to plan. Obviously, he'd rather get 2 excellent scores, but it's going pretty well for him. That's the picture on the flags. That is a south wind, southerly flow. Generally not ideal here. If it goes slightly west of south, it could get more problematic into the right-handers. But at the moment, actually, when you look at the conditions, it maybe looks a little more positive looking at the ocean than it does looking at the flags, because it's still pretty clean out there, Strider. Here's live action from Geordie as he rips into one. And this one will go a little wobbly here. Unlikely to add too much. He just wanted to surf a wave.
Yeah, he's just coming. He's packing it up. I'm surprised he took that vacation wave.
Geordie will make his way out the back, and we will tick down and count down shortly from 10 seconds. All right, here's Cade. So had that priority and got a good first hit. Uses it on this wave. This one stands up on the bank for him. There's a third turn. And he'll whip that upper body around a 4th time. So the first one was a nice, strong turn, and then managing to get multiple maneuvers done to finish it and got the completion as well. He was already in an advancing position. He might improve his number. It's unlikely to attack Geordie's first pace position, but a good way to close out the heat.
Yeah, beautiful surfing and found a rhythm. You know, these are confidence builders right here. You know, played a smart heat in the end there, held his opponent off, whereas Matthew was just looking for a small score that he could have. That was a 5-point ride all day long. So great heat IQ right there for Cade Madsen to finish out.
Yeah, absolutely. He mentioned he let a couple of those waves go. He read them really well, and this was the kind of opportunity he wanted to make sure he still had the priority for, so he could go the blocks. Exactly what he did. And confidence is key in any sport, particularly in surfing when you're dealing with the vagaries of the ocean. And he'll feel, well, just some added extra tempo going in and avoiding the elimination round. We'll see Matt McGillivray in the elimination round. That's why we see the air of chagrin on his face, because he's a little bit bummed to only come out with a couple of threes out of that heat. And Jordy Smith, we mentioned how good he's been this year, and he's shown no signs of slowing down at all here in Portugal. A comprehensive performance for him. Looking forward to seeing the action continue here at Super Tubos Portugal. We'll be right back.
Official results now from the previous one. Number 7, the winner, Inner John Smith. Second place, White Kate Madsen. Third place was Blue Matthew McGillivray. Congratulations for John Smith and Kate Madsen already in round number 2. Parabéns então na bateria anterior ao John Smith e Bernardo, nesta bateria de segunda posição. O round de Kate Madsen, eles estão preparados para já na prova 3. First of one, early 0.5. Possible now for red. Apagado isso red. First of blue set to 0.3, set by now for the first of red canoe. Priority is white, second priority is blue.
Peniche é uma terra de pescadores. E agora, isto tem que vão mudando, é uma terra de pescadores e de surf.
This is the beautiful beach, Praia da Construção. This connection with fishing started really early. My dad used to go fishing with us when we were kids.
Surf e a pesca tem muito a ver com a intuição. Olhamos para o mar, sentimos os elementos naturais e vemos, olha, aqui é um sítio espetacular para a pesca, aqui é um sítio espetacular para o surf. A essência está no nosso corpo.
Getting the barrel in Peniche, one of the best feelings in the world. It's not everywhere that you have the chance to catch the best ones, and I'm lucky to have one of the best beach breaks in the world at home.
If you like fishing, you'll enjoy Portugal. It's just one of the reasons to come to this beautiful part of the world. As we look down the beach towards Conceição.
That's where they were fishing, just on the other side of the point.
Right on the rocks. There's all sorts of waves as well down that little stretch of coast. Free surfing opportunities and some really beautiful coast to check out right now. We're at the iconic break of Super Tubos, and we are watching Eli Hanneman go at it. So an early effort from him. Surfer out of Maui taking on a fellow Hawaiian in the form of Seth Moniz, also Kanoa Igarashi out in the water right now as well. That is our trio of surfers looking to advance and try and avoid the elimination round here. Opening day of our waiting period at the MEO Rip Curl Pro. Here's Eli.
Wow, he just looks like he's picked a gem, you know, even with that little bit of wind, there was a hollow section for him to get under the hood. Finishes it, you know, with a couple of, you know, so-so turns in the lip line there, but I think that the tube was where he's going to get the points out of it. Great pickup.
All right, here we go, live action. Kanoa Igarashi here, loading up, got a ton of speed. What does he do with it? Nice turn from him, bit of spark, bit of fizz, and then on the rail, just wrapping that trademark arm position from him. That trademark style, it's precision surfing from Kanoa. And he'll get a finish on the end as well. and his season has kicked off really, really well so far this year. He's got his confidence back. He's got an extra pep in his step, and he opens up his campaign with this long right strider.
You know, it's interesting to watch Kanoa, because you watch him in this whole wave as a whole. He never gave up on it as far as his ability to link his turns and put them all together. There wasn't anything spectacular on that wave, but he kept the rails pretty clean and finished off solid. And it's something that you have to, it's like a veteran move, you know, like even though you don't have the greatest first turn or whatever, it doesn't matter. If you keep going down the line, you keep putting the power on, you push to the end, and you create something for yourself, that's where the money comes in. And that's what he did, you know, he just kept the whole picture going, and that's why he's been so successful.
Let's have a chat with Jordy Smith. He's with AJ.
Yes, he is. 150th CT for you here in Portugal, Jordy. What goes through your mind when I tell you that number, especially considering you started off the event with a heat win?
Just round it off. Let's go 200. So, yeah, tough conditions. Like I was telling you a little bit, in Europe, it's such big, drastic tide differences that, you know, you kind of have that free surf in the morning expecting to be on kind of one bank, and then when the tide fills in, that bank goes to shit, and you kind of just go, oh, well, you know, plan B, let me hunt down the beach a little bit. Both the competitors were pretty good. Yeah, I just was fortunate, lucked into that one wave, got a floater, did an air, and yeah, I kind of got the high score heat, stoked.
As you should be. And so moving on, you obviously skip the elimination round, go into the round of 32. We've talked the first two events about just your mindset, how fired up you are for this season. How do you carry that momentum here to Europe and in Peniche?
I just focus on me. I really am tuned in just to what I'm doing, and I just do me. And you know, everyone kind of always says that, but to really believe that and actually put that into work is it's quite a difficult task. And that's kind of just what I've been practicing, just taking control of me and doing it.
How do you practice something like that so you can take control?
With routine. The more that I do my routine, the more I do me, the easier it becomes. Yeah.
Well, you're off to a great start. Congratulations, Jordy.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, AJ. Check out live action here. Seth Moniz tagging it backhand and whipping for a finish in some whitewater. Just wants to get at this. Some scores have come down around him from his adversaries in this heat. Wants to get into the action. Took that wave. Let's see where it goes with the panel. But so far, Kanoa, a couple of numbers already locked in. Eli as well with a good score, as we see. So this one's starting off nice and strong, Strider.
Yeah, well, here we go. You know, Seth is one of those competitors that will always surprise you, I feel like. And, you know, it's just a matter of time in every heat for him to do it. And, you know, he's found himself a nice little wave right here. He got himself into a critical section. A little bit mistimed maybe on the end there. But, you know, he's just getting warmed up. I got a little chuckle off of Jordy's. We'll get back to that. Here we go. Oh, another one. He's getting tubed all over the place, this kid. That's beautiful work. I mean, Eli just, you know, finding those little ramps into those sections get tubed like that. It's going to give you some scores.
The 6-5 from the panel for Eli for that. What were you talking about, Jordy? What tickled you there?
Just the fact that he said, yeah, my opponents, they're pretty good. I love it.
All right. Just under 22 minutes. Igarashi backhand. A turn from him and just kind of lands on his heels from that maneuver. Won't go further down the line as Dad watches on. Let's talk about the sort of reinvigoration of Kanoa Igarashi. How much are we putting that down to the snake effect?
You know, I after this replay, I'll say it, but you know, Igarashi's a little off kilter on this wave, so obviously not what you wanted out of that wave. But you know, he's got the confidence, and he was a little thrown off there by the lip line there. That was what happened, and so it kind of pushed him into a funny corner to finish that wave. But he got a phone call from Jake Patterson, and Jake said, because they used to work together quite a bit, you know, and he said, hey, that's not the Kanoa I built. That's not the Kanoa I've worked on. What is going on in your wheelhouse right now?
What was going on? What? Yeah, I mean, he had a shocker of a year last year, nearly didn't make the cut.
You know, there was some surfboard stuff and there was some mental stuff involved, and I feel like, you know, Snake's just like, and then immediately Kanoa's like, you're right. I need to get back to what you built, and that's what they're doing, and that's what they've done, and it's really great to see somebody's confidence and just all the things, the foundation that somebody works on with somebody, put back together, because it kind of fell apart a little bit when he walked away, and now he's putting all the pieces back together for Kanoa to put that confidence back in, put the boards right, and get him back into the driver's seat as a competitive surfer again.
Igarashi very much dialed back in Sunset, second place, his first final for 2 years, and already just looks like a different competitor. Not a different surfer, but just looks the way he's competing. He looks like the vintage Kanoa Igarashi of old. He's got an unbelievable record out here, actually. At 6 attempts, 4 times he's gone to quarters or better. He's got a really good record in Portugal. He's got Jake the Snake back in his corner, as a couple of other surfers, the likes of Cade Matson, who we just saw. Also, Ethan Ewing taking some advice in this one from Jake Patterson. Meanwhile, here's Eli loading up here. He's got some speed. What's he got? That wind blowing into this right-hander. And he's so good above the lip. That one, bit of a throwaway rotation from him there, but we can expect to see a bit more of that stride of that south wind blowing into the rights, and could be an air wind.
Yeah, using that to your advantage is something that all these guys will be looking for. Actually, yeah, every one of these guys in this heat would be able to throw it up into that wind and come down with some technical surfing. Eli's just a little hammer, man. That guy just has so much energy and puts so much time into his surfing.
Got that 6.5 locked in already in this heat. He's doing some duck diving right now. He won't add significantly to his total with that, just be a throwaway score from him, but he does have one decent score. It is the high score so far in this heat 8 of our opening round of men's competition, opening day of competition here in Portugal, and we decided to get things underway. A little bit of calm before the storm that's coming over the next couple of days, and highly contestable conditions here on a Wednesday in Europe. As we pulled the trigger, Igarashi just sitting out there, being pretty patient. That's his squad. He spent so much time in Portugal. And those are his mates. Of course, he's fluent in Portuguese, and he loves this part of the world. Here's Seth Moniz on a left-hander. Nice little pocket from him, little nuggety one, and he manages to stay in that pocket, tag it several times, and a nice finish from him. Not pushing overly hard, but crucially making sure he gets the finish as well. Throwing in a little bit of variety. Seth will just kind of want to stay in the conversation in this one. You think of that 6 from Eli. Kanoa's got that 5, and Seth really just wants to get in that chat.
Yeah, he's trying to pace himself into it, try not to over-surf a wave. I feel like that's something that, you know, a lot of surfers do. They get over their heels and push a little too hard. That was a great wave from Seth. I mean, he's had that wave. I just gave him the opportunity to like rhythm into the ball, into the heavy section, the critical section of the wave, over and over again. Love to see that.
Seth Moniz making his way back out. Panel deciding on his number. Let's check out this left-hander.
You know, it's really rare to find a long open face like this, and for him to have the opportunity putting the board up there. The last turn was really clean, but it wasn't anything really super dynamic, so it kind of almost held back a little too much, I feel like. So we'll see where that comes in.
Just under 17 minutes to go in this heat, waiting for a number to come in for Seth Moniz. Just seeing the first score drop. It looks pretty good.
I guess I was wrong there.
Solid number for him. The high score of the heat, 6.77. That first turn, I think, being heavily rewarded by the panel. And he went right up hard into the lip. And the judges liked it, 6.77 for Seth. So we game on here. Everyone's got a decent score locked in. Kanoa, he's out the back with priority, and he uses it. What's he got here? A nice shiny right. The rail, and then the release, and then straight down the line. He would have loved that one to stand up. It just backed away from him a bit. Unable to really unleash. Doesn't seem like a particularly hotly contested paddle battle there.
No.
So Igarashi looking to dial back in and looking to improve on an already solid season here in Portugal, where he's done well before. We mentioned that reconnection with Snake. We'll revisit that in a sec after the replay. The wave just not overly cooperating, Strider.
Well, it was a great setup for the first turn there. Just that you didn't see anything down the line. And then this is Seth's big snap on the backhand there. Different angle. Beautiful. Right there. Fins out. I like that. He's getting warmed up, isn't he? That's another good score for him. I think that's going to better his 3-1-7.
Just speaking of coaches, you spent a lot of time in the channel at Sunset. You were right there listening. Obviously, we've got caddies in the water over there. What kind of stuff is Snake saying that maybe other coaches aren't? What is the difference that Jake makes, do you think, from what he's offering his surface? Is it just the confidence?
Yeah, but it's also he just gives them a situation, and it breaks it down to be very simple,
simplifying things,
and things. You know, it's just when he was out there and he's telling them, don't, you know, simple thing. Hey, Kanoa, if it's not an 8, don't even take off on it. You know, like there's just simple messages that come across the board, which I feel like are so important. And you know, Snake's obviously been in as a competitor for so long. He's just been on that level. It's invaluable, really, to have that much knowledge coming at you. So I do enjoy Snake back on tour.
Yeah, he seems to be enjoying himself as well. He was good value in the booth too.
Oh, well, we loved him back in there. He's just, like I said, you know, he's been so close to it for so long. He's got so much knowledge to give to everybody. And he doesn't, you know, it's funny, even in the water, he's trying not to give out too much to other people. Which is funny if you talk to him, try and get some information out of him. He just gives you little bits and pieces.
All right, just under 14 minutes here. And Isepman is the high line entry from him. Possibly thought about tube, and then he sees this ramp coming at him and throws a lofty, floaty alley-oop rotation, throws it away at the end. Just kind of landed mid-face. Maybe didn't get quite enough of the rotation done. It's kind of drifty, but maybe not spinning as much as he would have wanted. And that will be something of a missed opportunity. He is leading the heat, though.
He was looking for it the whole time on this wave, though. You can see him, and he might have passed up a little tube section there, but the way that he projected out over the flats on that landing is what, you know, was the demise of the maneuver. Trying to stay up above it and landing on the roof of the wave might give you, it's not as clean of an entry, but it gives you more of an opportunity to kind of pet the cat to get back into it. We saw like Jack Robinson's where he did that.
He's put together some scores in real quick time in the midsection of this heat. That's 6.77, a 5.83 immediately after that. So Sepman is doing good work here. That puts Eli Hanneman in third, but with a very modest number. The requirement, as you see there, just needs a 3. Wants to get rid of that 0.87. He's got priority, and an interesting decision for him to make. In a different sort of situation now. He's got to be maybe a bit more selective. He's obviously not trying to surf towards that 3, and he'll love to get another tube and, you know, get into the 6s and the 7s, get right up there. This is an interesting one to watch unfold.
It is, and you know, just looking at Seth, I like Seth's last wave more than I like the other one that he gave him a higher score on. Just the 2 bangs, a big, you know, 2 into the critical section, nice and clean, fins free on that second part of it. It's fun to watch. It's great to break down the way that, you know, you look at the judging and how people perceive waves.
12 minutes to go in heat number 8 of the men's opening round here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro, presented by Corona. We've had some fun waves out in the water. We're expecting some big spray and all goofy foot clash coming up. We'll be checking out Miguel Pupo, Ryan Callanan, Ramsey Bukiam. That's in about 11.5 minutes time. We'll be right back.
Requirement is 7 to 7 to take your lead. Third place is White Alive, chasing us through 1-6. 11 minutes, 10 seconds. Priority White, second priority Red, third priority Blue.
Welcome back to Portugal as we check out Eli Hanneman flying above the lip. We know he's got that in his locker, and he'll look to continue trying to use that air wind blowing into the rights here. Hanneman at the moment chasing down numbers. He's in third place position. He doesn't want to go to the elimination rounds. Of course, you have up until through the elimination round, and even until we kick off the round of 32, to lock in your fantasy surfer Strider.
Do not ask me. Do not ask me a question about fantasy. I am the worst.
I'm literally asking you a question about fantasy now.
I'm so bad at it. It's
right.
Unbelievable.
Okay, good.
I'll just have like that heart pick, you know?
Yeah.
I don't go to the stats. I should be more of a stats guy.
I got really angry at Pipeline. Mate, at
everybody got
at the world, but mainly with myself.
During the break. Wow. Look at this guy. Slip sliding a lot. I mean, it's just so fun to watch these guys, how good they are. I mean, it's the technical ability to be able to bring home maneuvers in the air like that. It's just like they're on magic carpets. I mean, just to throw the board around like that into the wind and come out of it with comfort is so hard to do. Then regain your composure to finish off, you know, find the lip line again like that is beautiful work. Kanoa really bringing home some. It's going to make it really hard here for Eli because this is some great surfing, just really super clean, nothing too boned out. It wasn't above his head, but, you know, to whip it around like that, great work.
Tons of control from Igarashi in second place at the moment. This guy's in third, though. Hanneman again. The rotation incomplete from him, and he is rolling the dice here. He's going to need to do more of that, but he's going to need to get a successful landing. Just needs a 3. He's going for scores of a much higher order of magnitude than that at the moment. It's not paying off. That was wave number 5 for Eli. Good number, though. Drops in for Igarashi. A 6.17, his best. And just kind of consolidating it. It'd been a minute since he got that 5, hadn't it? And didn't want to let the heat get away from him. He probably fancied Eli's chances of getting a score, so just applying a little bit of extra pressure. The 6.17, Eli now, Strider, needing a 5.
Yeah, it's not a huge score he can find. He's already got himself a little barrel out there. He doesn't, you know, he's got a 6.5 on the board. He has to be patient, I feel like. And he looks like he's pushing and trying a little bit too hard to find. He's pushing those airs. He's kind of forcing the issue of something. So he needs a wave that will kind of allow him to do the surfing that we know he can do.
Under 7 minutes to go in this heat number 8 opening round for the men at Super Tubos. You've had a few tubes going down today. Had some big airs as well. The likes of Jack Robinson, Geordie Smith as well, going above the lip. Getting rewarded from the panel. We're seeing power turns go down as well. It really is a venue where there's all different ways of doing it, getting the score. Igarashi just improving his overall position in second place. It is Seth Moniz with the lead, and he did that real quick, just attacking the lip for a 6.77. That's the high score in this one, and then immediately backing himself up and getting a high 5. Here is Hanneman on a left, and this wave stretches away from him. An interesting choice, maybe just a repositional choice. He's put himself in a slightly different part of the lineup. Won't be loads of points forthcoming from that. He's still got 6 minutes, so he doesn't need to panic yet.
No, it was really smart, though, to get himself away from his competitors. You know, it's something you would see a guy like Medina do, just to get away from some guys, to give him some space to try and find this.
All right, here he goes. Hanneman again here, and gets a tube and comes out. Nice cover, and gets the exit and throws up a turn as well, and there's the fire and the passion from him. Meanwhile, Moniz, nice and technical, really light on his feet. Beautiful from him. Oh, doesn't get that done. The rotation. I love that combination of maneuvers, though. That would have been so cool if he pulled that one as he pops out right next to Eli Hanneman, who is fired up right now.
Yeah, he was ripped himself across on that reposition and got himself under the hood, came out, did a nice little snap. So this is Seth's wave. Beautiful, nice, clean form off the lip, got the fins free. And if he wouldn't have caught that rail coming back in there, he would have come away with another score. Here's that nugget that Eli caught. You know, he jumped under the hood, got a little tube time and came out, banged it to you know, give himself a chance at the score. Doesn't need anything huge. He's pretty deep. You know, smaller wave, but
it's a long way inside, isn't it? I mean, I know the judges don't judge exactly where that wave is in the line, but you see the others, they're way out the back. It did feel like kind of an inside kind of sand barrel there. He was fired up. This is a really entertaining heat.
He got work done, though. You know, like for me, I just like to see him putting the work in. It's not like we talked about. He didn't give up. He's moving. He's doing what he needs to get a score.
Be interesting to see where this one goes. But this one very nicely poised. Just that 5, the requirement for Hanneman. And we're waiting for our judges to lock in numbers here. 4 on the clock. Good scores from Meniz and Igarashi. And this one could be really, really close for a finish because Eli does have the 6.5 of his own as the high score. And he's been waiting all heat really to back that up. He's got nothing else over a 1 other than that 6.5. He's had a lot of air attempts that have been incomplete.
And he's dragging, you know, Kanoa around the lineup right now because, you know, he's got to chase him down. He's got to see what he's going to do. He's got to be there for him. Doesn't want to give him the opportunity to catch that next wave. And if he gets a score here, if Eli comes in with a score, he's gonna put Igarashi in the back seat.
Yeah, certainly in the opening couple of heats, it was the tubes getting rewarded, wasn't it? Compared to the maneuvers, they were getting rewarded from the panel. Obviously, our criteria were at Super Tubos. They want to see surfers getting deeply barreled. That's what he did there. 5 is not a massive number. Judges taking their time with this. Little reposition from our surfers in the lineup. We'll have another look at Eli.
Yeah, you know, he's driving down the line, gets underneath it, comes out. The only thing was that this turn was a little bit, you know, it wasn't anything of substance to me because it didn't have a lot on it, but he does drive through it. I mean, it was a risky tube. It did open up for him. It was a frothy wave, but that doesn't mean it didn't have a good section on it.
Tags it for the finish, and it'll be good news for Hanneman and possibly a situation that Kanoa Igarashi is going to have to do something about. The number drops 5.37. It was close. We felt it would be just by the amount of time the judges were taking to award that score. And crucially, he holds his nerve and he gets it. He's into second place right now. And something of a potential upset in the form of Kanoa Igarashi, who's done so well in his opening 2 events on the North Shore at the moment, is heading towards the elimination round. He's still got 2 minutes. That's not a huge requirement. 5.71. He's also got priority.
Yeah, you know, well, we'll see. It's Mother Nature's turn now. That's what it's up to. But I'm just impressed with Eli Hanneman's work ethic in this heat because he really did. He kept pushing the effort into the air, but then that reposition was everything for him, and it really did put him in a great position to catch that little nugget and put himself into second place.
All right, time ticking away. 1:45 now on the clock. Igarashi looking for a number. Let's see if he gets tempted by a couple of little lines swinging in here. He realizes that first wave, nothing like the sort of energy he needs to unlock that score. 5.71, the requirement for Kanoa. As we mentioned, his form has been really, really good so far this season. His confidence overall, the way he's competing, his surfing, everything looks so dialed in for him. And it's not the end of the world going to the elimination round, but certainly something you want to try and avoid. And at the moment, something of an upset potentially here.
Yeah. It is for sure. Ooh. After the stat you read off earlier about him making the quarterfinals here, what, 6 out of 8 events?
Four times out of 6 quarterfinals or better. Yeah, he's got a great record here.
That's crazy.
All right, some energy here from the Atlantic. Let's see if we can find an opportunity for Kanoa Igarashi. He is paddling towards something he likes the look of. The one behind this one, I think, is what it's going to aim at. We're getting down towards 40 seconds here. Is this wave going to do it for him? I'm not sure. He was heading with some purpose towards that section of the bank, realizing now that actually that isn't the opportunity he was looking for, and he might find himself a little bit outside in a bit of a rip here, getting down towards 20 seconds. Let's see if he can find himself in a position to take this wave. Igarashi needs a 5.71. He's having a concerted paddle effort. He's up and riding here on a right-hander, off the bottom, and he'll tag a re-entry, and then the wave will just go a little soft. He'll go down the line, hunting, and he rotates a little flat.
Almost.
Doesn't get a completion there. I tell you what, he rallied, he backed himself. The maneuver was nicely executed. He had to travel a bit away to reach for it, but ultimately incomplete.
Yeah, he worked it. He tried it. He came up short. He's going to be in the back seat going into the elimination round. You know, he did well to try to, you know, this wave was kind of going away from him, but he tagged it once, and then this right here, he had to push for the 3, something a little bit more, because he knew that first turn wasn't going to do it, and just did not come out of the white water. Great view of it, though, pushing around. He's probably done that a million times and come out in front, but not this time.
A really entertaining heat here wraps up. Great to see everyone getting opportunities. And that ding-dong battle, Hanneman just backing himself, getting that tube and getting through. Seth Meniz looked like something of an economy of effort from him. Looked great value for his numbers. And he will carry that confidence over. We'll get to skip the elimination round, which is great news for him. And we'll just keep these heats coming thick and fast. The power of the Goofies, Kalanan Pupo and Bukium, will be matched by the finesse of Turpel and Mendez. We'll be right back.
Corona into opening round heat number 9, all goofy foot matchup, and still rippable. Seeing the wind come up just a bit, but this is going to be a classic one, all goofy foot matchup. Brian Callanan, Miguel Pupo, Ramsey Bukium. Thanks for joining us on opening day, and a beautiful look at the peninsula of Peniche. It's a great town, a lot of great restaurants, and it's got a kind of an international feel as well. A lot of people catching their first waves of their life at all the great surf camps that are available. Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez here for the call, Triple Crown champ and a former CT standout. Jesse, it's cool to see how this town has really grown. You probably noticed it a lot since you first started coming here. With the amount of surf camps that are here, and the culture really growing in front of our eyes. We know surfing's been going on for a long time in this country, but specifically in Peniche, it's amazing how many surfers come here each and every year.
Yeah, it's definitely a surf town, and that's all because of the geographics of this city. There's basically every wind is offshore somewhere. Besides the straight west winds, all the other winds are just, you're going to find good conditions. So it's an amazing place to come and surf and visit, and there's great food, great people.
Yeah, in about 43 minutes, you can drive north to Nazare and check that. I'm sure you've done that before.
a few times, and actually that's one of the best waves in the world when it's small as well. Depending on what time of the year, there's great banks and barrels everywhere. It's a barrel fast.
Yeah, it's so worth it to check out a bit of surfing history. Those giant waves, those big giant teepees that have provided some of the best big wave moments in the last few years. As we look at a replay of just getting started, Ramsey from Morocco, backhand float and then hammers it.
Yeah, just straight into work. Great floater right there, great read. It's very easy for you to get caught in like what you do when the wave is running down the line so fast. And you see Miggy here, kind of a similar start, float down the line, great vertical turn, finish it off strong. A little bit of a smaller end up section, but yeah, good work for both of them.
Miguel Pupo on the board with a 4.17 and waiting for last of Ramsey. Ryan Callanan now with priority after taking a look at a wave to start that came in at a 0.5. As we mentioned, the history of this event goes way back. You know, when you talk about CTs in Portugal to 1989, that's when Rob Bain won, Tom Curran won in 90, then Matt Hoy won in 96. So there's a few years off. Mick Campbell won in 97. There's 2 events in Portugal that year, and Shane Powell won the next one, and then it was off the calendar for a while. This place here in Peniche called Super Tubos was a little bit untouched. There was a local crowd on it. And 2009 was the first of the search. Backside punt out the back from Ryan Callanan. As we were anticipating this heat, you kind of predicted he'd be going for big moves like that, Jesse.
Yeah, and that's the point of difference Ryan's going to have. With this wind blowing into the right, he's going to have the advantage of going to the air. He's more consistent on the air than the other surfers, but we see Miggy here up and right. And
Miguel Pupo with some flow, always stylish. Love that fin throw there. Punches it out in front on the inside corner. Still has some speed to burn with that forehand wrapping cutback. Well played there for Miguel. And you can see finishing up that right down the beach was Ramsey. And we'll see what happened on that wave in just a moment. But his previous ride that we saw, 5.5. As we take a look at his entire wave here, which will go into his top 2.
Yes, let's see it right here. Just that's the one going down the line. Oh, that's another wave actually. Nice floater there to start, but the wave just died out. That was the wave that he's probably split the peak with Miggy. On the other hand, just beautiful surfing right there. Just so much release and control off the back foot. And right there, even more possessed. Just kind of like a board slide in a way, you know, like just identifying that coping and really pushing the tail. So much control. It's so hard to do. And that's where Miggy is going to be very dangerous. He has a very technical skills, and he applied that on those 2 big turns. And I like that wave a lot.
Miguel Pupo looking like he wants more, chooses his backhand, and will probably end up just hopping out. I love his backhand approach as well. I remember one year at Snapper, he had a great approach on finals day. It was about 3-foot snapper and got so much speed, was going upside down under the lip with these little speed floats. Really cool, unique approach that he was bringing to the championship tour. Numbers in for last of Miguel, 6.33. With his 4.17, he's out in front.
Yeah, that was well deserved from him. He's so capable of compressing himself and generating speed so well, and he's always on rail, always very sharp. So whenever he finds clean walls, like he can deliver it very like clean, doesn't really catch, and it's just aggressive surfing, and that's what he showed on that left. Just 2 beautiful turns with a lot of drive and speed, and got rewarded.
Miguel Pupo has been at this event for a long time. First start 2011. Was knocked out early in the second round. Tough results to begin, but he built to back-to-back quarterfinals from 2016 to 2017 and started making some heats out here as we see him look and hold his position. But there's a lot of surfers where you look at their results out here where they've got almost a little bit of everything. There's some years they get skunked in the second round and they'll have like a couple highlight reels in the mid part of their career. Right now, Miguel Pupo asking for an update. of the situation.
He looks bummed right there.
Yeah,
he wants that score.
He really wants to hear it. So surfers can do that all day long, you know, even if they've got their Apple Watch on. Sometimes they just want to hear it. Sometimes they want to hear a time call. Sometimes I wonder if you got the lead, you want to have your competitors hear it too while you're out there. Just keep reminding everyone that you're in the driver's seat. So he can raise his hand as many times as he wants. They'll tell him the score, tell him priority, anything he needs to know.
Yes, and that's a good strategy, just to remind your opponents, hey, I'm doing good. Make sure you capitalize in the next one because I'm in the driver's seat, like you mentioned.
Miguel Pupo he's given us a lot of great memories, but one of my favorites was his final in Tahiti, Kaulivast. It was just a really good size at Chopes, where it was just a back and forth tube shootout, and especially against someone who is a local lineup. He knows the local lineup incredibly well. He was in beast mode throughout the entire event, and Miguel just was on his game that day. And to get his first huge win of his career on a wave like that was insane.
Yeah, that was so insane, and well-deserved for Miguel as well. It's been on tour for, I think, 10 years or around that, and yeah, it was he deserved that win for sure, and ran up and riding.
Callanan ready to open this one up. Nice flow down the line, deep off the bottom turn, and ends up sinking. He had a great flow and rhythm through those first couple of transitions. And he'll start off just kind of warming up in this heat, but he was kind of taking that approach at sunset, warming up in tricky conditions, and then saved the best for last on finals day. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, he almost got too much projection off that first turn, and he had to do that fade, which is very nice to see. It looks very good, but that fade ended up making him being a little bit too late. And once he brought the board under his chest again, it was just too tight of a transition. He caught the nose and ended up going forward.
Seth Moniz won the last heat, and he's right next to AJ.
Yeah, and it was a really important win, Joe, for Seth. Your very first heat win here in Portugal. How good does it feel to get that one under your belt?
Yeah, it feels great to come out of that heat. You know, the first two comps, I lost in the first heat, and I went into the elimination round. So, you know, it's not really fun doing that, putting the pressure right off the back. But, yeah, everything's flowing over here. Stoked on my program. I'm over here with Baron and MEO. We're staying together. So, you know, we got a good little team here.
And one of the things we always talk about with Super Tubosh is the tides and the rips. What are you having to manage throughout your heat to make sure you're in the right spot for when those waves come through?
You know, it's tough. This wave is, you know, it's got my number, and you just got to kind of be in the rhythm of the ocean and stay on the other side of the rip. Yeah, that heat, I just got, you know, I got gifted 2 fun lefts, and, you know, didn't have to do much on them. The waves are pretty good. Yeah, just really happy to get out of that.
As you should be. We'll see you in the round of 32. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's got to feel great for Seth, knowing his track record here has been tough in the past, and he gets to get a nice winning feeling into the round of 32. I always feel like for Seth, the waves get bigger, he gets better. They get hollower, he gets better. Such a great barrel rider, absolute charger, one of the hardest charging surfers on tour. But for him, he wants to win it in all conditions. You know, this year, before the whole season started, he's like, okay, I want to be winning events. You know, he's got a lot of great friends on tour, like Baron, who, you know, won Pipeline to kick off the year. Another one of his best friends, Griffin Colapinto, was fighting for a world title last year, and he's definitely trying to feed off their momentum to be in the same position, hopefully, at the end of the season in 2024.
For sure, he's more than capable. He's such a wild card. Like, he's very good at going big, and this is what, like, it's not easy to have that advantage and riding up and riding.
Cool bottom turn, nice snap, fades the bottom turn again and creates a section for himself. That's all on his talent to create those opportunities. The wave wasn't really giving him too much, but all about positioning those rails to show that he was right in the pocket. Such a well-rounded surfer, Ryan Callanan. Also one of those athletes that's been around for a bit that's still looking for his first championship tour event win.
Yeah, it's impressive, and he had the finals before. I would like to see. He definitely deserves one of the best surfers. Amazing style, very polished. And you see right here, such a deep bottom turn. And that what that does, it just gives you such a great angle to attack. And he was able to do that in that first turn. You're going to see right here, he's almost like touching like his chest in the water. And that gives you such a good angle to push it very hard and in being in control. And yeah, great turn there for Ryan. Unfortunately, the wave really, it was kind of a A-frame and very peaky, so it died out. And because of that, it's probably going to keep his score not as high as it could have been, mostly with that start. But yeah, he's looking good.
Ryan Callanan, one of the coolest humans on tour, has time for everybody, incredibly humble, always really kind, and just lets his surfing do the talking in the water. It's fun when you see him after a big win, just kind of chuckling at the conditions and his performance. And he's just enjoying life on tour these days, really finding his form kind of later in his career with consistency. As we know, he's fallen off tour a few times. He's gone through some really tough times as well. But now we're celebrating his 50th career event on the championship tour. We mentioned he's come close to wins. Close last year at Bells. It was an All-Australian final with Ethan Ewing where he was runner-up. And then in France, he was a wild card that year. Went all the way to the final with his good friend Julian Wilson.
Yeah, that was amazing to watch. I was actually there watching that whole event, and those lefts suited him so well, that ripple left, and he was just unleashing it. I thought he was going to take it all the way, but obviously Julian had a lethal backhand and very progressive as well. It was a great finder to watch, and they delivered some good action for us.
Wears the number 57 to represent his late father, who passed away. And then his mom passed away soon after. And he just dug deep, channels their energy every time he competes. As we look at Miguel Pupo sliding out on the end section. Ryan Callanan now with an opportunity on his forehand, as he's got to sneak out of the closeout. Last for Ryan was a 4-1-3. Ramsey still hanging on to that 5-5 and a low score of a 3.0. Pupo carrying his start, 4-1-7 and a 6-3-3. And still a really tight battle here in heat number 9 as we see the split peak here.
Yeah, nice A-frame wave, very aggressive first turn, but right there, the bump really like let him down right there. It just kind of put his board out of position, and he ended up falling. And strong backhand turn to start here for Ramsey, and finished off. Maybe he's gonna get a bonus section right there. Yeah, just kind of added it up to what he did, but the damage was previously done already, and good surfing for both of them. Ramsey probably taking the nod on that by finishing it off, but both looking good.
Ramsey once again qualifying for the Olympics to represent Morocco after he was on such a run back in the day. We'll watch this. Ryan Callanan winding up, throwing some water, and then getting stuck. So even though he attacked the first section, missed a lot of opportunity on the inside just with his flow. The whole goal, remember, just in this opening round is to be in the top 2. There is incentive here, getting first over second. You could end up having a different type of heat. If you win your heat and you're in a lower bracket, you can maybe have a more favorable matchup. That's the idea. But I mean, all heats are so hard at this level.
Yes, definitely. But it plays in your favor most times. Sometimes the conditions are very specific for some sort of people, so you can maybe have a lower seed that is going to be a specialist in the type of condition you're going to have. But overall, you want to take that win and, yeah, better or at least keep your seeding. And mostly for those 2 surfers with the lower seed, it's an advantage if they win.
All the fans here enjoying the action here of the opening day of competition. All Goofy Foot matchup continues right after this quick break. You are watching The Pulse, just focusing on the major highlights from opening day today. Griffin Colapinto unfortunately gets an interference. Assumed he had priority, but Callum kind of knew the rules at this point. That took Griffin from first to third, sending Colapinto to the elimination round. A former champ at this event, be a big name in the ER. Then John Florence, buzzer beater. Needed a 3-range score. Marco MEO made him earn it on the final wave, with that number coming through in his favor to take second. John Florence, world number 1, has officially made the cut. He'll be surfing for a world title the entire year. And then Jack Robinson went sky high. Best wave score of the day so far. Gigantic alley-oop with so much height. Even had a snap on the end section that just put together an incredible heat. Jack still feeding off his momentum from his sunset win. Equals second with Baron Mamiya on the rankings, coming into stop number 3. Baron also getting a win this morning. He's getting nice and barreled in his heat, feeling really comfortable. He was kind of laughing, though. He's got a couple of great boards, great quiver, he said, from Channel Islands. And the other day he was just surfing and went to duck dive a wave, and it pinned him on the sandbank. And he just kept paddling back out. All fins were gone. Just as it pinned him on the ground, just the power of this place. He just shook that one off. Still has more magic boards to work with and plenty of fins. But it just reminds you how powerful this beach break is. These guys always make it look easy, make it look playful, but definitely one of the most powerful waves in the world.
Yeah, and it's also very shallow. You're not going to notice today, not today, but right now, because the tide's very high. But once the tide starts to get mid to low, like you can really see the banks going all the way to pretty much where they're sitting right now. And you can get smoked.
As we look at Ramsey in the lead now, 5.77 on his last, 5.5 on wave number 2. Pupo's dropped to second. Callanan down to third. And this set catching them all off guard. Leo Fioravanti, Gabriel Medina, Sammy Pupo coming up in the next heat. Leo happy to be in Europe to compete. And when you grow up in Italy, well, then you move to France pretty young and you're competing in the junior series. So, you know, you end up at places like this when you're pretty young. I remember he won a Grom Search event when he was so young, right before the CT started out here. And he had so much charisma. He just grabbed the mic and had one of those beautiful speeches on the podium. And Leo spoke in many different languages, even as a young kid growing up in Europe. So it's a wave that he knows incredibly well. And the form he's had this season, he's always going to be a threat in the jersey, even with Medina and Pupo next to him.
That's a stacked heat. That's such a great heat to watch. The 3 of them are amazing in the air. So we should expect a very even match right there, and it's really going to be up to who's more present in the moment and is able to perform. And because basically, if you're looking at it, every heat, everyone kind of had similar conditions. Everyone had similar opportunities. It's just who's actually making the most of them. And next heat, it's a very stacked one.
That's right. Gabriel winning this event back in 2017. Also had a close decision not go his way in 2012 in the final with Julian Wilson. And Gabriel, 26th in the world after a slow start from pipe to sunset, but coming off a huge win in Puerto Rico that got him a spot in the Olympic Games. That one coming up in 5:50 from now. Callanan trying to avoid the elimination round. And Ramsey holding priority and his lead out front. As we see Leo walk down the stairs, how have the conditions really changed from when we showed up this morning?
Just the wind and the tide, that's the biggest factors today. The swell is going to kind of stay similar to what it was this morning throughout the whole day. But this wind is, I mean, he's shaking it a little bit of that flag, but you can see it's blowing from the left to the right, which that means it's south winds, and it's just getting stronger and stronger. And as the day will come, it will get a little bit tougher for the competitors. But the tide is on our side right now. High tide is great here for rippable conditions, and that's what they're having. And so far, so good.
Gabriel Medina, one of the most popular athletes in the world, an absolute superstar, especially in his home country of Brazil. He said he remembers when the whole moment changed, when he was just some surfer coming up on the ranks, when he was just a household name, especially in Brazil. He was going through a toll booth, and the guy operating the toll booth was stopping traffic just to be able to get things signed by him, taking photos. He didn't matter if his line was going 20, 30 cars long, and he's like, hang on a second, everybody knows who I am. As we see Ryan Callanan on his last.
Yeah, nice clean wave there for him. Good effort for him right there. The wave, obviously, I think he had third priority when he paddled to. You see the other opponents just letting that one go by, but solid surfing on rail the whole time. Needed a little bit more of a bigger section in order for him to unleash something bigger, but yeah, he's looking solid on his foot, and kind of that's what matters until he gets a good opportunity and he can capitalize.
Ryan Callanan looking at the calendar, really excited about a lot of events, but for Goofies especially, the goal to make it to the end of the season to get to surf Cloudbreak as well. Ramsey, smooth move off the top, clean wrapping cutback, still has a ton of speed to burn, lays down that rail for the finish. Looking to improve on a 5.5 to extend his lead out front. Was incredibly frustrated when he lost at Sunset Beach. So he knows how important this event is for him to move up the rankings.
Yeah, this is a great first turn down the line right here. He catches a bit, and then once again he goes for that layback and ended up catching a little bit again. I think the wave started to die out, and maybe he was pushing it a little bit too much power than what the wave could provide him. As you see it right there, once again, has a little catch. I don't see that wave bettering so much. If it does by a little, but I don't think it will. But that was a good wave selection for him. He's playing a smart heat right now, and he's sitting on front. And yeah, I think it was smart to keep also Miggy out of that, because he could be lethal in those lefts.
Love how he framed up that finish. It's just a reminder how many big surfers we have on tour this year, and a bit lighter on his feet when you look at the comparison from Ramsey to Pupo here.
Yeah, definitely, and that's going to be the point of difference between them, like kind of similar approaches, but Miggy having the edge on the progressiveness and also like how dynamic his maneuvers look, and obviously Ramsey just raw power. It's going to throw buckets, big guy, and yeah, he's still very dynamic surfer too.
Miguel Pupo qualifying in one of the best rookie classes of all time. We had an old mid-season call-up back in the day. It was a different version where your first event was lower. The idea was to get solid talent on tour quicker, and it kind of proved itself that year, because they called up Miguel, Gabriel Medina, and John Florence. Miguel talked about trying to live up to those expectations of the rookie class that you're always compared to, seeing John and Gabe accomplish world titles. But then he kind of just focused on his own game and just worked on ways to where he could improve. And what he said, not just relying on his talent alone to win heats, actually putting in the work as well. Miguel with some room to throw down a nice clean snap off the top. Layback jamming complete. Gosh, he framed that up well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's so dynamic, his surfing. He's able to flare it up more than we expect, and that was a beautiful turn from Miggy right there. Just able to do that first turn, generate speed down the line, and just unleash that layback with a lot of release, and we see Ryan up and right in.
Ryan, nice clean first turn. Second jam looks solid, and late to the third as he's down. But did some great work on the first 2 opportunities.
Yeah, that first turn was beautiful, very powerful. And then kind of started, the wave lost a little bit of power and speed, and it was tricky for him to fit that second turn, and then kind of closed out on him pretty quick. He tried to cut it short that third bottom turn and ended up getting caught. But as you see right here, beautiful first turn, opening up, a lot of power, and the wave like kind of bent out to sea. He was able to get vertical right there. Like he tried to cut it short to get that third turn in time, but just ended up catching the inside rail and got stuck a little bit.
5 seconds to go. You can see the battle continues. Ramsey with priority and the lead. With the numbers coming through, last of Arcal, 4.3 on the wave with the fall in the final turn. That keeps him in third. Pupo second will advance to the round of 32, and Ramsey taking the big heat win and moving into the round of 32. Great performance from all of our backhanders, but it was the Moroccan ending up on top, just qualifying for the Olympics last week for now the second time in his career, and off and running into the round of 32. Well done for Ramsey. As we continue on with the opening round of competition, Leo, Gabriel Medina, and Sammy Pupo, and we've got 3-time world champ Tommy Curran joining us for the call right after this. What a great start to the event here at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. Heat number 10 just getting started. Sammy Pupo, Leo Fioravanti, and 3-time world champ Gabriel Medina. Not many surfers have 3 world titles. What a legacy. And there's one man joining us now with 3 titles, one of the best of all time, Tommy Curran, joining us for the call. Thanks for being with us, Tom.
Thanks, Joe.
How good does it feel to be back in Portugal? Did you just arrive?
Yeah, just came straight from the airport. So I heard the waves are going to be a bit stormy for the next few days, so you had to run today, but it looks good.
Yeah, we had nice, clean offshore conditions early in the morning, and now it's a little onshore, but really rippable. Tom, for you, I know you won an event here back in 1990, not in Peniche, but in Portugal. Were you aware of Super Tubos at the time? Was this a place that you would often surf, or was it kind of a secret spot back then?
Yeah, I heard a bit. I've never surfed here, but I've surfed around the corner, sort of on the other side of town. It was summertime, and we came down here. We were actually with Britt Merrick and his sister Heidi, and my wife and my son Francis. He was here with us too. So, and at that time, Britt shaped me aboard. It was I guess. It was like 94 or something like that, 95.
Awesome. Good memories. Thanks for joining us, Tom, for the call. We've got a great heat here. I know you're looking forward to this one. Gabriel Medina, Sammy Pupo, and Leo Fioravanti, with Gabriel Medina in an interesting position, Tom. You know, everyone expects him to be in the finals day at Pipeline. He lost early there, and then the same thing happened at Sunset. However, his momentum changed when he qualified for the Olympic Games. So coming from behind, it's something he's done quite a lot in his career.
Yeah, the event was just a couple of days ago. He was, you know, he just looked amazing. Looked like his board was just really working well. So yeah, I don't know. I think all three of them probably just arrived as well, probably yesterday or day before yesterday. So we'll see how that, if it's a jet lag thing, but again, they had to start early this event, so
yeah, really rapid fire from event to event, and we'll get caught up with what happened so far. Sammy Pupo getting started. Jesse, massive alley-oop.
Yeah, that was impressive, and he's going to be so dangerous in these conditions. He thrives in these conditions, and he's very good here at Portugal. He's won here before, and starting with that alley-oop, it's not a bad call. Right here, a little bit late, but hey, he'll take the alley-oop. It's going to be a massive score.
Also, Leo Fioravanti on his forehand, getting a 4.17 on this wave, Jesse.
Yeah, a little bit of a slower wave. It bent out to sea and had a little bit of a froth on it, but he managed to just go to work, and that's what he's amazing at. Leo, always very solid, doesn't commit many mistakes, and it's going to be an average score, but good effort for him to start the heat.
More waves on the way. Still enjoying our time with Tom Curran here on set as we see Gabriel Medina getting his first wave of the event. Backhand float. Stretched that one out, and wow, how quick did he get up through that end section and stays on his feet. As you can see, the support for Medina and Sammy Pupo. And he'll work his way out the back again. Tom, as you know, a longtime rip curl athlete yourself, have you had a chance to go on many trips with Medina over the years?
You know, I haven't yet. I, you know, see him around different times. Like, you know, I haven't traveled with him on an event, but
how'd you like
any
that?
kind of a you know, surf trip or anything.
But maybe we'll get one together soon. How about that last wave? What'd you like about it?
Oh, it was good. He, you know, the wave was sort of closing out quickly. He had to fit in two maneuvers real quick, and he, you know, did that. I think he's just, you know, he seems to be somebody who likes to just sort of build momentum, and if he gets on that momentum, it's just doesn't seem to be anything holding him back, you know, once he starts to get the ball rolling.
Speaking of surf trips, well, we've got a potential wave here. Priorities with Leo Fioravanti, and he will take this right. The Italian winds up first turn, nice tight turn in the pocket, little free float on that finishing move. That looked good.
Yeah, that was great, and a bigger wave too. So this is, he has more power. When you're surfing bigger waves, you have more speed going through. It's harder to control. So the judges are going to like that, like just a nice solid combo. And like I mentioned, he's very good at just being solid on his foot and not committing any mistakes. As you see right here, first nice setup, snap, and just strong finish. Good effort for him.
Great two-turn combination from this angle. You can see just a nice setup turn and then shuts it down. Didn't have to hesitate between maneuvers. And great choice on that first section to create that kind of 2-for-1 on that last wave for Leo Fioravanti. Let's catch up with Ramsey with AJ.
Yeah, Ramsey, tricky conditions out there for your heat. What did it take to get the win?
I mean, just stick to my game plan. It was really hard. I knew I wanted to sit where I sat, and but it was, you know, there's not a lot of waves, you know, and they look good. They look actually better from the beach than out there. They kind of ran super fast, so I don't know. I was taking my time at the bottom turn, and I always had to chase it to start with a floater or something. So I couldn't really let go my surfing, but it was enough to make the heat, and just came from from Puerto Rico, so I had not even like maybe a little day to surf. So my legs were a little jelly legs, but but I'm really happy to make this one, and looks like we're gonna have a few days to rest now.
Yeah, let's talk about what you've been up to since sunset. You had the shocker there, and then you went on to qualify for the Olympics, getting a chance to represent Morocco. Just talk about what that means to you.
Yeah, I mean, I started okay in pipe with the 9th, and then I actually dislocated my shoulder the next day after pipe, so that was pretty bad. I stayed on the couch for like 10 days, and I went straight to my heat at sunset, tried to tape it, but it was really bad actually, and I was lost out there, you know. But it's okay, you know. I had my goal on the Olympics after, so I had to reset, and I went to Puerto Rico, and I grinded maybe, I don't know, 13, 14 heats, and I'm really happy, you know. I qualified for the Olympics once again for Morocco. I'm super proud, and now back here one day after, and made my first heat. So. Yeah, let's keep the ball rolling, you know.
And being from this region of the world, you were talking before we got onto the interview about some of the memories you have here at Super Tubos. What was the first one you remember?
Well, actually, the last time I competed here, I think I was 13 or 14, and it was huge. It was so big and a junior, and I was so scared. It was perfect, the condition you kind of want now, but yeah, whatever, you know, there's waves, and stoked to get the first round out of the way, and now we're reset and try to do my best here in Portugal. I know there's a few Moroccans that came from home to watch, and a couple of my friends, and yeah, thanks to my sponsor and Morocco for the support always, and I'll give my best.
Do you want to say anything to friends and family who couldn't make it here?
Ouais, merci beaucoup à tout le monde. شكرا دراري في المغرب. سالينا بورتوريكو وجينا ديريكت للبرتغال وإن شاء الله يكون خير هنا. Et voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thanks so much. Well done, Ramsey. Wow, he's been so busy, but accomplishing a lot. And with that dislocation of shoulder, losing early at sunset, knowing he had a chance to qualify for the second time for the Olympic Games, which I got to get your thoughts on, Tom. I mean, from where you saw the surfing world changing, you accomplishing 3 world titles, now in this era where surfing is in the Olympics, from Italo and Carissa winning gold in Japan, and now seeing everyone heading straight for Tahiti later on this year. We'll get back to that. Leo knifing a couple sections. But what are you looking forward to the most for the Olympic Games and all these athletes getting to perform on such a big sporting platform? Backside floating complete for Medina.
Well, it's there's just a lot of surfing. It's you know, the field is really growing. There's a lot more surfers from other countries now, and I just noticed that Sam Pupo has some big scores now. He's got like an 8 something and a 6, so he's you know, he must be going to the air here. But anyways, just sort of catching up with the
a lot of rapid fire
with the action. There's a lot of waves.
And yeah, here's the left. This is Sammy Pupo, Tom.
Yeah, so this was.
That was that big score that you just saw lock in. It ended up being big. Backside hacks, 8.33, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a massive first turn, a lot of control and release off the tail, and just critical second turn, just clean. Great wave selection. You can see it's a little bit taller than most waves we've seen it on this heat, besides Leo's 5.17. And just back-to-back beautiful, strong maneuvers, and a lot of release. I've actually seen him surf on the free surfs, and
so my legs were
I saw so many crazy backside snaps that he's done, and usually you see him thinking of the air, but here just sticking to the rail game, and it's working.
Yeah, that made a lot of sense. A couple of big hammers there, 8.33, 6.67 earlier for the alley-oop. So Sammy's out front, Leo Fioravanti to second, Medina down in third, but with still a lot of time on the clock. Speaking of just surf trips and travel, Tom, have you taken any fun trips lately yourself?
Oh, well, we did go to Ireland. That was a few months back. That was really fun. We didn't get the waves that were happening a week before, which were, you know, very, you know, like monster waves. But we did get some fun waves while we were there, and it was my first time back to Ireland in several years, so it was nice to go back.
As we look at Medina driving down the line and kicking out. Yeah, so with Rip Curl, they were covering that trip with you and for a movie that we can all watch. Who was with you on that trip?
Well, there was Leandro and Jarrell from Ireland, and my son Frank was there as well. and we just a few crew there, and it was just. Have you been to Ireland?
I haven't.
Yeah, it's
What's
really
it like?
nice. It's just a great surfing community over there by Bundoran. It's like a kind of like a surf town, actually, and surfing has become so popular that the town sort of stays active during the winter now, which is kind of a new thing. I think, from what I heard, it's kind of used to sort of shut down for the winter and then start up again. It's kind of a seasonal thing, but now it's all year round.
I've just been loving what you've been doing lately, Tom. I'm stoked to see this movie that you made in Ireland with Rip Curl, and also the backside air reverse attempt for Medina incomplete. And also a free scrubber that you featured in recently. I really enjoyed that. That was a really, really fun movie. It must have been great being a part of that one.
Yeah. Oh, that was fun. It was great. They did a great job on that one, and it was just the waves were good. So that's all you got to hope for. Is the waves are good.
Gabriel Medina mentioned your name before he became a three-time world champ. He was inspired to kind of join the club. He named you specifically, and also Mick Fanning. What does that mean to you here in Medina, looking up to you so much and wanting to join you with 3 world titles?
Gabriel is, he's just so amazing. He's a very humble guy, and he's just got that passion for surfing, and he's it's great to see him doing what he's doing now. I saw that he was not really in the winner circle in a few events there at the start of the year, and then last week with in Puerto Rico, he was really looking sharp, and here he goes again.
Gabriel Medina with some speed and a ramp, solid backhand reverse, and I was expecting him to pull that one off. So a couple of falls, he's got to be coming very close to a make. Last handful of waves have been incomplete, which kind of reminded me of his heat at Pipeline to kick off the year when he ended up going down. He caught a lot of waves, came close to turning the heat, and just ended up getting left behind. 13:35 on the clock. We'll take a quick break. It's still enjoying our conversation with 3-time world champ Tom Curran. We'll be right back.
Third for Duarte. The power to red, second for blue. Third for Duarte.
How cool is that? A little sneak peek of the project that Rip Curl had with Tom Curran. His son was there. Also Lele Osuna from Argentina, longtime Rip Curl team rider. And many more as we look at Leo Fioravanti. Cool framed up lean back hack in the pocket. Carved to tail release to mix it up and snaps it off the roof into the foam. A lot of variety from start to finish, and that intensity that Leo brings. Leo's mom in the background, his fiance. Wow, they're already interested in the replay. That's support right there, Jesse.
Yeah, they're going to catch up. That was beautiful wave ridden for Leo, and also just the timing was perfect because this is where he needs to capitalize and make that gap even bigger for Gabriel to reach him. And this second turn right here, just on rail, pushing it very hard, a lot of release. Another third turn, and then finish it off just with a little bonus section, but the damage was done, and that was beautiful wave surf for Leo right there.
And also during the break, Gabriel Medina getting this one, Jesse.
Let's see, is he landing it?
Lays back, awkward section, and that wave just barrels on top of him and takes him down. A lot of attempts here. His best wave, a 3.03, and he's just falling on the finish of several backside rotators.
Yeah, and the problem right now is that even though the heat doesn't have the biggest scores for second place, obviously Sammy having a very big heat total for a day like today, but he's making the gap higher and higher in between them, and what that does, like, you're going to be looking at almost one of the best scores of the day so far, 8.77 for Gabriel. So in his mind right now, of course he can totally do it in one wave, but it's almost smarter for him to just better that 3-point ride. So he almost is looking for 2 waves.
It's interesting heat. We're looking forward to this one. Medina still in third, and we're still hanging out with Tom Curran as we look at Italo preparing for Ian Gentile and Kayo Abelli. Italo next to Reynos Hayes. Tom, pretty exciting start to the year so far. You know, having Baron Mamiya open up with a big win at Pipeline, Jack Robinson winning at Sunset Beach, and also John returning to world #1. Who have been some of your favorites to watch so far this season?
Well, it's been just a great start to the year, and like you said, those people you mentioned, and then the women's side has been very impressive. I always look forward to Sunset for the women's, and this year Pipeline was great for the women's too, and I was very impressed.
Katie Simmers winning at Pipe often gets a couple little Curran mentions there for the way she approaches her heats and kind of has that free surfing element. Do you see anything there, Tom?
Well, I just admire these athletes so much, and it's great to see. I think this is really like a pivotal year in Hawaii for the women's side, and then you know, to see Jack just push through those all. Getting worked on, you know, getting wiped out on all kinds of, you know, bad sections, and then sort of being able to survive all that was really cool.
Always got to ask you what you're into as far as equipment is concerned these days. You like to take us all by surprise. What have you been riding lately, and what does it look like?
Well, I sort of go between the conventional boards and then some kind of more, a little bit more skatey type of boards were really fast with a lot of edge. And then I also been working on this 11-footer kind of a rescue board, kind of reshaped it into a surfboard shape. So that's been kind of fun.
Oh, how cool is that? Just enjoying just types of crafts that maybe you never find in a surf shop, and you know how to get a new feeling on the ocean as we see our rotator there complete from Medina, going to his forehand, right into a wrapping cutback. Throwing down a mid-face slash and hanging in there for the finish, almost getting stuck there in transition, but on wave number 9, he turns in his best so far, trying to break down at 8.77.
Yeah, and that's exactly, it's clear in his head that he needed a better at 3.03. As much as he needed an 8.77, there's still time for him to catch something like this, and great aggressive first turn, progression, keeping the speed throughout the whole wave. And right here, he almost get caught a little too much, but the cat reflexes that he has, he was able to actually get out of that foam and finish it off strong. And this is where the money's coming. Most of the points are going to come out of this. As you see right here, just timing it perfectly, getting the rotation, not a high air, but just a nice kind of in-between air and blowtail, and just being smart on the end of that wave.
Right into a snap to slide out from Sammy Pupo, the heat leader, going down, still way out in front. Leo still second, and Medina still waiting for that last score to be factored in with 5:25 on the clock. Tom, I think in the surfing world, more recent times, has been able to relive and enjoy the famous rivalry, which is very friendly these days with yourself and Mark Occhilupo. But I was always interested to see if you could pick a different surfer in a heritage type heat, what wave would it be? And maybe another rival that maybe isn't as covered as much as yourself and Occhi.
Wow. Don't know. I would just, maybe we should just have a, you know, kind of like a 4-man heat or something.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
With some of the old boys. You know.
Yeah, everyone's still ripping these days. You been playing a lot of music lately?
Yeah, playing a bit of music.
Nice.
And playing a bit with my son Patrick now. And
cool.
So that's been pretty fun.
Awesome. Must be, well, let's watch this. We've got Sammy Pupo throwing the reverse away as he still leads. Leo second. Gabe getting a 5-1-3, so he's got priority to try to avoid the elimination round. Your plans as you're here in Portugal, Tom, just arriving today. So what do you want to do while you're here?
Well, I'm going to try to, you know, do as much surfing as I can, and then we'll be going to France after this. So that'll be nice.
Awesome. You lived in France for a long time. That was a awesome part of your career, and I always remember an interview with Kelly Slater when he got to stay with you, and he learned a lot. He still quotes a lot of the things that you taught him from that session. What stands out from that memory of having this young Kelly Slater, kind of ahead of his time, get to shadow you around the beach breaks of France?
It was great. He was just so amazing to watch, you know. Sort of wanted to see what he was doing all the time, you know. He was always coming up with something new. Really connected with his board, and so it was great. I benefited very, very much from that.
Awesome. Kind of reminds me of the years before when you were kind of shadowing Rabbit Bartholomew with 3 minutes to go. Gabriel Medina turning in a 5-1-3. Had a lot of opportunities to try to do some backside punts as we look back on his performance in this heat.
Yeah, he's just so close from having an excellent score and probably the best air of the event on that one. Previously attempt from him, and right here, just kind of just a little bit behind always. You know, it seems like he's going to get a good wave, and he's kind of just running down the line, trying to find a section and hitting a little bit late. But he's kind of back in the game now. He does sit in priority. He got that 5.13, and there's 2 minutes and 30 left, and he's very good at turning heats around when he's back against the wall.
Definitely, yeah. Just definitely going for some big backside moves, falling on quite a few. So keeping us in suspense right now. 2:15 on the clock.
I think what they are also having to work out is so they don't land in the flats with a backwash and having to, you know, have a potential for injury. So they want to kind of test the waters, so to speak, when it goes to going in the air today, it looks like.
It's a good call, Tom. And Jesse, you could speak to that further, of like knowing when you need to throw it away and knowing when it's worth it to ride away, where one, you'll protect your body first and also your equipment.
For sure. And like Tom mentioned, like when you're like launching into the flats, like all your momentum and weight's going straight to one point, and there's no transition for you to make it softer, so it's always very sketchy.
Sammy up and out, 90 seconds to go. Doing really well in this heat to control the lead. The big score is on 2 big backside turns. And he had a slow start in the Hawaiian leg of the tour, just like Gabe, both 26th on the rankings, which is behind the cut. You need to be in the top 22 to surf the complete season and fight for a world title. And gosh, Gabe came close last year, came down to the final in Tahiti, lost out to Jack Robinson. At the time, he probably thought he wasn't going to be in the Olympics, but changed that around with a brilliant performance last week in Puerto Rico, down to 50 seconds. Gabe does have priority, but he's going to let that one go through. We'll see if he can turn in a buzzer beater like we saw from John Florence earlier today, chasing a 3-ranger, and got it right on the last wave of the heat. Gabe still holding his position, and he's not going to move there. Would be a giant name in the elimination round. As he's looking at this little opportunity, Gabe trying to turn this one around. He will commit with priority. Catches up to this wave. First turn, nice tight snap, but that's all it's going to give him. Left chasing a 6.67.
Yeah, just not getting really clean waves the whole time. Always seems like he was fighting and trying to catch up, and the guys are just making a higher task for him. And yeah, smart surf for Sammy, amazing surfing for Sammy, and smart surf for Leo.
Well, Tom Curran, always great to be in your company. Thanks for coming straight from the airport and joining us for the call today.
Thanks, Joe.
What are your plans for the rest of the day?
Don't know.
I love that.
We have schedules open. So.
Go with the flow. Let's get some waves together. I want to hear you play some music.
All right.
Let's have a good time.
Very good.
Awesome. Tom Curran, everybody. Thanks for being with us. The opening round continues. Right after this, we'll bring in Paul Evans and Kaipo Guerrero for the call.
Para que irmãos, para os semanas, para finalizar, o optimal dos dias da resposta do nosso apresentador, com deixamos o companheiro, foram Lisboa e muito obrigado por vir. Vamos agora na qualidade, a Deus, companheiro, no outras palavras, companheiro, lá, a ligar, para o frio, o braço, of Rock Valley, 157, there's a block 157, 2.2 seconds of water, there's a referee for the rest of the time. First, to good luck. That's how to do that.
Welcome back to opening day in Portugal. The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal presented by Corona kicks off on a sunny morning in Wednesday with some tubes. Now we've got a little wind, we've got plenty of wave opportunities, and we're looking at one from Ian Gentile right now as he pulls the trigger early in the heat with a right. That one stretches away from him. He is taking on a couple of guys. One of them is Kayo Belly. And he's also taken on Italo Ferreira. So another great looking heat with surfers that have nailed big results in the past. Here to talk you through it, John himself, Paul Evans, Kaipo Guerrero. How'd you like this matchup, mate?
I like it. You got a two-time champ in the way of Italo Ferreira. You got last year's Rookie of the Year Ian Gentile. You see Kayo Ibeli also, he's been just a giant killer here in the past in his professional career with Super Tubos, and also part of a pretty controversial interference call back in 2019 that set everything up. But this guy, he knows how to surf Super Tubos.
Italo projecting up into the lip, that going slightly wrong. Kayo mentioning that heat that really mixed up that season. Gabriel Medina, the interference call. We've already seen one of those go down this morning. It was Griffin Colapinto on the wrong side of it. And that set up a thrilling finish at Pipeline in 2019. Italo Ferreira emerged world champion. Great value he was for that crown. And he's really been looking since then to sort of recapture some of that form. It felt like with everything that happened in 2020 with COVID, it came at a terrible time for him. He was in such good form. He was all over everything, and that break kind of hit him hard. He looks like he's getting close to back to his best, Kaipo.
Yeah, and we have to think about 2019 as a landmark year in which, you know, the title came down to the final heat of the final event at Pipeline between Gabe Medina and Italo Ferreira. And that's why I feel a lot of the motivation and the inspiration to have the WSL finals, where we crown a champ for men and women on one day, happen.
Belly punts. Ooh. Wow, really nicely done. He is so good at not falling off of his surfboard in tricky situations. And that was a lot of pop there from Kayo. We saw him surf a heat here last year in really solid conditions in the early morning. Different kind of stuff for him today. How's his progression?
This is great execution. Nose picked his way out of that, so just lofted it in the air, landed on the nose if we look at it again, and then was able to rotate around that pivot point. And so this is a classic air reverse right there. 180 and then reverted the other 180 for that air reverse. That was solid surfing by Kayo Ibeli. One more look at this, and you can see plants the nose, picks it, keeps the fins clear, then re-engages the fins, slides that revert back to forward. Well done. And that's going to go, the lead's going to go to Kayo Ibeli after that.
Nicely converted from Kayo. Didn't get the results you might expect from him on the North Shore. Meanwhile, here goes Ian Gentile, who went great at the Lexus Pipe Pro, and he's ripping a left here in Portugal. Couple of quick turns from him. He's a big, lanky frame. Wow,
oh my.
Massive backhand rotation as we just picked that up from Ferreira. Love that, and he's already sending the signals of what he wants to do, Kaipo.
That's why they call him Bravo. You know what I mean? That's why they call Italo Ferreira the man, is because he is just springy, sprocket, cat-like at times. Check this out. Just the pop, the quick rotation, nearly stomps that thing, gets a little on the heels, and so, but you can see his intent in his surfing. Meanwhile, there's just solid fundamental surfing here by Ian Gentile. Straight up there, clean rails through this wave, and looking always silky smooth. Ian Gentile makes really difficult surfing look smooth just because he has that really swivelly and clean style to his surfing. So we'll wait for those scores, see how that pans out.
Yeah, it was great value for his Rookie of the Year last year. Took it all in his stride, didn't really seem fazed by anything at all, and surfed really, really well. Impressive at a variety of venues as well. You try and kind of think of places that might suit certain surfers. I thought Ian looked great everywhere we saw him on tour. I love the way this heat's fired up already. Ibeli with a 667 for that nose-picked air reverse. And already Ferreira just showing signs of what he wants to do. That's why he's so entertaining. People absolutely adore him here in Portugal. We think of those big-name surfers that really get the fans going. He has a massive fan base here, and he's got a great affinity with the place. You mentioned he's won this joint twice. He's great in tubes, airs, heavy, dumpy beach breaks. Jesse mentioned this morning in the morning show, he's just so good out here.
Yeah, and the numbers back up that statement by Jesse Mendez for Italo Ferreira. His heat-winning percentage here at Super Tubos, really high compared to the rest of the field. 74% of his HWP. So he's had a runner-up finish here, 2015 to Felipe Toledo, and then those back-to-back titles here in 2018 and 2019.
In terms of just the way the last couple of seasons have gone for him, he's been a little bit unlucky. There's been some close calls that haven't gone his way. I remember one tube hit last year that was deemed incomplete, that, you know, there was a discussion to have at least about that, and it just feels like he's been a little bit unlucky. He's still been surfing great. Are we seeing that momentum swing back to him? I thought at Sunset he looked great.
Yeah, let's be real. The surfing, competitive surfing, there is luck. And when the luck goes your way, that is when your course changes. And when the luck does not go your way in those really close calls, it's easy to get off track.
Gentile here, wow, really nice alley-oop, spins it around and lands, and then a lovely carve down. We talked about that smooth style. Makes it look easy, makes the tough stuff look easy and smooth and joined up. And milking this one all the way for a finish. Gets a little vertical stab with a squirt of the tail as well. So 3 maneuvers showing us a little bit of everything there. Gentile in this a heat that promised us much already in the opening 8.5 minutes or so, delivering for us.
Watch this with Gentile. There's going to be a flat rotation rather than a really corked out rotation. Gets around there with the alley-oop. Clean rails on that, so that's a nice combination of maneuvers for Ian. And then, little bonus on the inside, he will not give up on this, and this is really dynamic, smart surfing. Throws the tail, variety, progression, all linked up in that ride. So I'm a big, big fan of this. Again, the alley-oop, make Chris Stropel proud with that one. Ollied into that alley-oop, and then just a clean rail here. Notice there's no real adjustments, no real widgets, no triple, double bottom turns or anything. Clean from maneuver to maneuver, coming back to live action.
Ferreira finishing off a ride there. We expected to see him busy. His third wave ridden. Plenty of action. Ibelli straight into it again. He is wasting no time at all and doing good work. And he'll just flick one as he goes past Italo. And he'll get a finish as well. He's already got the 6.67 locked in. That's the high number. Someone that dropped high numbers in the last heat. It was a tough heat. Samuel Pupo is with Strider.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, down here with Sammy. Sammy, beautiful heat. How was it out there making sense of the lineup?
It was really fun. You know, just hard to position yourself. It's a big lineup, so I was kind of away from everyone, and it's kind of hard to do that. You know, you're always looking for the other guys in the heats and having a look at what they're doing. I was pretty far away, but just confident on my positioning and got to find a good left and do my job.
You were one of the first cars in the parking lot this morning. You've been down here. Does that wear on you being here all day?
Yeah, I mean, I got here a lot earlier than everyone, a few days earlier than everyone else, so got to practice a lot, get used to the cold weather, and just surfing every day really early and putting on a good routine and eating well, just feeling good, and I know that I need something big now to make the cut, so I'm just feeling confident, and hopefully I can make more heats than Pipe and Sunset.
Have anything to say to your fans back home?
Obrigado, galera que estava assistindo aí. A bateria foi boa, o mar estava bom, mas difícil. E feliz de avançar essa primeira bateria. E obrigado pela torcida.
Thank you.
Obrigado.
Great stuff. Samuel Pupo, I'd say he's so dangerous when his back's against the wall. He said he needs a result, and he surfed a really, really entertaining heat. Got that 8-point ride. And a big hit off the top for Gentile, and he's shown us a bit of everything. Kind of understated power from him, aggression into the lip. There's a lot of power and juice from this wave. Sometimes it's just about the timing. Kuiper, that looked pretty sweet.
Yeah, Ian's he's solid. His previous score is 6.73. For that combination of maneuvers, it shows that, you know, the scale's a little bit suppressed right now, but that means the judges are expecting a lot more. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from Ian. Unfortunately, that last wave, you know, just didn't have more open face to give him more opportunities, so he's going to stay where he is as far as his score line in this heat. But I like it. It's a really competitive heat, and note that Ian Gentile, although he represents Hawaii, he's got 2 flags on his sleeve for this season. So he's got a Brazilian flag on one arm and a Hawaiian flag on the other arm. Family originally from Brazil, moved over to Maui, you know, before when Ian was just a young child, and so he's probably representing, you know, both surfing nations, Hawaii and Brazil.
He's representing them really well. Got a 6.73. That's the highest score of this heat so far. Pretty close to that, Ibelli. That's 6.67. He's also in the lead. Let's have a look at Italo on replay.
Italo, quick feet right there, and 2 times to the lip for a 5.5. We'll take another look at this. With Gentile, this was his high mark. This was the 6.73. Again, we were talking about the combination of maneuvers and able to link those maneuvers seamlessly. Maybe a little downtime in here, but I like the way that he stuck with this. Wave stands up in the shore break, throws the fins.
Nice aggression, smooth aggression from him. Something of a pragmatic approach from Gentile. He's surfing a heat late in a round in the early afternoon with a bit of wind on it, and maybe you'd love to go out there and just throw down 8s and 9s and get excellent numbers. It might not necessarily be the conditions that are on hand, and I just think he's been really, really good, particularly this rookie season, just stop adjusting to what's available. I mean, surfing's all about reading the ocean and kind of surfing what's there, but I just think he's so good at adjusting and kind of how hard he wants to push it, what maneuvers he wants to select. It looks like he's making great decisions in his heats.
He's just had, you know, he's been kind of a dark horse for many years, and now he's focused back. He's on the championship tour for his second season, Ian Gentile. But if we look back at his developmental years, 14 years old, out of Maui, he dropped a video part, and back then Andy Irons called him the best 14-year-old surfer in the entire world. So there was a lot of expectation on Ian Gentile as a young man. He actually had to step away from some of that pressure. Now you can see he doesn't have any stickers on his board, came back into it, fought through the Challenger Series, got onto the Championship Tour, and now he's really fulfilling those expectations, Paul, that were put upon him at a very, very young age.
Yeah, we were talking with Strider earlier as well about the way different surfers kind of approach their fortunes in their heats and whether they win or lose and kind of the emotional toll that it takes. I thought one of the other takeaways from his rookie season was he seems very measured and kind of dialed back, and you know, it's obviously he's a pro surfer, he wants to do well, but he's not loading up in terms of what all of that means from him, kind of piling extra pressure on himself. I guess there's already enough pressure out there. He seems pretty cool-handed about everything.
Well, he's got a great support squad, Ian does, in that, you know, in last season he joined up with Leandro Dora, so Leandro being Iago, obviously his coach, as well as Jack Robinson. And then he found that family place on the road. And having that support squad, those guys pushing each other, supporting each other, we've seen how it raises people. Speaking of raises people, I think the local crowd is going to raise up right now for Kikas.
Yeah, absolutely. Fred Moraes coming up in the next heat. It's going to be a tough one. He will have the full support of this Portuguese crowd. And Kikas looking very confident. Saw him warming up yesterday. Really enjoying his free surf session. It's pretty pumping and heavy out here. He knows this wave very well indeed, but he's going to have a tough heat in his hands. Yagadora, you just mentioned. Liam O'Brien as well, who's inside the top 10 in 7. It just seems to be on the up and up. That's going to be a really interesting heat. About 14.5 minutes away from that one. This one's just simmered down a touch right now. We're still waiting for Italo to make a move. He's got priority. Doesn't have a second score though, Kaipo.
Yeah, so Ferreira, he's just a smart heat surfer. He's got plenty of time on the clock, knows what he needs to do. But we talked about luck before, how it can go your way or not your way. That's where we're at.
It feels like his sort of natural rhythm is when he's on everything, just smothering. Like he sees
100%.
A section here, he's over there, he's all over everything. These kind of chess type heat, usually it's when we have one-on-one heats, but you know, even in a three-man heat, when he's been a bit quieter, I like to see him super busy.
No, I agree with that observation in that he's better when he's striking a lot. Here we go at Ian.
Gentile off the bottom, quick in and out.
But back to Italo, it seems like your observation, and I agree with that, when he has a lot of strikes at it, when he has a lot of goes at it, that's when he's doing his best, because then he builds momentum into his own performance over and over again. It's when he has to do these icy kind of clutch switches, that has been his Achilles in the past.
13 minutes remaining in this heat 11 for the men in the opening rounds at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. At the moment, it's Kayo Abelli. He's dropped a 6.67. Can he hang on to the lead? Find out when we come back at this Bonsai Brew Break. Epic moments from Portugal. This guy, Italo Ferreira, fond memories of this place. And he just smothered the scene. A couple of finals back-to-back, 18, 19. So strong out here, Kayo.
There he is, 18, sprocking like a cat. Always landing on his feet. 19 went back-to-back with that right there. That was a full rotation. Set the crowd on fire. Kept on the Italo show throughout this. Why not?
So many ways of doing it for him, just surfing pure energy. Looks like he had that form where he's just free surfing in his heats, all fire. That's why the crowd love him here. And a two-time champ, three-time finalist actually, got second once as well. He's been so good at this venue, and he'll be looking to rekindle a little bit of that mojo in this one right now. He's chasing down a number here. We'll pick up live action from him. Ferreira on the backhand. Tail whip off the top, and then a stab into the whitewater. Just gets that rail a little caught. So another wave from Italo that he would have wanted a stronger finish. Didn't quite get it.
Talked about the pressure and having to, be selective and use his priority appropriately. That fall at the end of that was a big one for Ferreira, but that 5.5 on the board just does not, like you said, Paul, doesn't have that backup, and we've seen that. Let's take a look at the replay here and see what happened with Italo. So this was the previous wave, so we're looking for two wave scores for Italo Ferreira. So this was happening while we were rolling into this heat and laying back out of that. Remember, he needs a 5.24. That was a pretty dynamic error, as we see again, and he went full rotation on this one, but did not completely grease the landing. Now, how much will that layback cost him? And this was the next wave where Italo goes to turns here and just catches a rail there. A little front-footed on the coming off of the second backhand re-entry. Take a look here. This is Kayo Ibeli, who goes 12 o'clock straight up. And Ibeli, again, just like clean rail surfing on that rusty surfboard. And quick feet to get just an extra little punch at the end.
Pick it up live here as we see Ian Gentile winding up with some speed. What's he got? Goes for the air reverse, tries to cling on the whitewater. He can't ultimately, so an interesting exchange. Numbers in for Ibeli, it's good. It's close to excellent. 7-2-3 for him for that big vertical stab. The power surfing taken on the lip, driving hard off the bottom and getting rewarded from the panel. 7-2-3 for Kayo. We're due a couple of numbers for Italo, that backhand rotation. I just think he's so exciting when he's in the air in this kind of form. I know what you mean about the landing, but also I think it was a pretty technical place to try and land that. Did really well to make sure he did actually ride out. It's easy to get bucked off it. And then that second scoring wave of him, we did actually fall on the second maneuver. Let's see where that backhand air reverse goes for Italo Ferreira.
Well, remember, Ian Gentile, he used his priority and fell. So he opened the door. He did not, so that would be a priority error for Ian Gentile. He did not improve upon his score line in his last effort. So instead of making it a harder make for Italo Ferreira, just that mid-range score is what Ferreira needs. And I can tell you right now, he's going to come close to it because the judges are taking a long time to review that wave, going to multiple replays of that wave before finally assigning a number.
Yeah, definitely. And in terms of, you think probably feels, just on feel, it feels positive about getting the score, but it's not just about that. It's, of course, where that sets us up for the final exchanges of the heat. 7 minutes to go now, so getting close to the pointy end of this one. We'll soon be seeing this guy, Yago Dora, who ripped this place last year. Looked really, really good out here. I just was so impressed with him coming out of really sort of tough tubes to make and pinchy ones. He was so good. That sort of rubbery technique on his legs, managing to find exits, difficult situations.
Well, Paul, Italo got the score and then some.
Yeah, good number for him. 7.43. It's the high score of the heat. So judges taking their time to nail that number because it's going to set up quite an important requirement in the end of this one. And we're all caught up with scores. So Gentile now looking for that 6-2-1. He's got 6 minutes to get it. The bad news, third priority at the moment.
Yeah, so that priority error is going to cost Ian Gentile. That was the full rotation on the back end that we saw by Italo Ferreira. Even though he had to kind of lay back out of that, just the progression and the dynamicness of that maneuver got him up into the very good range of 7.43. So now, I mean, Ian Gentile, Paul, this is a really tough spot for someone trailing. You need a decent number, and on top of that, Gentile sitting in third priority, so you can see him away from the pack, but it's really going to be difficult to fish out that without some multiple wave sets coming through to get him back in line on priority. He's in a pretty bad situation.
Yeah, just over 5.5 for Ian to do something about this and avoid having to go to the elimination round. So one multiple wave set essentially. And he'll want surfers ahead of him to take those opportunities, or just to find a bit of physical distance from them, try and find something. 6-2-1 is his requirement. He's already bettered that in this heat. Got the 6-7, but he's going to need to go towards that number. And as Kayo mentioned, having third priority with surfers who are as intense with their competitiveness as Ferreira and Ibelli. You can guarantee they won't be giving him any free lunches in this one.
So Ian can do two things right now. He's got 5 minutes, it's a 5-minute drill. These guys have priority on him. He's happy to sit at this main peak that everyone's been surfing for scores. Now, it's going to be interesting to see for Ian Gentile on the clock management and when he decides to break away, because the peak's already guarded by Ibelli and Ferreira, who have priority and a lead against Ian. He's happy to sit there, but at some point, Paul, I feel that Ian's going to have to, go to plan B and break away from this peak so that just to give himself a chance.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw Eli Hanneman do exactly that. Just took away pretty much a closeout, but it just repositioned him in the lineup, didn't he? Took himself up north on this bank, and then he found himself that score that he needed to get out third. So let's see. Ian Gentile will need a wave. It's going to have to be a pretty decent one from him.
Yeah. He's had a great coach, in Leandro Dor. I'm sure they've gone through all of the different scenarios that can happen. And so I'm sure in their playbook, they have this 5-minute drill. It's just, when is Ian going to break away as we're flying by here? Because he's still holding his ground. Do you go down to the 2-minute mark before you start paddling to a different part of the beach? We'll see.
Let's see how this one pans out. At the moment, it is Gentile doing some chasing. It's Kayo Ibelli. He's in the driving seat in this seat thus far. And after what was a relatively disappointing Hawaiian campaign, he's picked things up here in Portugal, Kayo.
Recap here. Kayo Ibelli, speaking of the devil, air reverse, pivoting off that nose pick. Great surfing, solid footing by Kayo Ibelli. Then he went to work again. Looking solid again.
Yeah, Ibelli just on that rail, and just the determination as well from him. I feel like he's so versatile as well in terms of finding opportunities on waves and showing something you don't expect to see. This is what we do expect to see from this guy.
Call him cat-like. He's got the sprock, he's got the feet, he's got some flexibility. That was the highest wave score of the heat. That was a 7.43 for Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, I love that shot. You just saw that little cheeky grin erupt on his face as well, didn't you? You just saw the sort of the white of the teeth just flash there as he nailed that, and that would have felt great for him. He's put himself in a strong position in this one, in second with a bit of a cushion to the tune of 6-2-1 over Gentile, 2.5 on the clock. So Ibelli's gone a wave. And priority now is with Italo Ferreira, and he is sitting pretty close to Ian Gentile at the moment, statuesque really. He hasn't made a move yet. He's sitting there just waiting for an opportunity. Of course, no elimination at this stage, but avoiding the elimination round will be a great feeling for surfers when, as we anticipate, this weather blows in and this stormy stuff comes through. Knowing that you don't have to surf the elimination round will be a pretty good feeling for two of the surfers out in the water. Grimace on the face of Kayo as he paddles. He's put in a lot of work into this one, and he's looked pretty good, kind of rekindling some of that form that we saw from him last year.
Yeah, and he needs a result here, as you can see from the graphic there. As we look to the mid-season cut, those are 2 throwaways. So no matter what happens this season, he's going to be hanging on to a 17th before that cut. So he really, Kayo, what he needs to do is he really needs to get into the quarterfinals in the next 3 events. He needs to get into a couple of like finals, like quarterfinals, just to ensure his position and making that cut.
Under 90 seconds on the clock here. Heat 11 of the opening round of the men. It's opening day of competition at the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, 3rd event on the CT in 2024. And after a stellar kickoff to proceedings at Pipe and Sunset, we're back in Europe early March. Winter time over here. It's actually pretty chilly this morning. Things aren't too bad this afternoon, Matt. Do you know what? I actually thought maybe the swell was going to drop a touch more than it has, and I thought it'd be windier. So pretty positive so far.
Really positive. Really positive. And we were anticipating like a lot stronger wind from the south to come through today, and it's hanging in there. So hey, we're grateful. We've just passed the high tide mark, so we will have some water exiting the sandbar throughout the rest of the competition day today, but so far so good, Paul.
Yeah, let's see, final 40 seconds now. Gentile is still really just trying to shake off the attentions of Italo Ferreira, who is sitting very close indeed, breathing down his neck and just covering Ian Gentile as best he can. He actually lets him get a little distance there, looking at what's coming through. He'll have certainly made a decision that this, well, okay, let's see. Italo saw that one was pretty straight. We couldn't see it on that shot. That's why he let Ian just have a little paddle for that, and then back, just covering again to see this one out. And Italo Ferreira with the priority would just make sure there, and he does exactly that. And he'll just throw up a rotation, and he'll throw that one away. It could have got awkward for him. Probably a pretty good idea to get out of the way if anything untoward going down there. So Italo Ferreira, solid numbers from him. Also, Kayo really strong, and a great response from him after not a great start of the season. Ian Gentile just couldn't really find a solid backup score. That's why he'll be heading to the elimination rounds, and we'll head towards Heat 12 of this opening round real soon. It's a fun day of competition at Super Tube. We've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen the big airs, the rotations, a couple of tubes as well, some power turns. More surfing from Portugal right after the break.
Official results now for the previous round. The winner second place, blue, triple flag, first place, red, yes, priority with red, Yadador, second priority with blue. So attention, blue, Ryan, your first one, blue, 3-1-7. First of white, Frederic Morales with 0-5-7. The first using the second to the first
The MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona, is brought to you by Oeste Tourism, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By Millennium, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. By Hertz, official partner of the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal. and by Corona. This is Living.
And a very good afternoon and welcome back to beautiful Portugal as we fly by Peniche, the iconic, what used to be an island, now it's a headlands, and it is an absolute swell magnet. We're going to check out another great looking heat. Yago Dora of Brazil, the goofy, taking on Liam O'Brien, the smooth Queenslander out of Burley Heads. Also, Frederico Moraes from Cascais, Portugal, right here, the powerhouse Fred. And he'll be carrying the hopes and dreams of this surf-proud nation out in the water. Live action from Dora now. A layback off the top from him, sprightly and loose. And tagging that lip a couple of times. Meanwhile, out the back, Lobby right behind him. A little bit of a fatter face. He just releases that tail on this one. Goes a little softer. He realizes that pretty quick. And tries to squeeze as much juice as he can from things. Half an hour for two of these surfers to avoid having to surf in the elimination round here. Talking you through it, John, myself, Paul Evans, Kaipo Guerrero. Mate, how do you like these three? And actually, we'll revisit that in a sec. I've got a question for you. But Frederico Moraes in live action here, as he just sluices this one and wants to get straight in this. Nice finish from him. He's good at that finishing turn, just putting that slight difference in terms of the exact maneuver that he does. There's his pops watching on. And Moraes making sure he just stays in that conversation. He'll get a score as well in the exchange and make his way back out. So, waves in from everybody there. Sticking to the left at the moment. Almost that kind of rip bowl running through it. Some of this tide draws out. What else about Liam O'Brien, mate, and what he was able to do in Hawaii? Because I just feel like he's a surfer who's going from strength to strength in terms of his confidence.
He's a super talented surfer, right, Liam? And also, he charges. There was some big days out at Pipeline, and just the free surfs, he was putting his head down and going. You know, Frederico Moraes is, we're saying, his 49th career heat here.
Whoa, big rotation from Yago Dora on the backhand. He would have seen a little bit of what Italo has, and he wants some of it. He is so good at that maneuver, this guy, with that wind blowing into it. That one was incomplete.
Yeah, again, just standard usually for someone like Yago Dora, but you can see how he landed high on the foam. He also got this left here where he was able to kind of pick this apart. He really took some time before he was able to establish his first turn, but then back to back for the combination. Behind him, lob, Liam O'Brien getting loose on the backhand. Unfortunately, this wave just kind of split after that, didn't give him any more opportunity. And but just, you know, talking about Kikas, Frederico Moraes, 49th CT event. This is his 9th time. This is his 9th Rip Curl Pro here at Peniche. He got a couple of wild cards in 2013 and 2015. 2015, he made the quarterfinals. But Frederico Moraes is an interesting story because he's gone off tour, on tour, off tour. He's when you talk about a fighter, that is what you're seeing right there. Frederico Moraes. I mean, I feel like last year, if he didn't make the tour again this year on the Challenger Series, he may have just, like, you know, moved on to other things. But it's so good to see the resilience of Frederico Moraes as we take a look here at all his past results, Paul.
Yeah, and he's been able to go deep into this event. It's been a bit of a change-up, actually, thinking of surfers like Thiago Pires before him, who had some great results on tour, but could never really do it in Portugal, whether it was the pressure, whether it was just the waves that came to him in his heat. But he found it tough in front of his home crowd and all of that expectation. And it was a real kind of change of the script with Fred, and almost from the beginning with those wildcard appearances, we saw him go quarters and do really well out here. And he's been like that all of his career. We know about the power, what he can do. Do you know what? We even see him occasionally throw up airs and mix things up and do surprising stuff. Someone who's always entertaining and impressive is Kayo Belly in the last heat. It was a tough one. He did real well, dominated. He's with Strider.
Kayo started out with a big boned out air, then you went to the turns, got to build the confidence.
Yeah, well, the waves are really hard out there. It's rippable, but there's a little bit of wind, and you know, when you have conditions like that, Italo is deadly, and Ian can do anything. Like, he's been surfing so good as well. So yeah, I'm definitely like very serious about this. I had a couple bad results in Hawaii, so I'm trying to pick myself up and learn. It's crazy how like 10 years on tour almost like, and you're still learning about things and how to handle and how to feel and take yourself out of those situations. So yeah, I'm super stoked to make the heat and yeah, psyched.
How do you light the fire again?
Yeah, man, it's well, it's definitely like you gotta use the knowledge like from all these years on tour. I've been here so many times on the same situation. Before we used to have a cut, we used to have the contest here in October, so it would be like final end of the season, and you gotta have to do that as well. So like I know the feeling. I feel like I actually like to perform when it gets hard. I perform better. I'm more focused, and yeah, hopefully I can surf.
And in Portuguese, some words to your fans?
Muito amarradão de passar a bateria. Competir contra o Ítalo nessas condições é sempre bem difícil, sabe que o cara pode fazer qualquer coisa e pô, eu consegui sair com o aéreo, voltar do aéreo e, sei lá, fazer uma bateria boa, acende a chama e é isso, muito foco pro próximo round e vamos que vamos.
Obrigado.
Obrigado.
Thanks, Woz. Yeah, great stuff. Interesting insights there. Kayo Ebele, as we'll watch a concerted paddle effort from Liam O'Brien. Won't get in, but just picking up on that point, mate, 10 years on tour, still learning. It's really interesting to dial into that. Not only is it learning, but you've got to evolve as well, Kayo, right? If you're just still kind of doing the same surfing, I feel like your scores are going to go down. You do have to keep evolving, bring something slightly different, keep freshening it up, and it feels like that's what Kayo's doing.
Yeah, and Kayo's just, for the years, ran under the radar, but he was a giant killer in a lot of ways. You know, he was, remember he was taking down John, he was taking down Gabe, taking down like all the top guys. And what you see with Kayo Ebele is a ton of heart in his surfing, and you can't train for that. That's you either got it or you don't.
Whoa, that was vicious. That bottom turn, wow, another good hit from Freddie. Likes it. He held that bottom turn for just a little click extra, and then he gives it the treatment a couple of times. Nice rhythm to that from him. Nice and vert. O'Brien, we saw a fall from him, and another one. So the lefts that we've seen from O'Brien, he's not connected with them thus far. Looking just a touch shaky, but Fred, we anticipate a reasonable number coming through for him. That looked good.
That was electric. Goes 2 times, just back-to-back vert on the backhand Rio. For Frederico Moraes, and just quick in the transition as well. That was really, really impressive.
He'll look to try and fire up this crowd here in Portugal and all the fans watching online in Portugal. Here's Iago Dora looking to rekindle some of his form that he showed last year at this venue and others around the world as he put together a great season, getting close to that conversation for the Final 5 ultimately. And he'd love to get back there. He'll certainly feel that's where he belongs, to be in that contention. And he showed good evidence of that. He wants to really kind of pick things up here in Portugal.
Great point. Here we go with Iago Dora. Remember, he had made the semifinals last year going down to Jack Robinson. So he's feeling very comfortable coming back to a place that just has successful feelings. But this is what I wanted to see right here. 12 o'clock. Rings the bell there. It's lunchtime. One more time to make sure everyone comes and fills their plate from Frederico Moraes. Look, watch this in slow motion. You said it, Paul. Holds that rail, gets up there vert, puts the fins out the back. No hesitation here. One more time off the bottom. Bangs it. And that was impressive surfing from Kikas.
It just sat up for him sweetly. He doesn't need asking twice, does it? He gave it the treatment. And just by contrast, different sort of wave. Just a wobble through it, and as soon as it feels like you lose your timing off the first turn, makes it real hard to recover. And O'Brien, he'll get plenty more opportunities. Still loads of time left to go in this, actually. 18.5 minutes, a little more than that. Number in for Fred, though. It's good. 7-1-7 for Frederico Moraes. And he'll be feeling a lot better about proceedings with that score on the board as he makes his way back into the lineup, a lineup that he knows real well. Been surfing here since he was a tiny kid, coming from just down the coast in Lisbon, and loves representing his country around the world, but particularly at home where they love their surfing. Moraes leading this one at the moment from Yago Dora. Got a number to come in for Dora. Also going to get a number for Liam, which we don't think would be overly consequential. But in terms of Fred, you know, you mentioned the fact that he's been resilient and those kind of things. He's super experienced in terms of the number of events that he surfed, but nevertheless, there's always going to be nerves when you surf at home. Will he be feeling a bit more settled in terms of his nerves now and his game plan with that scoring?
He should, with that 7.17 for Frederico Moraes. He earned every single point of that 7.17. So that was well done. That's a nerve settler right there, and that puts him straight in the groove. And again, his just leverage that he has. He's a tall guy with long wingspan on him. The leverage that he gets, and he takes advantage of his body type with his body mechanics and his technique is really, really evident. And we saw that there, the spring off of that. So well done, and well done by the judges too to recognize that. And like I said, well-deserved 7.17 for Frederico.
Just over 17 on the clock. A little glare and a little texture on the surface of the water here. It's not a moderate southerly breeze blowing into this. It's the air wind that surfers will try and use on the right-hander. Yago Dora already. That backhand air that he does so well. He's gone to that. He'll try and go to it again if he finds the right opportunity. Let's see if he can do that. Second place at the moment, 6.64 for first, but loads of time as yet to go in this. Frederico Moraes already with the 7. Will feel good with that locked in. And we talked about surfers trying to carry over momentum from Hawaii, obviously very different climatically and in terms of waves on the other side of the world. To try and carry over that momentum from decent performances over there, you kind of got to start again. But at the same time, if you've been doing well, carry it on. And so far in this one, Liam O'Brien will just be trying to find a bit of mojo and get something going.
Yeah, for O'Brien needs to get something going. And already we saw, you know, in the post-heat interview with Samuel Pupo, already talking about the cut. And so these guys are ultra aware. Those that had a poor Hawaiian leg are ultra aware of the importance, because this is a hinge point. This is a pivot to making, you know, if you want to stay on tour and you come off of a bad Hawaiian leg, you gotta make it happen here in Portugal if you want to give yourself any kind of chance. Other than that, then you're going to have to do a Hail Mary. You're going to have to win an event in the Australian leg.
Never easy to do. Yeah, big opportunities here. It's interesting looking at that cut line that's coming up after event number 5 in Western Australia, but this one's stop number 3, a real opportunity to get some solid ratings points on the board. Just put a little bit of distance between the back markers as well. Loads of surfing as yet to come from Portugal. Got quite a lot to happen in terms of the energy of the ocean in our forecast. And we are expecting a big storm to blow through. It's going to be howling. It's going to be really big as well over the next few days. Our window runs through to the latter part of next week, where, just looking ahead through our Surfline forecast, we reckon winds are going to be a lot more favorable. So we're pretty hopeful. We've had a little bit of everything in that forecast. It is winter here. Things can change pretty quick, but we're looking like we might have a few days where we're battening down the hatches, Kaipo, and hopefully coming back, finishing great conditions.
Yeah. The back part of the window looking pretty good. And we'll see how the banks here survive with the big storm that's coming through. The good thing about the sand here, it's a fine sand that's compacted. So it's, I compare it to Hawaiian sand, where we have a larger grain sand where things really change stuff. In 24 hours, your whole outlook's going to change. Over here, I feel like there's pretty reliable peaks.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. I mean, it's amazing how much the position, the exact position of this tower each year, it's incredible, really, how little it moves up and down this beach. It's a pretty consistent peak where we do see the best of the action. Here's a wind up from Dora, and he'll land that one out the back. So that rotation just taking him out the back of the wave, and it won't be a number for him. 14 on the clock. Just felt like that wave just kind of ran out of energy a little bit for Yago.
Yeah, you could see it. That was basically a high-end kick out for him, because he got the rotation, but he was able to land out the back. The other thing we talk about, this being a pivotal, we'll take another look at it. This time from the water, just give you a different angle, and you'll see the pop, but then just lands on the back of the wave. But we talk about the hinge point, you know, and the pivot point in the tour. We haven't talked about something that's pretty glaring, is like Kelly Slater pulling out of this event. He did not have a stellar Hawaiian season, the Hawaiian leg. Now, you know, this is like an automatic 33rd, or whatever, you know, for Slater. Now looking at Kelly Slater potentially not making the cut in 2024.
Well, it's going to be really tough to do, isn't it? If indeed that is his goal, because, well, 2 events to go and not a lot on the board thus far. Saw him in his interview over in Hawaii, just mentioning he's still feeling a little uncomfortable with that hip. So did have that surgery in the off season and trying to recover from that. Let's see that situation unfold, but it has made a great opportunity here for one of our young Portuguese surfer. Matias Canhoto replaced Kelly. Surfed pretty well at the moment. We're watching Frederico Moraes, another Portuguese surfer, going all right in this one, showing us the power and the aggression. More live action from Super Tubers Portugal right after the break.
The best position you will have now. The last heat of the event, we will finish the competition with the last heat of the next competition. We will not have delays today. Vamos ver. Estava feliz e agora. Realmente as condições têm piorado um pouquinho nas últimas baterias, claramente também certamente por isso e iremos declarar a competição por hoje.
And a very warm welcome back to Portugal, where a favourite son in the form of Frederico Moraes. He's in the ascendancy in a tough heat at the moment. He's going all right. He's got good numbers on the board. Just under 10.5 minutes remaining in this one. Let's go down to AJ McCord.
Yeah, an important update for you, Paul, and the rest of the fans watching on what we can expect the rest of the day, Renato.
Yeah, AJ, we're calling the event off after this men opening round hit 12. Wind is getting stronger, is going more to an onshore angle, and the tide is dropping. So conditions really hard. It got much harder in these last 2 hits of the men's opening round. So we're gonna cancel the women for the day, and we update everyone on tomorrow's and the next days what we're gonna do, the call.
All right, so there you have it. This is the last heat of the day. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, AJ. Kaipo, your thoughts?
Yeah. That's what we're going to end up the day with. My thoughts were actually in that interview with Renato Hickel is in the background was one of the WSL super fans, Dollyland.
Yeah, Dolly.
That makes it here every single year, all the way from the UK. And so that was my fun takeaway from that announcement. Of course, there she is, one of our super fans.
Absolutely loves surfing, loves coming down to Portugal for this event, never misses it. Yeah, Dolly.
There's some fans that you grow up family with because they make sure that they make it to all the events. Yago Dora here.
Extended roof ride float for Yago Dora, flicks out nice and quick. And just in that call from Renato coming late, he just wanted to really give himself, basically make the call as late as he could to just find out exactly what's going on, and realizing the situation deteriorating from what he can see in front of him. He's also checking those surf line forecasts pretty much relentlessly, realizing we got some wind coming through, and that combined with that tide as well. Just thinking in terms of opportunity, not really what we want to do, and thinking about what we got coming ahead of us, decided not to go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's what we're going to end up, you know. But I do want to point out there's a 7.17 right now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, Frederico Moraes reckons conditions are all right so far. You can see there is ever more texture though on that sea surface as we see some lumps coming through. And when that does happen, you definitely rather have the points on the board. Fred done that so far. Chasing Liam O'Brien with priority. He's only got a couple of threes.
Which is a great point you made. As these conditions deteriorate, even within a heat, that opportunity for Federico Moraes, he definitely executed on that. Whoa.
Really nice turn there from Liam O'Brien. Would have loved to see him get another section. Just think in terms of that smooth aggression, he's so polished, but he is pretty aggressive and radical, is Liam. That was a great turn to open things up. Would have wanted a second section. I just think even by selecting that wave, to your point, just being a bit more pragmatic, realizing I'm not going to wait for the bomber bombs. I need a score. Let's go.
And Paul, it's evident that with the conditions, the wind picking up and the conditions deteriorating in this heat, that is why that 7.17 for Federico is so valuable. There were still some smooth faces out there. He was able to pick off that cupped out wave and perform. And so even within your 30-minute heat, there's weather changes that can affect scores.
Let's check out the replay here of Liam O'Brien.
So he just gets that one snap and then, you know, just a floaty maneuver after that. And that's not going to, it's not going to get him into the top two, okay? But want to give it himself a chance. Just one turn. He needs a big number to get into the top two. And so that's kind of desperation. Looking at this replay here of Iago. This is not going to be one of Iago's top two waves, but you can see, again, just trying the best in the deteriorating conditions to add to his scoreline. Not able to do it there, but he'll remain in second.
Yeah, he's so rapid, isn't he? Just liberating the fins, the sting in the tail, as we see him blowing it out the back of the wave. Some quick punctuated turns from Iago Dora. Just be a small number, relatively small, 4.33 for him. Won't go into his top two. Get down towards that 6-minute mark now. This will be our final heat of the round, and actually the day as well. Just had the call from Renato towards the competitions, deciding not to run the women's today.
Yeah, and this is a tough one for Liam O'Brien. As we see in the needs column, he needs an excellent score. He needs an 8-point ride to turn this heat into the top two. O'Brien on the paddle there. Add to that, he is third in priority, so he's last in line, and that's why he's paddling to another zone up the beach.
Yeah, definitely. And you think about some of those numbers that we've seen come through throughout the day. It did look like a bit of a different ocean from this 8. Feels like a huge number to get right now with what we're watching unfold. Let's see how he goes about that task, though. He is a very wily and canny competitor, Liam O'Brien. And I've been really impressed with what I've seen of him so far this year and also last year as well. Places like El Salvador with his surfing and with his competing. And you wouldn't count him out of any situation. Here he goes. Similar looking opening section to his last wave, actually. And he throws up the air reverse and just buries the nose. And that's what he's going to need to do right now. He's going to need to speculate, but he will need to go complete.
Yeah, he's going to, he needs the wow factor. So anytime you get into that excellent range, you need to, you know, make both the fans and the judges go wow. And so he's doing the right thing.
5-minute warning. Fred Moraes at the apex of the peak with a lot of his work done early on in this. He's just ridden 3 waves. Only actually 2 real legit waves from Fred. And so far it's been enough for a bit of a cushion. The margin over Iago Dora, 6.64. And the Brazilian Goofy is looking to go to first. Of course, first and second place. Avoid that elimination round at the moment. It's the Australian from Burleigh Heads, Liam O'Brien, who is heading there. Unless he gets an excellent number in the next 4.5 minutes. Fred hasn't had to make too many decisions. He's sat with that priority for a little while, and he's only really going to look at anything if he feels it's got at least a 5-4-3 on it and a chance for him to better his situation.
Yeah, well, heat control with Federico Moraes. He's controlling, not only does he have the lead, he's going to control the tempo, he's going to control everything that's going on because he's sitting on the top of the food chain right now with that priority and the heat lead. So the pride of Cascais looking to the beach, you can let a little smile right now. I feel like I would never say 100% let your guard down, but this is a good feeling that Moraes is feeling right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's such a smart reader of heats as well, where he is, where his competitors are. And he'll know he's in a pretty good place right now. This one he likes the look of. He'll use the priority. Another left from him. That steeper drop, that extended bottom turn, and then up into the lip a couple of times, tagging it. A little variety in that second turn, and another spank of the lip, really, from Fred, and just slamming the door shut, really, literally, with that last turn.
Hey, whatever he had for lunch, I want a serving of it too. Because Federico Moraes, again, ringing the bell a couple of times, goes vert, finds those pockets, goes really seamless, controlling his bottom turn, exploding off the lip. I would not be surprised if he extends his lead over the pack with that last effort.
It's always impressive when someone waits, and they wait a while, and then when they do pull the trigger, they get a good wave. It just seems like that's exactly the kind of thing he was looking for, and he's able to execute. Meanwhile, it's just really a continuation of the same sort of theme for Liam O'Brien. Slight desperation stations for him. He's scrapping around, but nothing's really coming off for him. He's found ways with a lot of wobble. As soon as Fred got to his feet, that one drained and drawed off the bank. It was nice and steep. Total contrast of this kind of flabbier stuff from Liam.
Yeah, I mean, Liam right here, he's doing his best effort, but you can see the wave just didn't give him as much opportunity as Kika's had on his wave. Here's the contrast right here. Watch this. Comes around here smartly, just over that foam, then bang, so quick. Gets back on his heels through that edgy section, goes vert one more time, connecting the dots. Federico Moraes, just quick twitch. Good turn selection there to clear the white water, then goes vert, has to get over a seam here, no problem. Again, quick feet for the finish, and impressive surfing by the Portuguese surfer. I love this here. Just clear, get into the open face, over that white water, and here, so quick, so vert, brings it back down, and now this little seam, no problem, cuts into that seam, gets back up and back down for the exclamation mark at the finish.
And he does get the improvement from the panel. He improves on his backup of 5.93 for him. So just adding a little more scoreboard pressure with under 90 on the clock in our final heat of the day. Loads of great talking points for the Corona post show at the moment. We're just enjoying Federico Moraes' stuff, a fourth wave from him, and adding a few more points to his total as well, making it a little bit more tough for anyone to come past him, chase him down. Dora, of course, in second place with priority. He's all right, he's advancing. It's Liam O'Brien who's struggling at this stage. He's brought his requirement down a touch because he did get a 4, but 7.67 the requirement.
It's a happy dog right there. Richard Dog Marsh, Federico's coach, and now they're having some fun. And Pops is also not cracking a smile yet. He's going to stay stoic.
Face, yeah.
Game face until the hooter blows.
Yeah, he's keeping his powder dry, but he'll be delighted with Fred's performance in this. Yeah, and Dog Marsh having a little chuckle. We had a long day down the beach yesterday. Doggy got down here early. He was basically here all day. Bit of temperature swing as well throughout the day here. It's freezing cold. It got warm in the afternoon. It takes it out of you a bit. And he'll be delighted that his day today finished off with a great result. Not just a great result, actually, but a solid performance from Fred Moraes, which is key in terms of that confidence for the latter rounds.
100% you build momentum off that, because you're going to leave the beach today with a lot of confidence. You're going to watch the elimination round from the safety of the shore, and then you're going to be recharged when it gets to that round of 32 for Federico Moraes.
Yeah, great job for Fred. Representing Portugal at his home event, top 3 on the championship tour in Peniche, not far from his hometown of Cascais, just down the coast. And look at those numbers, 13.1 out of 20. Pretty solid stuff from him. He didn't really make any mistakes at all. Waited a while with priority and then improved on his number. Yagadura set pretty well as well, was quite a bit busier, but most of his scoring was done early on, and a bit of a shocker really, you'd say, for Liam O'Brien. Just couldn't find the rhythm. Sometimes it is like that at any venue, but particularly out here with a little wind on it too. So O'Brien will be back to fight another day in the elimination round. But Federico Moraes will be enjoying these next couple of days. If, as we anticipate, it's stormy and a bit wild woolly, he'll be able to relax a bit more, knowing that he doesn't have to come back and contest the elimination round. And what good feeling that's going to be from him. We're going to head to a break. We have loads of big talking points. The Corona post show is coming up. We'll bring in Jesse and Strider for that. We'll be right back.
The final of the competition for today. Thank you so much for being here with us for the first day of the MEO ball presented by John Florence. So official results now, official results from the last round is number 12 of the men's competition opening round. The winner in the white from Portugal, Frederic Moraes, second place, red from Brazil, Yagodora, third place, blue, the winner Mobile from Australia. Congratulations, Frederic Moraes and Yagodora. Thank you for your starting here today, Lina. It was a huge pleasure to have you here on the beach. We will come back tomorrow for more action on the MEO Open Golf presented by Kayo. Thank you so much. Enjoy your rest of the day. Thank you.
Welcome to the Corona post-show. Stop 3 on the championship tour touches down in Super Tubos, Peniche, Portugal. It's the MEO Rip Curl Pro Portugal, presented by Corona. An opening day of our waiting period got us underway here. We're pretty stoked to fire things up, and it's been an enjoyable day of competition. Loads of talking points, a bit of drama as well. And obviously some great surfing and action out in the water. Here to talk you through and kind of pick over the bones, sucking the marrow from the bones of a tasty day of competition. Joining myself, Paul Evans. Yep. You like that one, mate? Strider Wazalewski, Jesse Mendez. How are we feeling, chaps?
Feeling really good. We got a round out of the way. We got seen some incredible surfing and a little bit of some drama in the tower.
Definitely a lot of drama. Some big names that went down that you don't expect. A lot of people speak for this event as well. They're going to the repechage.
And just in terms of overall performances as well, it's sort of par for the course what we expect. A little bit of everything out here. That's kind of what we get at Super Tubos. Some tubes, some airs, some power turns. We like that kind of performance salad.
No doubt. It kind of brings... everyone has to have every A game here possible because you're going to get onshore, offshore, big barrels, small waves, and yeah, it's kind of how it rolls.
Yeah, I loved seeing the above the lip game too. Kayo throwing down a big frontside air, it's landing in a heavy spot in the wave. So I feel like, you know, everybody's kind of rising to the occasion, but they're not getting ahead of themselves. You can see all these players that haven't gotten results yet trying to subdue their emotions.
Well, we mentioned a little bit of drama going down. Let's remind ourselves what happened in our third heat of the day. We saw Griffin Colapinto, of course, a past winner out here, someone that's gone perfect 10 as well 2 years ago. And Griffin Colapinto, bit of an error in terms of this one because it didn't go his way and it unraveled right at the end here, Strider.
Yeah, it just didn't need to happen. I mean, you know, Griffin looking good, was doing just fine in the heat, was coming through, wasn't forcing things. Nice clean surfing out of the Californian. It didn't seem like he needed to really put himself in the position that he did in this heat in the end.
Yeah, and sometimes like you're so laser focused that you forget, like you just have that tunnel vision. You don't see what's happening around because it's kind of an obvious call right there for him. Probably not to go on that last wave, and ended up that he got an interference and he was in a cruisy spot like you mentioned, Stride, and just ended up getting stuck there after and going to the repechage. But overall, it just looks solid, mostly not having the greatest start, but just solid surfing, clean. And this is what I was talking about, like paddle for the first wave. I don't know, doesn't realize he lost priority and just dropped in on Callum.
Hardest part about that situation is Callum wasn't even gonna make the wave, really. He was outside of the section. So that was a judgment call by the 5 guys upstairs.
Yep.
It's always going to be tough to get through with just one number. Colapinto penalized for that infraction, and he'll find himself surfing in the elimination round. Great news for Matias Canhoto. Got his way through by virtue of that interference, and he'll be stoked to be avoiding that elimination round. And we've seen it happen here before at Super 2 Boss, those priority calls. Callum Robson, well, he realized that priority had changed. Griffin Colapinto didn't.
How stoked is the 16-year-old?
Oh, mate.
Loving it.
Oh, man.
A little walkthrough,
Good
that's
for him,
awesome.
you know? Why not?
It's part of the stuff that we expect to see here at Super Tubers. Other things we expect to see, big performances from the likes of Gabriel Medina. We expect to see all sorts of drama go down. Let's remind ourselves what happened in heat number 10. It was a great looking heat. Leo Fioravanti represent Italy. Gabriel in the water, also Ramzi Boukiam.
Yeah, it was like the beginning, like just the separation on points with Sammy with that huge alley-oop, just perfect landing, very clean into the transition, and he backed it up right away with that 8-point ride. Just solid surfing. He just kind of disappeared on that heat and kind of left just to a 2-man heat in the end.
He looked so clean though. That one left just really put him over the top, and then it was time for Leo to do some damage. You should have seen Stephen Bell running around like a nervous father on the competitor's deck. It was quite entertaining.
Yeah, and Gabriel just always kind of running behind the 8-ball, like just always a little bit stuck on the landing, landing a little bit into the flat, and once actually he put a good wave together, it was almost a little bit too late, which was that left, nice first reverse. The wave didn't have too much potential. He made the most of it, but a little bit too late.
And we were speculating about whether Gabriel would be able to sort of carry over that form and that mojo from surfing in the ISA World Games. Well, he wasn't able to in that heat and struggled a bit, improved his numbers towards the end of that one, but it was nowhere near enough. Well done to Samuel Pupo, who was entertaining, and he mentioned he likes it when he's in a situation where he needs to perform. He gets his back against the wall and he fires up. That's exactly what he did out there. That was a really entertaining clash to see go down. In the meantime, let's go and hear from our surfer representing Portugal and stoking out the local crowd. Fred Moraes is with AJ.
That's right, Kikish, the hometown hero here. It's so exciting to win a heat for you here at home. And it's so cool because first thing that when you come up from the beach, Connor O'Leary says, man, you made that look so fun. How did you do that?
It was hard work. It's not as easy as it looks. Definitely from up here, it looks way better than when you get to the bottom of the sand and you're just like looking, you're like, there's a lot of bump. But yeah, there's a couple waves. I had fun, found 2 good scores and made it to the next round. So yeah, happy.
Let's talk about that 717 that you had. How did you find that and work each section so well?
I was just looking for a cleaner wave. There's a lot of bump, so if you find 2 sections with no bump, that's your go-to wave kind of out here. And yeah, I knew I just needed 2 big turns, and that was what I was looking for, and yeah, got the score.
And you have a lot of friends and fans down here on the beach, but for those of them watching at home, o que significa ganhar uma bateria aqui em casa?
É ótimo ganhar aqui esta primeira ronda. É uma passagem importante, especialmente agora que no Elimination Round estão nomes muito bons, vão ser 4 baterias muito disputadas. E pronto, ter aqui o apoio, estar aqui em Portugal, família, amigos, fãs, é incrível.
Parabéns, congratulations. See you in the round of 32.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, AJ. When Federico smiles, Portugal smiles right back at him, Strider.
The Prince, isn't he? He just loves it. He's eating up that hometown vibe and that feeling. You know, if you don't get a win here, or in a heat, you just feel like you're letting everybody down. But you can see he's relieved.
Yes, of course. And it's a special moment when you're performing in front of your home crowd. And yeah, he's had a great heat in tough conditions. Good for him.
It can go either way. It can load extra pressure onto some people. It can actually make other people more relaxed. Federico makes it very relaxed indeed right now. He can put his feet up, doesn't need to get involved in the elimination round. And we're looking forward to see how deep he can go into his hometown event. Of course, when we come to Super 2 Boss, we're expecting big barrels to get big numbers, but that's not the only way of doing it here. Taken to the air as well, it does pay big points dividends. Let's check out our wave of the day and remind ourselves of a massive aerial maneuver. Went down from a guy who had so much fire from his Hawaiian season, and he just kept the ball rolling. A massive 8 for Jack Robinson.
He just brought the fire through that breathing technique. I mean, he sucked all the air out of the lineup. I mean, look at that. He's just elevated 6 feet above the lip right there. And I mean, in the control of the surfboard, Jesse, when you're doing that maneuver, there's nothing easy about that.
It's impressive. You see halfway through, he puts the board very flat, so it's actually going to help him and support the landing. And when you're doing those turns, you have so much momentum going through, but the landing right there was completely stop motion. He was against the water, and I don't know how to stick there.
Yeah, beautiful work.
He certainly looks like someone who's very much just comfortable with kind of his station in life where he is at the moment, where everything's going for him, career, family, all that stuff, the key ingredients coming together. He's pretty stoked. Wave of the day from him here in Portugal with that big, massive alley-oop. That was really entertaining stuff. Part of the reason why we ran through today was because of what we're looking coming at us, and we reckon we got a bit of weather coming. How many times have we checked the Surfline forecast today, guys?
Probably 14,000.
Okay.
I've definitely I've been looking at that thing every second, but you can see the big storm coming in. There's a big front coming with it. We've got heavy westerly winds, so you got heavy storm coming in. We're going to be buckling down and tying down the site, Jesse, because we are going to be in for a few days.
And that's the advantage of those that didn't go to the elimination round, because they're going to be sleeping on that for a few days. So the other ones have a little bit of an advantage, but as you see right here, very big surf, but just onshore conditions throughout tomorrow all the way through Sunday. Maybe we're going to clean up a little bit better on Sunday, and then Monday on seems to be cleaner. We have a great window for the end of it.
Might be offshore in the afternoon on Thursday, but will we come and look at it?
I love your positivity. It's one of the things I love about you, Strider, is your positivity, mate.
In there, right? I mean, it did say offshore.
So let's see what happens in terms of conditions unfolding. Of course, those next 4 days, we're pretty confident about that. Further out, it has been a situation that has been in flux, but we reckon we're probably battening down the hatches for a couple of days, maybe getting in that steam room, that Turkish steam room,
It's
maybe in the sauna.
going to be firing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. We're hoping for the best.
We're hoping for the best, and we are looking confident about next week and improving conditions, but for a couple of days we reckon we might be off. Let's remind ourselves of some highlight moments of the day and what's been going down here. It's time for our top 5 moments of the day. Some clutch performances, some surfers really stepping up when it matters most. Not a long way from the cut line, and surfers very aware of where they are and where they want to be. And Eli Hanneman was someone who was in a bit of a corner throughout his heat. He spent a long time chasing a number down here. He was just getting throwaways and throwaways, and then he found this.
Yeah, a little tube time. It's just some rail work. I think that, you know, he worked really hard in this heat, and he actually paddled, caught a wave, and repositioned himself, changed his luck, and then got himself into the driver's seat.
A really important wave for Eli Hanneman. This guy, Johan Duroux, out of France, he's just qualified for the Olympics, and he tore this heat apart on the backhand, Jesse.
Yeah, the opposite of what Strider said. Like, Eli had to kind of manage and bring his luck to himself, and Johan Duroux was just sitting by himself the whole heat and finding amazing rides. Like, the tallest waves we've seen all day, he was riding it and just doing solid surfing and got rewarded amazing scores.
A great result for Duru. Clutch moments in clutch heats. John Florence looked very relaxed coming into this heat. He didn't look very relaxed at the end of it. He needed a number. Guess what? He got it straight up.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I think there was 10 seconds left on the clock when he caught this wave. He needed a 3.1. I think he got a 3.5. You know, it wasn't much, but he did it.
Talk about surfers with a well-rounded skill set, Jesse. Samuel Pupa, you could never count him out, and this was a huge maneuver for him.
Yeah, he feels so comfortable here. Amazing transition, alley-oop right there, landing in the lip and just keeping the momentum. So easy to fall backwards in those situations. And a good surfing for him.
Well, no major surprise. Our #1 moment is our wave of the day. A massive alley-oop from Jack Robinson.
Yeah, stomping it. Lucky to break the board, going through the roof right there. Really easy too, but I mean, beautiful work. In the moment, I feel like that's the best way to describe Jack Robinson and his surfing. He is really tapped into what's happening right now in that moment, and I think that it's going to play through for him. He just needs to stay in that headspace.
Well, that was a fun day of competition. We didn't get to see the women, Jesse, but you know, when we come back and we do see them, there's so many good storylines. Feels like there's going to be a lot of anticipation waiting to see those women perform out here.
Yeah, the women's are frothing to go surfing, actually. Like, I was seeing them, they're already getting, the competition area was starting to get kind of packed right there with them. And when they call it off, they're like, oh, we're off. And they're like, kind of almost have to get their energy out because they're ready to go.
Yeah, they get fired up. And I saw Simmers run down there ready. Like, she was like looking around and the smile on her face. So I feel like they all want to carry over what they've already put out there. And then the ones that didn't do well want to prove themselves.
Stay updated and across the calls on worldsurfleague.com. We're going to send you out for some highlights of a fun day of competition. Thanks, boys. Obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, lads.
See you guys.
See you guys soon.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.